Chapter 201. After Gu Fei entered the Heaven Burial Valley, he had already walked several miles in the dense forest. The dense primitive forest was filled with huge trees that required several people to wrap their arms around. Beneath his feet was a thick layer of withered leaves. Walking on them was like walking on a layer of cotton. There was a rotten smell lingering in the forest. Mist drifted in the air, and with the help of the night, the surroundings were hazy. It was as if one had walked into a dream, giving off an unreal and illusory feeling. This place is not an immortal place where spiritual energy gathers. Why does the 9-colored immortal herb grow here? Gu Fei couldn't help but suspect. Any place that could nurture spiritual energy of heaven and earth was a land of immortal spiritual energy. Just like the waterfall and deep pool in the mountain, it was also a rare and beautiful place. Although the Heaven Burial Valley was not barren, it was definitely not a place of immortal spiritual energy. Logically speaking, it should not be able to nurture spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The deeper he went into the Heaven Burial Valley, the more Gu Fei felt that something was wrong. This was because among the withered leaves on the ground, white bones began to appear. White bones that were as clear as jade. These white bones were no different from the white bones that he had seen in the primordial battlefield and the primordial savage city. They were crystal clear like white jade. Although they had been corroded by the passage of time, there was still a layer of luster flowing on the bones. It was a luster that could only be seen on the finest jade. These were not ordinary bones. They seemed to be the jade bones that only immortals had. They were the bones left behind by immortals after they died. Gu Fei was shocked to discover that there were actually many bite marks on the bones that were scattered among the withered branches and withered leaves. Even though countless years had passed, the bite marks were still clearly visible. This reminded Gu Fei of the beast's roar that he had heard from the depths of the Heaven Burial Valley when he had just descended. He felt a chill in his heart. These immortal bones were like some animal that had thrown them on the ground after it had finished eating. Treating immortals and gods as food was simply too terrifying. One should know that in the Tinglong continent, even a demigod rancor was a rare existence. Gu Fei carefully traversed through the forest. The unknown dangers made him feel incomparably oppressed. About 10 kilometers into the forest, they still hadn't reached the center of Heaven Burial Valley. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly sensed a great danger approaching rapidly. Gu Fei's heart trembled. In the next moment, a black light, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, shot out from the fog in front of him, stabbing towards him. Swoosh! Gu Fei was shocked. He used the 8 desolation steps and dodged to the side, leaving behind an afterimage. That streak of black light instantly dispersed the afterimage. Boom! At the place where Gu Fei had been standing, a large tree was swept by the black light. The tree trunk, which was so thick that it would take several people to wrap their arms around it, immediately snapped and fell. Rumble! The ground shook. Withered branches and withered leaves rolled up along with the soil. A huge creature was crawling out of the ground. Under Gu Fei's shocked gaze, 2 huge pincers stretched out of the ground. The pitch-black pincers were thicker than the trunks of the trees in the forest. Then, a gigantic scorpion crawled out from the soil. It was a gigantic black scorpion the size of a house. A layer of black light flowed on its thick black shell, and a ferocious aura immediately pervaded the forest. Only now did Gu Fei see clearly that the black light that attacked him was the long tail of the huge scorpion with a poisonous sting. The poisonous sting at the tip of the huge scorpion's tail emitted a cold black light. Not only was it extremely sharp, but it was also highly poisonous. Whoosh! The huge scorpion waved its 2 big pincers and swept towards Gu Fei. A strong wind suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Immediately, a strong wind blew in the forest. The withered branches and withered leaves on the ground were also swept up into the air and flew randomly. Such a huge creature made Gu Fei feel that it was difficult to resist. He took a step forward and instantly moved several feet horizontally, avoiding the sweep of the huge pincers. Then, a dazzling golden light burst out of his right fist and blasted towards the huge scorpion. The metal element fist seemed to have aroused the power of the metal element between heaven and earth. The golden light surged forward like a stormy sea, illuminating a part of the world. The mighty power of the metal element came out. The trees around Gu Fei were like ice and snow under the scorching sun. They all collapsed and the sky was filled with sawdust. Boom! With a loud noise, the space trembled. The vast fist strength of Gu Fei's metal element fist solidly blasted on the huge scorpion. However, the huge body of the huge scorpion, which was as huge as a house, actually remained motionless under Gu Fei's fist strength. Gu Fei's fist strength was actually unable to shake the huge scorpion. Gu Fei gasped. This huge scorpion was much more powerful than the demonic beast that he had killed before. No one knew better than Gu Fei the power of his fist strength. Whoosh! The long tail of the huge scorpion once again stabbed towards Gu Fei. The poisonous sting at the tail turned into a black light, tearing the void and shooting at lightning speed. He couldn't fight it. Gu Fei instantly judged the current situation. He made a prompt decision and chose to retreat. His body retreated like a phantom. The huge scorpion chased and attacked. The trees in front of the huge scorpion were immediately broken. The whole forest was suddenly in chaos, startling countless birds in the forest. Gu Fei did not stop and directly rushed into the depths of the dense forest. Soon, he completely got rid of the huge scorpion's pursuit and escaped far away. Such a huge monster was not something that Gu Fei could deal with his current cultivation. It was not easy for him to retreat calmly. How could he dare to fight against it? After a thrilling encounter with the huge scorpion, Gu Fei became more cautious. In the primitive old forest, danger was everywhere. Many people died because of carelessness. Roar, howl. After advancing for a few kilometers in the forest, Gu Fei faintly heard the roars of beasts coming from the right ahead. In the beginning, Gu Fei did not pay attention to it. Because in this primitive old forest that seemed to have returned to the primordial times, the jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards were too weak, and there were countless ferocious beasts that were 100 times more formidable than them. But after that, a wave of lion roars, ape cries, and other wild beasts that he was unable to recognize sounded out. In this way, Gu Fei felt that it was slightly strange. It seemed that there were a large number of ferocious beasts fighting in the depths of the forest ahead on the right. This was rare. Something extraordinary must have occurred. Gu Fei's curiosity was aroused, and he instantly changed the direction he was heading in. He wanted to see what was going on. Needless to say, Heaven Burial Valley was truly enormous. It was enormous to the point that it didn't seem like a sinkhole that had suddenly appeared in the boundless forest, and it was more like a region. The terrain ahead on the right gradually rose and fell, and it seemed to be a low mountain ridge. It seems to be not far from here. It seems to be on the other side of the mountain ridge. Gu Fei distinguished the direction of the sound and silently passed through the dense forest. Following the beast roars, Gu Fei passed through an ancient primitive forest and went over a low mountain ridge. When he carefully walked out of a thistle, his field of vision suddenly widened, and everything that he saw shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. What appeared in front of him was actually a large canyon. This canyon seemed to have been formed by a mountain ridge that had suddenly split open. This canyon appeared very abruptly. The surrounding terrain was all low mountain ridges, and it seemed to be impossible for such a canyon to appear. It didn't seem to be formed naturally. Gu Fei was standing on the cliff of the canyon. Under the night sky, he saw that there was actually an enormous skeleton that was like a mountain ridge lying in the canyon. The enormous skeleton seemed to have no end in sight. The enormous trees that were tens of meters tall and the 1,000-year-old wild vines that were hundreds of meters long were unable to cover it. At the end of the canyon, more than 10 kilometers away, a huge dragon's head completely stunned Gu Fei. It was the skull of a dragon that was as large as a mountain ridge. How amazing was this? The skeleton of a giant dragon actually appeared in front of him. This was the legendary divine dragon. The legendary godly dragon actually existed, causing Gu Fei to lose his ability to think for a moment, as he was utterly shocked. The beast roars that shook the mountains came from below the canyon. This canyon seemed to be about 20 to 30 kilometers long, and it was not more than 1 or 2 kilometers wide. In the middle of it, there was a huge skeleton that was more than 10 kilometers long. One could imagine how terrifying this powerful divine dragon was when it was alive. In the hinterland of the canyon, there seemed to be a great battle between fierce beasts. When Gu Fei recovered from the shock, he directly jumped down from the cliff into the canyon. The cliffs on both sides of the canyon were not high, only about 2 to 3 kilometers high. This was the height that Gu Fei's body could withstand. At such a height, the force of the fall would not be able to hurt Gu Fei. After descending to the bottom of the canyon, he saw that in the forest, among the weeds, there were the corpses of wild beasts. The dragon skeleton that was as large as a mountain, under the reflection of the night sky, glowed with a pure white light, and the huge skeleton seemed to be shrouded in a faint layer of light. With one look, one could tell that even though this divine dragon was dead, the skeleton that was left behind was not ordinary. The closer to the middle of the dragon skeleton, the more corpses there were, and the blood of the beasts was splattered all over the forest. When Gu Fei approached the middle of the canyon, the battle between the fierce beasts had already come to an end. In the forest, among the rocks, there was a large number of beast corpses. Blood mist rose, and a large part of the forest had been destroyed. The pungent smell of blood permeated the forest. 2 saber-toothed tigers that were as large as giant elephants had their heads shattered, and their corpses were lying in the forest. 7 to 8 gray wolves with wings under their ribs had their bodies torn apart, and their corpses were lying in the grass. 2 giant golden eagles that were 5 to 6 meters in length had their chests pierced through, and they hung on a broken tree. A giant one-horned bear that was as large as a small mountain had its head separated from its body, and it fell into a large pit. There were actually dozens of strange beast corpses lying here. This was a rare massacre between fierce beasts. Even for Gu Fei, who grew up in the mountains, he had never seen such a tragic scene. The law of the jungle, where the weak were prey to the strong, was vividly displayed at this moment. No wonder he did not encounter any powerful fierce beasts along the way. Perhaps all the fierce beasts in this area had already gathered in this narrow canyon. An earth-shaking roar came from ahead, and a desolate aura surged in the forest. In front, there seemed to be a battle between tyrannical fierce beasts like the Beast King. The truly powerful fierce beasts, or rather, demonic beasts, were still fighting. The forest in front of him began to tremble. Chapter 202. In the ruined sky realm, it seemed that anything could happen. There were ancient ruins, ancient battlefields, and places of great danger. There were simply too many incredible things. In less than 10 days, the things that Gu Fei had experienced could be said to be soul-stirring, and he had risked his life. However, there had never been anything that had shocked him as much as what had happened today. In the Heaven Burial Valley, there was actually a place where dragons were buried, and a divine dragon was buried in a low mountain ridge. The huge skeleton that looked like a winding mountain greatly stimulated Gu Fei's nerves, and impacted the scope of his knowledge. The skeleton of a dragon that was more than 10 miles long was lying in a long and narrow valley. There was nothing more shocking and inconceivable to Gu Fei than this. Even a dragon could appear here. Of course, what appeared in front of Gu Fei was only a huge skeleton, but it also proved that there used to be dragons in the ruined sky realm. The ruined sky realm was far more mysterious than Gu Fei had imagined. According to the old tortoise, the so-called ruined sky realm was only a false realm that was refined by an almighty expert in the ancient times. Because it was not a complete world, the Almighties of the primordial era called the world that was created with great magic power and divine power a false realm. Gu Fei was in such an incomparably real world. This world was not an illusion, but a real existence. However, it was not a perfect world. If the master of this world returned, this world would be taken away and controlled again. It would even become a tool of the master of this world. Gu Fei could not help but look forward to this world. He wanted to see what other incredible things he would encounter and see in this strange world. Under the night sky, in the middle of the long and narrow valley, there was a woodland in the middle of the dragon skeleton. There were broken trees everywhere, and the whole woodland was in a mess. Blood dyed the ground red. The corpses in front of them were a ghastly sight. They were killing each other for the sake of a strange plant in the dragon bones. In the middle of the dragon bones that were as large as a mountain ridge, there was a strangely shaped rock. On the rock grew a small tree that was only around 2 meters tall, but it was red like coral. It had vermilion stems and green leaves, looking extremely clean and neat. The tree trunk was only the size of an adult's finger, but it seemed to be flowing with light. On the tree was a golden fruit that looked like both a dragon and a snake. This fruit was very mystical. There was only one fruit growing on the entire tree. Rays of golden light swirled around the dragon-shaped fruit. Vaguely, there seemed to be a hazy golden shadow of a dragon coiling around the dragon-shaped fruit. Gu Fei was shocked. He could feel that this dragon-shaped fruit was emitting an enormous wave of spiritual energy, causing the spiritual energy around the magical tree to fluctuate. Although Gu Fei did not know what kind of spirit herb this dragon-shaped fruit was, he was certain that it was a rare spirit herb in this world. No wonder all the wild beasts, and even demonic beasts in this area would go crazy over it, risking their lives to fight for it, leaving corpses lying in the wild. The war between the demonic beasts was incomparably fierce. Boundless beast power surged out, and there were still 3 or 4 incomparably powerful demonic beasts fighting each other. However, those demonic beasts purposely didn't want the explosive power to affect the magical tree in the dragon bones, and only fought in the distance. Gu Fei didn't dare to get too close. He just hid in the distance, watching the soul-stirring war between the demonic beasts. There were 4 demonic beasts fighting for the last piece of the battle. One was a huge, earthy yellow snake with a single horn on its head, one was a golden lion with 2 heads, and the last one was a beast that looked like a crocodile, covered in scales and spewing out divine flames. What surprised Gu Fei the most was the 4th demonic beast, or rather, it wasn't a demonic beast. It was hiding in a clump of green mist, emanating an endless amount of wood power. The true form of the shape-shifting demonic beast seemed to be a spirit tree, as if it was a spirit tree that had cultivated itself into a demonic beast. When a spirit tree became a demonic beast, it didn't mean that a beast had attained the Tao. It could no longer be called a beast, but a demonic tree. The 3 demonic beasts and the demonic tree fought fiercely, risking their lives to kill each other. The single-horned serpent's horn kept emitting hazy, earthy yellow lightning bolts, bombarding the other 3 demonic beasts. Thick earth power kept rising from the ground and converging towards the serpent, forming the mighty earth element divine thunder on its horn. Its demonic essence seemed to be endless, and it was extremely frightening. The 2-headed golden lion's body, which seemed to be made of metal essence, was extremely powerful. It waved its claws, and 10 beams of golden light shot out from its sharp claws. They tore through the void like divine swords, shattering the earth element divine thunder and fiercely attacking the vital spot of the single-horned serpent. The fire crocodile that emitted boundless fire chi and the tree demon also unceasingly launched extremely swift and fierce attacks at the other 3 opponents. This chaotic battle shook the heavens and the earth, and the vast and mighty demonic energy seemed to be on the verge of shattering, as if doomsday had arrived. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. The power displayed by the 3 demonic beasts and the demonic tree was too strong. The demonic beasts he had encountered before couldn't be compared to them at all. these four fellows were definitely powerful demonic beasts. Conservatively speaking, their cultivation bases had already reached the shape-shifting stage, which was equivalent to the terrifying cultivation bases of the ninth heaven of the ascended realm. How could there be such powerful demonic cultivators in the Heaven Burial Valley? Then, wouldn't the people of the three great Tao sects who had entered the Heaven Burial Valley be doomed? In the ruined sky realm, the power of outsiders would be suppressed by the power here, and their cultivation bases would be sealed within the range of the ninth heaven of the awakened realm. However, the powerful demonic beasts that had grown up in the ruined sky realm weren't subject to this restriction. In this way, even Dan Chenzi, Lu Ruhai, and Ding Yangzi, who were experts at the ninth heaven of the ascended realm, wouldn't be able to fight back when they encountered such terrifying demonic beasts, and would only end up being killed by them. Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. He slowly activated the power of space in his mud-pill palace with his divine sense, and the vertical mark between his eyebrows immediately lit up. Then, the power of the inner space was guided out and enveloped Gu Fei. Gu Fei's aura was immediately isolated and completely disappeared from the ruined sky realm, as if he had jumped out of this world. If one didn't look with the naked eye, even a void-controlling cultivator would not be able to detect his existence, let alone the four demonic beasts that were fighting in front of him. However, just as the four monsters were fighting fiercely, causing the sun and moon to lose their luster, a figure silently scuttled out from the shrubbery beside the dragon bones and stealthily made his way toward the strange tree in the dragon bones. Someone actually dared to covet the dragon-shaped fruit under the eyes of the four great demonic beasts. Gu Fei couldn't help but be taken aback when he saw this scene. And when he saw the reckless fellow clearly, he was even more surprised and overjoyed. The fellow who was sneaking toward the strange tree in the dragon bones was shaped like a tortoise, but instead of a tortoise's head, it had a dragon's head. Who else could that sneaky fellow be but the old tortoise? Gu Fei was overjoyed to see the old tortoise all of a sudden. He almost wanted to rush out from his hiding place, but he resisted the urge in the end. He didn't know if the four fighting demonic beasts really couldn't detect the old tortoise's presence, or if the old tortoise was just lucky, but the old tortoise actually managed to sneak into the dragon bones and arrived in front of the strange red coral-like tree. The old tortoise stared at the dragon-shaped fruit with greed in its eyes, and a crystal-clear liquid could even be seen flowing out from the corner of its mouth. Without any hesitation, the old tortoise plucked the golden dragon-shaped fruit from the strange tree, then with a whoosh, it scuttled out of the dragon bones and ran up the cliff without looking back. Roar! A lion's roar was earth-shattering, and the huge sound waves caused the heaven and earth to tremble. The two-headed golden lion emitted a golden flame-like demonic aura and turned into a golden lightning bolt, streaking across the void and chasing after the old tortoise. The three demonic beasts and the tree demon immediately noticed the abnormality in the dragon bones. When the dragon-shaped fruit was plucked, the strange red coral-like tree withered in an instant. As if it had been weathered in an instant, a gentle breeze blew past, and the withered tree turned into dust that drifted into the air. At this time, the old tortoise had already rushed to the cliff beside the canyon. Rumble! A huge golden beast claw descended from the sky, emitting a terrifying demonic aura that could make one's heart palpitate as it fell on the old tortoise's head. At the same time, streaks of earthy yellow lightning interweaved into a terrifying electric net from the bottom of the cliff and bombarded the dragon turtle. The sky was filled with raging flames that burned the void and rushed towards the old tortoise. The tree demon directly turned into a pale green demonic cloud and wrapped around the old tortoise. Countless vines rushed out from the demonic cloud and entangled the old tortoise. The three demonic beasts and the tree demon attacked at the same time. The demonic aura sealed the heaven and earth, and the attack was so powerful that it shook the heaven and earth. In an instant, all the old tortoise's escape routes were cut off. Ah! You little brats who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I didn't want to attack at first. Why did you force me? The old tortoise said with a sigh. Then, the old tortoise unhurriedly took out his ever-victorious killer weapon, the stone tortoise shell, out of nowhere. It had to be said that this was a killer weapon. Although it was very inconspicuous, once the stone tortoise shell appeared, it was like a bottomless black hole that sucked in the vast demonic aura that was rushing towards it. The golden beast claw that shrouded the old tortoise from the sky quickly faded, and the mighty terror and demonic aura was forcibly sucked away. The earthy yellow lightning also disappeared into the stone tortoise shell. The tens of thousands of vines that rushed out from the green demonic cloud and entangled the old tortoise were shattered and turned into green demonic aura that was absorbed by the stone tortoise shell. The sea of flames that the fire crocodile had created was also sucked into the stone tortoise shell. The terrifying attack of the 4 demonic beasts was completely dissolved in an instant. What made the 4 demonic beasts extremely depressed was that the unparalleled demonic aura that they had unleashed seemed to have become nutrients for the stone tortoise shell, providing it with a vast amount of demonic aura. Not only were the 4 demonic beasts dumbfounded, but even Gu Fei, who was watching everything in the dark, could not help but be dumbfounded. The old tortoise, the great demon, was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger again. Chapter 203. Bang! 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 The old tortoise swung the stone tortoise shell and smashed it in all directions, sending the 4 attacking monsters flying hundreds of feet away. The stone tortoise shell displayed a great power that could smash anything. "Look, I said I didn't want to fight with you little guys. You've hit me too hard. Sigh, I'm really sorry." The old tortoise carried the stone tortoise shell and looked compassionate. The 2-headed golden lion was so enraged that it spat out a mouthful of blood with specks of golden light from its 2 bloody mouths. In just one move, the 4 extremely powerful monsters were easily defeated by the old tortoise. Hiss! The khaki-colored single-horned giant snake suddenly let out a hair-raising roar, and its body erupted with a misty khaki-colored light that flickered continuously. Then, the giant serpent's head dived straight down towards the ground. When the horn on its head touched the ground quickly melted away. In an instant, a hole large enough for the giant serpent to crawl into was formed. After swinging its tail in the air, with a whoosh, the snake's tens of meters long body disappeared from the ground at an astonishing speed. Even the hole it made disappeared without a trace after its tail burrowed into it, as if it had never been there. Earth burrowing. Interesting. When the old tortoise saw this, he could not help but show a mocking expression on his face. He then directly stomped on the ground with his right leg. Boom! The entire ground suddenly shook violently. The next moment, the ground cracked, and soil flew everywhere. The khaki-colored single-horned giant snake that had burrowed into the soil was directly shaken out of the ground. Whoosh! The thick khaki-colored body of the snake swung violently in the air like a khaki-colored divine whip. It cut through the void with a sharp piercing sound and lashed at the old tortoise. This fierce snake was extremely ferocious. Of course, this also meant that the dragon-shaped golden fruit in the old tortoise's hand was very important to the fierce snake. It was so important that it did not hesitate to risk its life to snatch it from the old tortoise. Sigh. Why bother? Old tortoise shook his head helplessly. However, Gu Fei, who was hidden at the side, almost laughed out loud when he saw old tortoise's expression. This old tortoise was really good at acting. The old tortoise helplessly waved the butcher's knife. No, it should be a tortoise shell, a stone tortoise shell. Then, the body of the khaki-horned snake broke into 17 or 18 pieces, and a mist of blood erupted in the air. This vicious snake was sacrificed heroically just like that. Amidst the bloody mist, the snake's body, which had been broken into 17 or 18 pieces, fell from the sky. A yellow light rushed out of the bloody mist, wanting to break through the sky and fly away. Demonic beasts in the transformation stage had already nurtured their primordial spirits from their demonic cores. Even if their physical bodies were destroyed, they would suffer heavy injuries. However, as long as their primordial spirits were not destroyed, they could be reborn. However, since Old Tortoise was able to smash the snake's body and shell into 17 or 18 pieces, it would definitely not let the demonic snake's demonic core fly away. Old Tortoise opened its mouth, and suddenly, as if a black hole had suddenly appeared in the void, a boundless suction force directly sucked the yellow light into its mouth and swallowed it. Quack! Not bad, not bad. Old Tortoise looked at the remaining 3 demonic beasts. The 3 demonic beasts immediately trembled with fear and turned to flee without looking back. Old Tortoise's bloody means of killing the snake demon and devouring its demonic core immediately shocked the 3 demonic beasts. How would they dare to stay here? The 3 demonic beasts, who were already bitterly disappointed, immediately fled. There's nothing else to play with. It's so boring. Old Tortoise opened his pseudo-heaven and earth, then split the dragon-shaped fruit in his hand into 2 halves. He threw one half into his mouth, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. Old Tortoise threw the other half into his pseudo-heaven and earth. Vaguely, a green shadow could be seen flashing in Old Tortoise's pseudo-heaven and earth, collecting the other half of the dragon-shaped fruit. Old Tortoise's endless vitality had been worn away by the power of the formation day and night in the stone forest formation. His realm was still there, but what he lacked was power. Therefore, whether it was the demonic core that contained pure demonic aura or the huge spiritual yuan nurtured by the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, they could all replenish the depleted power in his body. The demonic core also nurtured the snake demon's primordial spirit, which was also a great tonic for Old Tortoise. The primordial spirit was transformed from the snake demon's natal essence and was the purest power. That was also why some demonic cultivators often exorcised the souls of living creatures to improve their own cultivation base. However, this kind of behavior of killing to improve one's cultivation base was against the harmony of heaven and was not tolerated by the righteous path. Old Tortoise closed his pseudo-heaven and earth, put away the stone turtle shell, and was about to leave. However, at that moment, Old Tortoise seemed to have sensed something and looked doubtfully at the forest next to him. The stone turtle shell that he had just put away silently appeared in Old Tortoise's hand. Hee hee. Old Tortoise, how come you don't even recognize me? A voice rang out from the forest. Then, a white figure walked out from the forest. You are. Old Tortoise's eyes immediately lit up as he looked at the figure that slowly walked out of the forest with surprise and joy. The figure that walked out of the forest was a black-haired young man dressed in white, with long eyebrows that reached his temples and eyes that were like cold stars. The strangest thing was that there was a vertical mark that was flashing brightly between the young man's eyebrows. The vertical mark was like a closed vertical eye that could open at any time. A strange power spread from the vertical mark between the black-haired young man's eyebrows and shrouded him in a strange fluctuation. No divine consciousness could sense any aura from this young man. It was as if he had escaped into the void, or as if he did not exist in this space at all. Brat, so it's you. Old Tortoise's expression gradually became extremely surprised. He looked up and down at the black-haired young man and then said, hee hee. Unexpected, really unexpected. Unbelievable, unbelievable. The black-haired young man in white who walked out of the forest was none other than Gu Fei. Old Tortoise's burning gaze kept moving back and forth on him, causing him to feel a little creeped out. Old Tortoise's expression was as if he had seen a treasure. He looked as if he could not wait to swallow Gu Fei into his stomach. He was just short of drooling. Old Tortoise, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome man before? Gu Fei said cautiously. Pfft. Old Tortoise immediately gave Gu Fei the middle finger. What haven't I seen? Back then, I dominated the 3 realms. Alright, I know you have a glorious past, but you don't have to keep talking about it all day long. Gu Fei could not help but despise the old tortoise who always talked big. By the way, why are you here? Gu Fei asked. Humph. Let me ask you this instead. When did you come out of your fake world, and why did you suddenly appear here? Old Tortoise said. It's been less than a day since I came out of the inner space. As for why I'm here, don't you already know? Why ask when you already know the answer? Gu Fei looked at Old Tortoise and said. I don't know why you guys are so desperate to get those few grasses, even to the point of fighting. Old Tortoise thought for a moment and then said. What? They found the 9 colored grasses. Gu Fei was shocked. Of course, if I hadn't driven those beasts away, you guys would have become their food. You guys really don't know what's good for you to come to a place where beasts run rampant. Old Tortoise's words were filled with pride and disdain. What happened next? Gu Fei quickly asked. What next? Old Tortoise asked. After you drove the beasts away. What happened next? Gu Fei hurriedly asked. He vaguely felt that things were not going well. Old Tortoise glanced at Gu Fei and then said snappily, what else could it be? It seems that those people had a conflict, and then they started fighting over those grasses. No way, Old Tortoise. Why didn't you pick those 9 colored grasses for me? Gu Fei couldn't help but glare at Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise shrugged and said indifferently, how would I know if you didn't tell me? If you wanted them, you should have told me. You. Gu Fei couldn't help but go crazy. This 10,000-year-old tortoise is doing this on purpose, absolutely on purpose. This is outrageous, purposely trying to anger me. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Gu Fei kept chanting in his heart, trying hard to suppress the anger in his chest. Old Tortoise secretly glanced at Gu Fei, and a proud expression appeared on his old face. After calming down the anger in his chest, Gu Fei asked calmly, why didn't you leave the ruined sky realm with those people? Why did you appear here alone? I came for the dragon yuan fruit. This is the land of dragon burial. After a divine dragon dies, its dragon aura does not dissipate, and its essence does not dissipate. Its blood essence can give birth to a rare spirit of heaven and earth, the dragon yuan fruit. Dragon yuan fruit. Gu Fei was surprised. This was the first time he had heard of such a spirit of heaven and earth. When Gu Fei heard about the origin of the dragon yuan fruit from Old Tortoise, he realized why he hadn't seen any description of the dragon yuan fruit in any ancient records. In truth, the origin of the dragon yuan fruit was truly astonishing. The conditions for it to become such a wondrous fruit were simply too harsh. Even in the 3 realms and 6 paths, it had only appeared a few times. In ancient times, celestials roamed the land, and wild beasts roamed the land. The dragon race was one of the few divine beasts that could contend against the celestials born from heaven and earth. The wondrous fruit grown from dragon essence contained a trace of true dragon aura, and after countless years of absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the chi of the earth veins, it possessed an incomparably wondrous effect. Chapter 204. After Old Tortoise swallowed half of the dragon yuan fruit, the aura on his body became much stronger. Like rain after a long drought, it injected a huge amount of vitality into his exhausted body. Of course, for an antique like Old Tortoise, the essence contained in half of the dragon yuan fruit was just a drop in the bucket. At most, it could only help him recover some of his vitality. Who knew how long it would take for the Old Tortoise to completely recover its past cultivation? Because it was a spiritual essence nurtured by the divine dragon's blood essence, the dragon yuan fruit contained a wisp of real dragon chi, which was of great benefit to Xiaoqing's transformation into a dragon. The half of the dragon yuan fruit that Old Tortoise threw into the pseudo-heaven and earth was consumed by Xiaoqing, who was cultivating in the pseudo-heaven and earth. At Gu Fei's request, Old Tortoise opened the pseudo-heaven and earth and the two of them walked into it. After the battle of the 18 fighting souls, the pseudo-heaven and earth, which had been riddled with holes and broken, had turned into yellow sand. At this time, it was gradually regaining its vitality. Above the yellow sand, green began to appear. The bamboo forest in the small valley no longer existed. The small lake in the bamboo forest had also dried up. The pseudo-heaven and earth, which was originally like a fairyland, had completely changed and become barren. In the small valley, there was an azure figure coiled around a patch of grass. Its huge azure body was as thick as a water bucket, and it was covered in azure scales that flickered with an azure light, as if there was a layer of light flowing around it. A strong wave of energy spread from Xiaoqing's body. It seemed to be in a deep sleep, refining the huge amount of spiritual qi contained in the dragon blood fruit. The Xiaoqing snake that was less than a foot long and the size of a chopstick had now become a huge monster. It should no longer be called Xiaoqing, but Daoqing, which would be more appropriate. This was a strange green snake. If its body stretched out, it would be a conservative estimate that it would be more than 10 feet long. Its body was comparable to the one-horned demon snake that Old Tortoise had killed. This was because the dragon yuan fruit contained the true dragon qi, which was extremely beneficial to snake-type demonic beasts. It could even play a decisive role when a snake was transforming into a dragon. This was also the reason why the single-horned demon snake was so desperate to obtain the dragon origin fruit. However, it was a pity that in the face of absolute power, even if they risked their lives, it would be futile. They would only end up with a tragic death. This little fellow's potential is limitless. If it can completely refine the true dragon qi nurtured within the dragon yuan fruit, its foundation will become even more profound. It is not impossible for a snake to transform into a dragon. Old Tortoise said. For a super antique like Old Tortoise, no one knew the cultivation of mutants better than him. After all, the Old Tortoise was a figure from the ancient times. Countless almighties from the ancient times had now disappeared from the world, annihilated in the endless passage of time. It was already a miracle that the Old Tortoise had survived until now without being destroyed by the ancient formation. Gu Fei did not want to disturb Xiaoqing, so he came out of the fake world with Old Tortoise. After a brief discussion, the two headed straight for the depths of the Sky Burial Valley. The 9-colored immortal herb could not be obtained by the Guangqing Celestial sect or the Shangqing sect. Although Gu Fei did not know what the 9-colored immortal herb could be used for, it seemed like the sect attached great importance to it. Since the people from the 3 major Taoist sects that entered the ruined sky realm were willing to fight over the 9-colored immortal herb, it seemed like the herb would definitely be of great use. Not only the Taishan sect, but the Guangqing Celestial sect and the Shangqing sect also seemed determined to get their hands on it. Moreover, with the help of a monster like Old Tortoise, it would be enough to wipe out the Guangqing Celestial sect and the Shangqing sect. Wouldn't the 9-colored immortal herb be easy to obtain? Under the cover of the night, the man and the tortoise left the land of the buried dragon and quickly traveled through the primitive forest. That Old Tortoise was indeed a monster. Almost no demonic beasts dared to stand in its way. Of course, there were some unlucky demonic beasts that did not dodge in time and were directly slapped away by Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise seemed to have little intention to kill. Even when it made a move, it would only slap away the demonic beasts that were in its way. It did not do anything like exterminating the demonic beasts and taking their demon cores. Under Old Tortoise's lead, they traveled about 30 to 40 miles through the seemingly endless primitive forest and mountain ridges. Then, they arrived at the foot of a conical mountain that was shaped like a volcanic crater. This mountain rose from the ground and abruptly appeared in the endless sea of forest, towering between heaven and earth. The pitch-black mountain seemed to be formed after solidifying magma. There was no vegetation on it, not even a blade of grass. It was completely bare and looked very strange. Gu Fei, who had arrived at the foot of the mountain, immediately sensed the fluctuations of magic power coming from the mountain. He could vaguely see strong beams of light shooting from the top of the mountain and shooting into the sky. Could it be that the 9-colored immortal herb grew on this strange, bare mountain? Gu Fei could not help but wonder. The surrounding area was lush with vegetation, but this pitch-black mountain was the only place where there was no greenery at all. There was not even any sign of vegetation growing. Gu Fei did not think too much about it. He and Old Tortoise turned into two rays of light and rushed up the mountain. This mountain was extremely steep, but Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were not ordinary people. Soon, they stepped on the shiny black rocks and reached the top of the mountain. When Gu Fei reached the top of the mountain, he was shocked by what he saw in front of him. It turned out that the top of the mountain was not flat but sunken, forming a huge cave with a radius of hundreds of acres. It was as if the entire mountain was hollow. Waves of Dharma power and sharp sword chi came out of the cave. Indistinctly, the sound of fighting could be heard echoing in the spacious cave. Standing at the edge of the cave entrance and looking down, all one could see was a patch of gray, and the scenery below was very blurry. However, from time to time, sharp sword lights would break through the gray fog and shoot up from below. Under the illumination of the sword chi, one could clearly see that the cone-shaped mountain was hollow. Moreover, it was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, like an inverted funnel. It seemed that the people from the three main Taoist sects were still fighting for the nine-colored immortal herb. The brilliant light and cold sword chi that erupted from the magic treasures illuminated the huge cave. Just as Gu Fei was about to climb down the cave wall, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, Old Tortoise, who was standing next to Gu Fei, pulled him back and said with a smile, "Why are you in such a hurry to go down?" Puzzled, Gu Fei looked at Old Tortoise and asked, "Why are you stopping me?" Gu Fei was very puzzled. He did not know what Old Tortoise was thinking about at the expense of others. Old Tortoise chuckled and said, "Hee hee, we might as well sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. It won't be too late to go down after the winner is decided." Sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. How can we watch the tigers fight when we can't even see a shadow here? Gu Fei said snappily. This Old Tortoise always came up with bad ideas. Ah. That seems to be true. Hee hee. Old Tortoise said embarrassedly. Gu Fei paid no more attention to Old Tortoise. He went straight down the shining cave wall and climbed down with his hands and feet like a nimble monkey. What the hell, is there a need to do this? Old Tortoise could not help but roll his eyes when he saw that Gu Fei was really climbing down. Then, with a swoosh, he disappeared from where he was and appeared next to Gu Fei the next moment. Old Tortoise reached out and grabbed Gu Fei's collar rudely. He pulled him down from the cliff and held him in his hand. Gu Fei was shocked by Old Tortoise's sudden action. His hands and feet felt sore and powerless. Although Gu Fei's eyes could not penetrate the layer of gray mist that shrouded the cave, judging from the fluctuations of mana and sword aura coming from below, it was at least 1,000 feet from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the cave. Even if Gu Fei's body was tempered like steel, his tendons and bones would be broken and he would die from falling from such a high place. The terrifying impact of falling from 1,000 feet high was enough to cause a fatal shock to Gu Fei's internal organs. "What are you doing, Old Tortoise? I was almost scared to death," Gu Fei said angrily. The feeling of being carried by Old Tortoise made Gu Fei very depressed. "Humph. My kindness is not rewarded. I'm just helping you get down faster," Old Tortoise said. Then, he carried Gu Fei and slowly descended into the cave. Gu Fei found that Old Tortoise seemed to be able to fly in the air. There seemed to be a special fluctuation that shrouded Old Tortoise and himself. This fluctuation. Gu Fei vaguely felt that the strange fluctuation that shrouded Old Tortoise and himself seemed to be very similar to the spatial fluctuation that he guided from the inner space. This guy is using the heaven and earth power of the pseudo-world to fly in the air. Gu Fei quickly understood that the pseudo-world power could be used in this way. He was inspired. In that case, wouldn't I also be able to fly in the air and enter Qingming? Thinking of this, Gu Fei could not help but feel excited. Riding the clouds and roaming the 9 heavens did not seem to be something that was out of reach. It should be noted that in the cultivation world of the Tinglong continent, cultivators who could fly in the air without the help of any Dharma treasures or flying swords were incomparably great cultivators of the imperial void realm. Even cultivators of the transcending mortality realm could only rely on Dharma treasures or flying swords to enter and exit Qingming. Gu Fei did not try it right away. Instead, he suppressed the excitement in his heart. At this time, Old Tortoise carried him through the layer of gray fog that shrouded the sky above the cave. The vision of the man and the tortoise suddenly widened. Below the fog was a huge space that was more than 10 times larger than the cave above. Figures were moving quickly in the rubble below like bolts of lightning. Old Tortoise carried Gu Fei and flew through the air. He quickly flew to a hidden spot at the side. No one noticed that someone had entered the cave. At this time, the people of the 3 major Taoist sects, Taishan sect, Guangqing Immortal sect, and Shangqing sect, where Gu Fei was from, were fighting under the leadership of Dan Chenzi, Lu Ruhai, and Ding Yangzi. Chapter 205. It had to be said that the cavern in the belly of the mountain was simply too huge. During the battle between the 3 great Daoist sects, bursts of strong light had only illuminated a part of the void in the central area. Further away, it was still pitch black, as it was shrouded in absolute darkness. No one knew how big the cavern in the belly of the mountain was. In fact, no one paid any attention to how big the cavern was, because everyone's attention was focused on the central area of the cavern. In the central area, directly facing the entrance of the 1,000-feet-tall cavern, there was a dark red zone about 7 or 8 feet wide, emitting a misty dark red glow. With the help of the misty red glow, one could see wisps of gray mist rising from the dark red zone and drifting upward. It was only now that Gu Fei, who was hiding in the dark, realized where the layer of gray mist that shrouded the top of the cavern came from. The dark red zone was the source of the gray mist. From the old tortoise's voice transmission, Gu Fei learned that the enormous cavern in the mountain was actually the lair of an extremely powerful demonic beast. In exchange for driving away the demonic beast, the old tortoise had obtained the method to leave the ruined sky realm. As a result, the demonic beast was out of luck. Although the demonic beast was extremely powerful, and its strength was comparable to a void-controlling cultivator, the old tortoise had still beaten the demonic beast half to death before letting it go. The dark red zone in the central area of the cavern was actually a magma pool. The dark red color was the surface layer of the magma that was in a semi-solidified state. It was not hard to imagine that this pitch-black mountain was a dormant volcano. The magma pool with a diameter of 70 to 80 feet appeared here. The huge cavern in the belly of the mountain was the crater of the volcano. Moreover, the magma in the volcano seemed to still be active, and had not completely solidified. At the center of the magma pool was a huge pitch-black rock, on which grew 3 magical plants. These plants looked like grass, and were only about a foot tall. This was not the amazing thing about these 3 plants. The amazing thing about these 3 plants was that no one could distinguish the color of these 3 plants that looked like grass. That was because the 3 plants that looked like grass were constantly changing colors. There was no one color that could completely dominate them. These 3 strange plants were the heaven and earth spiritual essence that the 3 great Daoist sects were determined to obtain, the 9-colored longevity grass. The battle in the field was extremely intense. The ripples of magic power shook the entire heaven and earth. Rocks were constantly being blown away, crushed, and even turned into dust. The people of the Guangqing celestial sect, on the other hand, held their swords in their hands. Dazzling sword lights tore through the air and headed towards the disciples of the Taishan sect and the Shangqing sect. Their attacks were extremely aggressive. Everyone wanted to rush into the magma pool and pluck the 3 9-colored grasses on the black rock in the center of the magma pool. However, every time someone wanted to break away from their opponent and rush into the magma pool, the people from the other 2 sects would act at the same time to stop them. Then, they would start fighting again. Gu Fei hid in the dark. He was not in a hurry to make a move. Together with the old tortoise, he sat on the mountain and watched the tigers fight. Gu Fei realized that the three great Daoist sects seemed to be evenly matched. It seemed like no one could completely suppress the people from the other two sections. In the field, Li Lingfeng was up against the eldest disciple of the Guangqing Celestial sect, Ren Wuming, and the number one cultivator of the Shangqing sect's younger generation, Lin Xian. The battle between these three people was extremely intense. Li Lingfeng emitted a terrifying wave of magic power. Above his head, a purple-gold 8 trigrams floated. 8 mighty trigrams circled around his body. The 8 trigrams represented the 8 original powers in the world. Li Lingfeng continued to merge with the trigrams, using the power of the trigrams to attract the power of the 8 trigrams to his body. He continued to fight against Ren Wuming's starlight sword lights. At the same time, four mysterious talismans rushed out of Lin Xian's body. Every single talisman. They corresponded to the east, west, north, and south. They attracted the power of the 4 symbols and condensed into an azure dragon, a white tiger, a vermilion bird, and a black tortoise. They attacked Li Lingfeng and Ren Wuming. Talismans. The way of the 4 symbols was the main cultivation method of the Shangqing sect. Lin Xian cultivated the 4 symbols talisman. The power of the 4 symbols was enough to shake Ren Wuming's starlight sword lights and Li Lingfeng's 8 trigrams. The 3 young cultivators attacked each other. As long as one of them showed the intention to rush into the lava pool, the other 2 would attack that person at the same time as if they had agreed to. Lin Xian, why don't we work together to take down Ren Wuming? Li Lingfeng's body merged with the Gen trigram. He attracted the power of the mountains and fiercely clashed against Ren Wuming's unparalleled sword lights. Then, he suddenly said to Lin Xian, "You and I work together." Lin Xian was very surprised. If he accepted Li Lingfeng's suggestion, the balance of power on the field would be broken. If the Taishan sect and the Shangqing sect worked together, they would have the power to suppress the Guangqing Celestial sect. Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a little tempted. After all, if this endless battle continued, the result would be unpredictable. It would be better to work together with the other party to break this stalemate. Ren Wuming saw that these 2 were talking about taking him down right in front of him. His face couldn't help but turn a little ugly. Buzz! The flying sword trembled and let out a crisp sword sound. The vast and mighty cold sword qi caused the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. The sword light was like a rainbow. Suddenly, it split into 2 and tore through the void, slashing towards the 2 of them at the same time. Li Lingfeng's body merged with the Gen trigram. Every move he made was like a mountain that was constantly bombarding. Ren Wuming's rainbow-like sword light was instantly shattered. Roar! A tiger roar shook the world. The mysterious talisman that represented the white tiger of the west among the 4 symbols talismans turned into a ferocious white tiger. It turned into a ferocious white tiger, and collided with the sword light that Ren Wuming had slashed at it. Boom! With a loud sound, the sword light and the white tiger were both shattered. The vast and mighty energy waves caused the space to tremble. All the rocks in the surroundings were immediately blown away. Ren Wuming and Lin Xian retreated at the same time. The 2 of them clashed head-on and seemed to be equally matched. Roar! There was another tiger roar. The white tiger that was destroyed by the sword light appeared again next to Lin Xian. It circled around Lin Xian's body along with the green dragon, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. The 4 symbols talismans that Lin Xian had refined had already been melted into his body. As long as the talismans in his body weren't destroyed, the green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise wouldn't be destroyed. You want to work together to take me down? Let's see if you have the strength to do so. Ren Wuming shouted coldly. He then formed a sword technique and pointed at the flying sword in the air. 1 sword to 7 stars. Ren Wuming shouted. The flying sword in the air immediately gave a buzz sound and shook violently. The vast and mighty sword chi caused transparent ripples to appear in the void and spread out in all directions. Ren Wuming attacked with all his strength without holding back. A vast sword chi was emitted from the flying sword. The sword light instantly grew to around 100 feet. As it shook, the sword light turned from 1 to 7. The 7 sword lights were like shooting stars as they shot towards Li Lingfang and Lin Xian respectively. Li Lingfang had undoubtedly received special treatment from Ren Wuming. Out of the 7 sword lights that were like shooting stars, 4 of them were actually heading towards Li Lingfang. Qian Tian, Kuan Di, Qian Kuan reverse. Li Lingfang shouted loudly. The Qian trigram and Kuan trigram that circled around him instantly gave off a bright light. The power of heaven and earth seemed to have been reversed. The void around Li Lingfang's body twisted. The 4 sharp sword lights were actually pulled back by the terrifying power of Qian Kuan reverse, causing them to lose their aim. The other 3 sword lights that slashed towards Lin Xian were blocked by the green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise formed by the Dao talismans. Just as Li Lingfang and Lin Xian were blocking Ren Wuming's sword lights, Ren Wuming left an afterimage on the spot and pounced towards the magma pool with lightning speed. Ren Wuming's calculations were very accurate. He had been waiting for this moment. His sword transformed into 7 stars and he attacked with all his strength. He had successfully caused Li Lingfang and Lin Xian a lot of trouble. Swoosh! Ren Wuming's body was like the wind and lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed a distance of 200 to 300 feet and directly rushed into the magma pool. The others were all engaged in battle. No one had the time to stop him. Everyone was taken aback. Just as Ren Wuming was about to step onto the black stone in the magma pool, a vast power wave surged towards him at a high speed. Then, a giant golden palm materialized out of thin air and headed straight for him. The vast power of the golden palm shook the void. The extremely fierce wind from the palm made Ren Wuming almost unable to breathe. Ren Wuming instantly took in a deep breath of cold air. He was extremely shocked. Without thinking, the 7-star sword lights instantly condensed in his palm and slashed forward. Boom! With a loud sound, Ren Wuming slashed out a bright sword light at the critical moment. It violently collided with the golden palm that was emitting the vast power of the golden element. The terrifying power swept out from the point of collision. The semi-solidified magma below cracked instantly. The hot magma was undulating like waves. However, even though it was very close, the black stone in the middle of the magma pool with the 9-colored longevity grass growing on it did not move at all. It did not receive any impact. Obviously, someone had used a great power to protect the black stone and the 9-colored longevity grass on it. The bright sword light and the giant palm that was emitting the terrifying power of the golden element collapsed at the same time. The vast power that erupted directly sent Ren Wuming flying. And the person who had collided with Ren Wuming was extremely powerful. He took a step forward. Swoosh! With a sound, he moved like the wind and lightning. In an instant, he arrived in front of Ren Wuming who was flying. It's you! Ren Wuming had already seen the person's face clearly, and he couldn't help but exclaim. He wanted to make a move, but a slender and pure white palm had already pressed against his chest at this moment. A faint golden light surged out from that palm, and Ren Wuming's eyes immediately widened into round circles. Bang! Without any power to fight back, Ren Wuming was hit and sent flying. His blood spilled all over his clothes. The person who had hit Ren Wuming was a black-haired young man in white. This young man had long eyebrows that reached his temples. His eyes were like cold stars. His knife-like face revealed a sense of maturity and firmness that did not match his age. Gu Fei made a move. Chapter 206. Whoosh! Gu Fei left behind an afterimage where he had been standing. He instantly caught up with Ren Wuming, who was flying backward. Then, he turned around in the air, and his right leg swept down like a huge whip towards Ren Wuming's waist. Ren Wuming was shocked. He quickly formed a sword seal, and his natal flying sword immediately blocked in front of him. The bright sword light turned into a sword shield, protecting him within it. Boom! Gu Fei's leg was extremely powerful, and he directly ignored the sharpness of the flying sword. His foot swept onto the sword shield in front of Ren Wuming. The sword shield instantly shattered, and the flying sword was knocked away. Ren Wuming fell from the sky like a cannonball. The dark brown hard ground below him immediately shattered, and the ground shook. Ren Wuming's body directly smashed into the ground, creating a large crater. Gu Fei slowly descended from the sky with unparalleled power. This sudden scene shocked the people of the three great Taoist sects. Ren Wuming's defeat shocked the people of the Guangqing Celestial sect even more. Ren Wuming was the eldest disciple of the younger generation of the Guangqing Celestial sect. His flying sword could be said to have been practiced to perfection, and he had already stepped into the realm of being one with the sword. If even he was defeated in an instant, then it was easy to imagine what would happen to the others. Gu Fei stood next to the magma pool and coldly glanced at everyone present. Everyone, stop. These 3 9-colored herbs belong to the Taishan sect, he said coldly as he glanced coldly at everyone present. Li Lingfeng and the others were surprised and happy to see that the person who defeated Ren Wuming was Gu Fei. But when they heard what Gu Fei had said, their expressions immediately changed. Didn't Gu Fei's words push the Taishan sect into the limelight? How could the Guangqing Celestial sect and the Shangqing sect allow him to pick the 9-colored herbs? The Guangqing Celestial sect and the Shangqing sect were likely to join forces because of Gu Fei's arrogant words. They would first drive away the people of the Taishan sect. At this moment, Dan Chenzi, Lu Ruhai, and Ding Yangzi stopped fighting and backed off. Dan Chenzi's expression was unsightly. Tens of thousands of fine threads of golden light circled around Dan Chenzi. Each thread of golden light was a tiny golden needle. This was Dan Chenzi's self-refined golden needle magical treasure. Cauldron Yangzi's body exuded a vast and mighty fluctuation of magical power, and numerous transparent and profound talismans. They kept appearing on his body, and then they kept vanishing. There was no end to them. At this moment, Lu Ruhai glared at Gu Fei and said coldly, "You little brat, how dare you speak so arrogantly? You're simply courting death." As he spoke, Lu Ruhai actually pointed at the flying sword in front of him. After that, surging sword chi immediately surged out from the flying sword. The light from the sword grew by 60 m, and it shot towards Gu Fei like a shocking ray of light. Lu Ruhai. Dan Chenzi could not help but be shocked when he saw that Lu Ruhai had disregarded his status and attacked a junior. He then took out his flying needles and attacked Lu Ruhai. Amidst the mighty magical power, tens of thousands of golden threads shot out like rain, as if piercing through the void. With a loud chi-chi sound, they enveloped the sky and trapped Lu Ruhai within the golden threads. Old tortoise, what are you waiting for? Facing Lu Ruhai's unparalleled sword light, Gu Fei's expression was calm. There was not the slightest trace of panic on his face. I'm coming. I didn't want to make a move. I'm really sorry. A helpless voice came from the darkness. Then, a stone tortoise shell suddenly appeared in front of Gu Fei. The sword light, which was like a rainbow with terrifying sword chi, suddenly struck the stone tortoise shell. There was a dull, hollow sound, and the sword light collapsed. Not only that, even the flying sword and the sword light instantly turned into thousands of specks of cold light and exploded like a ball of fire. The old tortoise's stone tortoise shell actually smashed Lu Ruhai's flying sword. This scene shocked everyone. The people from the Guangqing Immortal sect were completely dumbfounded. At this moment, Lu Ruhai was using the pure sword energy in his body to form an astral sword to protect his body. Like a divine sword, he broke through the thousands of golden threads and rushed out. However, Lu Ruhai's body immediately trembled when his natal flying sword was destroyed, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly became as pale as paper. He stumbled a few times and actually fell to the ground. Seeing Lu Ruhai in such a miserable state, Dan Qinzi could not bear to continue attacking him, so he called back the thousands of golden threads. Although the destruction of the natal flying sword did not mean that Lu Ruhai had become a cripple, what was certain was that Lu Ruhai's Taoist foundation could be considered half destroyed. If he wanted to refine a flying sword again, who knew how much time and effort it would take? Ding Yangzi's expression also changed at this moment. At this moment, he finally understood why Gu Fei had said that the 9-colored longevity grass belonged to the Taishan sect. With that abnormal old tortoise making a move, even if they joined forces with the Guangqing Immortal sect, they would still be no match for the old tortoise's stone tortoise shell. Ding Yangzi was secretly shocked. A layer of cold sweat appeared on Ding Yangzi's forehead as he looked at the figure walking out of the darkness and said respectfully, "Old senior, how can you do this? How can you go back on your word? You had an agreement with us. You promised not to help either side." Lu Ruhai glared at the approaching old tortoise, his eyes almost spitting fire. "Humph." The old tortoise snorted coldly and said with a sullen face, "Who do you think you are to dare to criticize an old man like me? Back then, when I was dominating the 3 realms and the 6 paths, I didn't even know where the founder of your sect was." As he spoke, the old tortoise seemed to be very angry. He stretched out his hand in the air toward Lu Ruhai. Lu Ruhai's entire body suddenly exploded. He didn't even have the time to let out a scream before he turned into a mist of blood. Everyone here was scared silly by this scene. An expert of the Guangqing Immortal sect was actually killed just like that. He didn't even have the strength to retaliate. In the mist of blood, a fist-sized golden light soared into the sky, wanting to break through the air and fly away. That was the sword core that Lu Ruhai had cultivated within his body. Lu Ruhai, who was at the 9th heaven of the transcending mortality realm, had not only cultivated a sword core, but also nurtured a primordial spirit from the sword core. Although his body had been destroyed, the primordial spirit hidden within the sword core was not destroyed. However, today was destined to be the day of Lu Ruhai's death. The old tortoise stretched out his right hand. A huge hand directly appeared in the void and grabbed the sword core. Then, the vast and unparalleled primordial sword power contained within the sword core was continuously refined into the old tortoise's body and turned into a part of his power. Not long after, the sword core was completely refined by the old tortoise. Just like that, Lu Ruhai had completely disappeared from this world. The old tortoise was killing one to warn the others. The huge cave was completely silent. No one dared to make a sound or even breathe loudly. The people of the Guangqing Immortal sect felt a chill down their spines. Although they were angry and wanted to draw their swords to kill the old tortoise, no one dared to actually draw their swords. Apart from the young disciples of the 3 major Daoist sects, there were also 7 or 8 green-robed high-ranking disciples present. The strength of these high-ranking disciples was not inferior to Dan Qinzi, Lu Ruhai, and the others. However, their strength was suppressed in the ruined sky realm. On the other hand, the old tortoise's strength was unrestricted due to the fact that he possessed the pseudo-heaven and earth. As a result, the old tortoise was basically invincible among these people. No one was willing to provoke the old tortoise because they could lose their lives at any time. Lu Ruhai was a good example of this. With the previous example in front of them, who would still dare to make a sound? This old man can do whatever he wants. You have no right to criticize me. The old tortoise's face darkened as he scanned the people present. His cold words made everyone feel suffocated. The stone tortoise shell had already been put away by him, but it could reappear in his hand at any time and be thrown around. Old tortoise, why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and put away the 9-colored immortal herb and get out of here, Gu Fei said impatiently. Even Gu Fei was surprised that the old tortoise had actually killed Lu Ruhai. However, he did not have a good impression of the people of the Guangqing Immortal sect, so he did not mind killing them. You stinking brat, can't you save some face for me in front of so many people? The old tortoise was somewhat displeased. The cold and ruthless aura that the old tortoise exuded immediately disappeared. Ha, you actually killed my master. Just as the old tortoise was about to open the pseudo-heaven and earth and put the 9-colored immortal herb in the magma pool into the pseudo-heaven and earth, a voice suddenly rang out. Ren Wuming stood up from the ground unsteadily. His eyes had become bloodshot as he stared at the old tortoise like a wild beast. Everyone was shocked again. Lu Ruhai was Ren Wuming's master. This was really unexpected. Apart from the people of the Guangqing Immortal sect, the people of the Taishan sect and the Shangqing sect were all shocked. The old tortoise looked at Ren Wuming, who was walking out of the pit step by step, and said calmly, "So what if I killed him? What can you do to me? I want you to die." Ren Wuming gritted his teeth and said fiercely. He had been seriously injured by Gu Fei and his body was covered with blood. He could not even walk steadily, but he still walked towards the old tortoise step by step. He was simply courting death. No one thought that Ren Wuming would be able to survive. Eldest brother, come back. The young disciples of the Guangqing Immortal sect could not help but become nervous. Lu Yunhe could not help but yell at Ren Wuming. However, Ren Wuming turned a deaf ear and continued to walk towards the old tortoise. The dull flying sword on the ground also began to vibrate and began to emit a bright sword aura. Whoosh! The flying sword on the ground leaped up from the ground like a snake, and flew towards Ren Wuming. It hovered around his body and danced in the air. Eldest brother, you are no match for him. It is never too late to take revenge. At this time, a clear and sweet but extremely anxious voice rang out. The one who spoke was a beautiful girl in a white dress. This girl was the junior sister of the Guangqing Immortal sect, Li Mengyao. After hearing Li Mengyao's voice, Ren Wuming's body seemed to shake a little, but he still continued to walk towards the old tortoise step by step. Humph. Since you want to die, I will grant you your wish. The old tortoise sneered. He was laughing at this guy for overestimating himself and being extremely stupid. A smart person would choose to endure at this time, bury the hatred in the bottom of their heart, and wait for an opportunity to take revenge in the future. The old tortoise's right hand moved again. Everyone knew that if the old tortoise's right hand pressed towards Ren Wuming would follow in the footsteps of his master, Lu Ruhai, and die tragically on the spot. Chapter 207. Swoosh. 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 A few figures rushed over from the side and blocked in front of Ren Wuming. However, the old turtle remained unmoved and still raised his right hand. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but turn pale. As long as the old turtle pressed down with his right hand, this disciple of the Guangqing Immortal sect would be completely erased from this world in an instant. Their souls would scatter and they would disappear from this world forever. Old Senior. Dan Chenzi couldn't help but say. The old turtle killing Lu Ruhai had already made Dan Chenzi and Ding Yangzi's expressions a bit ugly. Now, if the old turtle killed these young disciples of the Guangqing Immortal sect in front of everyone and they just stood by and watched, the alliance between the three great Taoist sects would probably break. Old turtle, that's enough. Gu Fei couldn't help but change his expression. He also didn't want things to get out of hand because it wouldn't be good for the three great Taoist sects. Humph. The old turtle sneered. He raised his right hand but didn't press down. Instead, he waved it at Ren Wuming and the others. Ren Wuming and the others immediately flew out and fell into the rubble, unable to get up for a while. You old turtle, you don't even have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. Really? Gu Fei cursed in a low voice. Among the people blocking in front of Ren Wuming, one of them was the junior sister of the Guangqing Immortal sect, Li Mengyao. You stinking brat, could it be that you want to be a hero and save the beauty so that the girl will repay you with her body? The old turtle looked at Gu Fei with an evil smile and said with ill intentions. I'm not as dirty as you, old turtle. Although Gu Fei said so, his eyes lit up and completely exposed his inner thoughts. TSK. The old turtle couldn't help but look down on Gu Fei. This brat isn't a good person either. Calling me dirty. I'm afraid he's even dirtier than me. Seeing that the old turtle didn't really kill the young disciples of the Guangqing Immortal sect, everyone couldn't help but secretly let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, old senior, for showing mercy. Dan Qinzi and Ding Yangzi hastily saluted the old turtle respectfully and said in unison. The old tortoise's cultivation base was unfathomable. In the Ruin Heaven realm, it could not be suppressed by the power of the Ruin Heaven realm. It was definitely an invincible existence. A wise man submits to circumstances. Dan Qinzi and the others were not stupid. They understood the implications of this. Even if the old tortoise killed Lu Ruhai, the two of them would not dare to disrespect the old tortoise, let alone mention the previous agreement. If old tortoise turned hostile, it would not benefit anyone. If you want to take revenge on me, you must be prepared to die. The old tortoise said coldly to Ren Wuming, who had been blown 100 feet away and had yet to stand up from the rubble. The old tortoise did not care about these disciples of the Guangqing Immortal sect at all. If the old tortoise wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as killing an ant. How could an ant-like existence pose a threat to him? At this moment, a few other people from the Guangqing Immortal sect had already rushed to the front of Ren Wuming and the others and helped them up from the rubble. Although it was just a light flick, who was the old tortoise? The force of the flick also made Ren Wuming, Lu Yunhe, and Guangqing's junior sister Li Mengyao feel as if their bones were about to fall apart. They rolled among the rubble. The tearing pain caused by the collision of their bodies with the rubble made them feel as if they were being tortured by 1,000 cuts. Their muscles and bones were shaken, making them feel weak and powerless all over. They could not stand up for a while. Ren Wuming was supported by a junior brother. After hearing the old tortoise's words, his bloodshot eyes were filled with hatred. He looked at the old tortoise. Lu Ruhai's death was a great blow to him. The master-disciple relationship between Lu Ruhai and Ren Wuming seemed to be very deep. It made Ren Wuming want to get even with the old tortoise, even though he knew he would die. Unfortunately, although he wanted to kill the old tortoise, he did not have the strength to do so. Ren Wuming's life was actually in the hands of the old tortoise. If the old tortoise was bent on killing Ren Wuming, not to mention Dan Qinzi and the others, even Gu Fei would not be able to stop him. Ren Wuming would not be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. The old tortoise ignored Ren Wuming and reached out his hand to draw a line in the void. As if tearing the void, a space crack of more than 10 feet long appeared above the magma pool. Like an open mouth, it shrouded the magma pool. When everyone saw this scene, they were all moved. It was the breaking of the void. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. The magical power displayed by the old tortoise was so terrifying that it stunned everyone. Legend had it that only the supreme saints, who were comparable to immortals, had the terrifying cultivation of breaking the void. Could it be that this dragon tortoise had the supreme cultivation of a supreme saint? In fact, Dan Qinzi and the others were wrong. What the old tortoise broke was not the big heaven and earth, but his own fake heaven and earth. This did not mean that the old tortoise's cultivation was comparable to immortals. The fake heaven and earth was the world that the old tortoise had sacrificially refined. If he wanted to break his fake heaven and earth and open a crack to connect with the outside world, it was as easy as turning over his hand. The old tortoise opened the fake heaven and earth and was about to put the 9-colored longevity grass in the magma pool and the black stone where it had taken root into the fake heaven and earth. Suddenly, a figure flashed beside the magma pool. A white figure suddenly rushed out from the side and directly rushed into the magma pool. Junior brother Gua, what are you doing? Li Lingfeng recognized the person who rushed into the magma pool at a glance. It was Guo Bufan, one of the top 10 young masters of the Taishan sect. He hurriedly shouted at Guo Bufan. Among the top 10 young masters of the Taishan sect who had entered the ruined sky realm, except for Shinchiru who had disappeared, the other 9 masters had all gathered here. Guo Bufan's sudden action of diving into the magma pool had shocked everyone. Did he want to snatch the 9-colored grass from the hands of the old tortoise? Guo Bufan's move was undoubtedly stupid. The 9-colored longevity grass was taken by the old tortoise, which was equivalent to the Taishan sect taking it. Why did he do that? In the eyes of a young master like Guo Bufan, the magma pool with a radius of 7 or 8 feet was a distance that could be crossed in an instant. Guo Bufan directly swept over the magma pool and his right foot had already stepped on the black stone in the center of the magma pool. Pang! Just as Guo Bufan stepped on the black stone, the shoes on his right foot and even the bottom of his trousers on his calf suddenly caught fire. The temperature of the magma pool didn't seem to be that terrifying. Everyone only felt waves of heat assaulting their bodies. However, the black rock in the pool was able to set Guo Bufan's shoes and trousers on fire. One could imagine how terrifying the temperature of the magma pool was. However, to everyone's surprise, Guo Bufan completely ignored his burning right leg. Instead, he reached out to grab the 3 9-colored longevity grasses growing on the black rock. Something's wrong. Gu Fei could not help but be shocked when he saw this. Without thinking, he took a step forward and displayed the 8 steps extreme speed. Swoosh! With a sound, he left an afterimage on the spot and appeared beside Guo Bufan in an instant. Then, he threw a punch at Guo Bufan. Metal movement fist. A dazzling golden light surged forward from Gu Fei's fist and rushed toward Guo Bufan like a golden wave. The golden element fist was firm and unyielding, and its fist force was incomparably ferocious. Under Gu Fei's full strength, the terrifying fist force shook the void, and even the semi-solidified magma in the magma pool was pressed down by the fist force. Hey! Guo Bufan's hand stopped in the air and he suddenly raised his head to look at Gu Fei. When Gu Fei saw Guo Bufan's face, he couldn't help but be stunned because Guo Bufan's eyes were no longer like a human's eyes. Blood-colored pupils and sclera. Gu Fei felt as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake even though he only glanced at him for a moment. Whoosh! Without saying a word, Guo Bufan directly punched out to meet Gu Fei's fist. Surging demonic qi immediately surged towards Gu Fei like a great river. A cold and evil fiendish aura immediately spread out from Guo Bufan's body and filled every inch of space, causing one's heart to palpitate. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Fei's metal movement fist collided violently with Guo Bufan's demonic fist. The surging power shook the heavens and the earth, and the dazzling light illuminated the entire cavern. The huge airwave that erupted caused a tornado to blow in the air, and the magma in the magma pool was also swept up into the sky. Gu Fei and Guo Bufan flew back at the same time. The two of them collided head-on, and it seemed that they were evenly matched. Fortunately, Old Tortoise protected the 3 9-colored longevity grasses with his great power. Otherwise, the longevity grasses would have been destroyed by the surging power. What's going on? Dan Qinzi was secretly shocked. With a wave of his hand, the thousands of golden threads around him immediately shot towards Guo Bufan, who was flying back. Demonic. Old Tortoise's face turned ugly. Guo Bufan was obviously being controlled by the demonic creature. Layers of demonic qi surged from his body, and after he stopped retreating, he directly blasted his palm towards the thousands of golden threads that were shooting towards him. Rumble. The demonic chi that was as black as ink condensed into a giant palm. It directly shattered the thousands of golden threads and grabbed towards Dan Chenzi. However, in the next moment, a stone tortoise shell suddenly appeared above Guo Bufan, and then smashed down. The pseudo-power of heaven and earth from the stone tortoise shell sealed off all directions, making it difficult for Guo Bufan to dodge. Bang! Without any suspense, Guo Bufan's body was instantly blasted apart by the stone tortoise shell, and he transformed into a mist of blood. However, the mist of blood did not sprinkle on the ground. Instead, it erupted with a dazzling bloody light. Every drop of blood was glowing, and the world seemed to have turned into a sea of blood. The evil and terrifying power was vast and mighty, surging. Then, the endless sea of blood turned into hazy bloody shadows. Pang! They rushed out in all directions. The demonic blood escape technique. Old Tortoise could no longer maintain his composure. Chapter 208. Since the beginning of the world, demons seem to be the greatest enemy of all living beings in the world, the source of all evil. Demons strengthened themselves with the blood of all living beings and the destruction of all things. The nature of demons was ferocious and brutal. The battle between justice and evil had always been regarded as a battle between all living beings and the source of evil. It could be said that demons were the greatest enemy of all living beings in the 3 realms and 6 paths. All the cultivators on the Tinglong continent took it as their duty to eliminate demons and defend the Tao. No one on the righteous path was willing to associate with demons. Of course, there were also people who could not resist the temptation of demons and fell into the demonic path, becoming great demons, slaughtering all living beings, using the blood and souls of all living beings to enhance their cultivation and condense the true demon body. On the Tinglong continent, the Taoists prevailed and the evil Tao disappeared. The forces of the righteous Tao occupied the absolute upper hand. However, for thousands of years, the evil Tao did not perish. In every period of time, there would always be evil cultivators who fell into the evil Tao. They would come out from the northern evil region and bring endless slaughter to the common people of the world. Demons were everywhere and impossible to guard against. Even the ruined sky realm, such a secret place, was still infiltrated. Guo Bufan, a disciple of the Taishan Peak, one of the top 10 young experts of the Taishan sect, was controlled by the demon. At the critical moment, he suddenly tried to snatch the 9-colored longevity grass. He was smashed to pieces by the stone turtle shell of the old turtle, and his whole body turned into a mist of blood. The sudden turn of events caused everyone present to be stunned. Especially the people of the Taishan sect, they never thought that Guo Bufan had become a puppet of the demon. When the demonic thoughts entered his brain, Guo Bufan could not be more dead, but the wisp of demonic thoughts that invaded his body did not dissipate. He also took the opportunity to use the demonic blood escape technique, causing the blood mist to turn into a sea of blood. Every drop of blood was emitting an evil bloody light, illuminating the entire cave in the belly of the mountain in the color of blood. A great demonic aura that struck fear into the hearts of all living beings exploded and filled every inch of space in the huge cavern. Boom! With a bang, the surging blood clouds suddenly exploded, and countless blood-red light condensed into countless blood-red shadows, rushing out. Dodge! Old Tortoise could no longer maintain his composure and shouted at the people around him. Following that, Old Tortoise pressed his right hand into the void, and a great suction force emerged from his palm. Endless blood was instantly sucked toward him. The surrounding people were greatly alarmed and hurriedly took out their flying swords and magic treasures to dodge in a panic. Old Turtle's palm seemed to form a bottomless black hole, sucking in the countless blood shadows that rushed out of the sea of blood. A ball of blood the size of a fist condensed in the Old Turtle's palm. It flashed with dazzling blood-red light, as if there were countless demonic shadows struggling on the blood ball. Faint demonic howls came from the blood ball. Despite the Old Tortoise's speed, more than 10 illusory crimson shadows managed to escape. One of the crimson shadows even lunged at Gu Fei. What the hell is this? Gu Fei was taken aback. Before the blood shadow pounced in front of him, an incomparably foul smell had already rushed into Gu Fei's nose, making him want to vomit. Don't let the demonic shadow pounce on you. Old Tortoise shouted. The 5 elemental yuan qi surged violently in Gu Fei's body, and a 5-colored aura emanated from his body. Without much thought, Gu Fei directly punched at the blood shadow that pounced on him. The power of the 5 elements rotated in his body, and Gu Fei directly punched the fire element fist of the 5 elements fist. The power of the peak of the awakening 9th heaven surged in front of his fist. The fiery aura burned the sky like a great fire, and the terrifying temperature seemed to burn everything in the world. The earth-shattering fire instantly enveloped the blood-colored demonic shadow that was pouncing over. The vast power of fire trapped the blood-colored demonic shadow inside. In the flashing red light, the demonic shadow let out ear-piercing roars. Finally, its illusory body was completely obliterated by the fire, and it turned into a wisp of smoke that dissipated into the void. Even demons were suppressed in the ruined sky realm. The blood-colored demonic shadow looked terrifying, but in fact, it could only exert the demonic energy of the awakening 9th heaven, and it was not necessarily stronger than the people present. However, the others did not seem to be as lucky as Gu Fei. Several people were pounced on by the blood-colored demonic shadow in succession. The blood-colored demonic shadow seemed to be tangible and intangible, and it actually passed through their bodies. The flesh and blood of those who were pounced on by the demonic shadow withered in an instant. The demonic shadow that passed through their bodies seemed to have sucked all their essence, qi, and spirit, turning them from living people of flesh and blood into lifeless mummies. The way those people died was very horrifying. They looked like skeletons covered in human skin. Even their eyes had collapsed, and all their flesh and blood seemed to have been sucked dry. Hiss. Seeing that those people had died so miserably, the crowd could not help but gasp. They hurriedly summoned their magical treasures and flying swords, and while dodging the blood-colored shadows, they also kept attacking the blood-colored shadows. As for the blood shadows that passed through the bodies of those practitioners, they actually became a lot more solid. It was obvious that they had become a lot stronger than the other blood shadows. Old Tortoise, hurry up and do it. Gu Fei shouted at the Old Tortoise, and then used the 8 desolation steps to pounce on the battlefield, leaving an afterimage on the spot. At this time, 3 blood-colored shadows had already forced the exhausted Ren Wuming, Lu Yunhe, and Li Mengyao to keep retreating. It was obvious that it was only a matter of time before the blood-colored shadows pounced on them. In an instant, the Old Tortoise had completely absorbed the sea of blood into his palm and turned it into a fist-sized ball of blood. Then, he refined it into pure essence and absorbed it into his body, becoming a tonic for the Old Tortoise. The power of the devil was actually a kind of energy between heaven and earth. As long as the demonic nature in the power was refined, it could also be absorbed. Brat, I also want to be faster, but there's something strange about that black stone. The Old Tortoise said. He controlled the fake world and shrouded it from above the magma pool. He wanted to put the black stone and the 9-colored longevity grass in the magma pool into the fake world, but things did not seem to go as smoothly as expected. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure suddenly appeared beside Li Mengyao. He formed a seal with both his hands and a vast amount of fire elemental energy surged out from the seal. Bang! The blood-red demonic shadow that pounced towards Li Mengyao suddenly exploded into pieces. The power of fire seemed to be the nemesis of these blood-colored shadows. The high temperature it emitted instantly evaporated the blood mist that exploded and completely dissipated in the air. Li Mengyao was very surprised by Gu Fei's help. Due to the Old Tortoise, Li Mengyao did not have a good impression of Gu Fei. She did not thank Gu Fei, but directed the flying sword to kill the other 2 blood-colored shadows. Gu Fei touched his nose and smiled bitterly. The effect of the hero saving the damsel in distress did not seem to be very good. He had to admit that Li Mengyao was indeed a girl who could move any man's heart. In particular, Li Mengyao's unique temperament revealed a sense of heroism in her fragility, which made Gu Fei look at her in a different light. However, it seemed that this junior sister Guangqing did not appreciate it. It was no wonder that everyone present, except for Dan Chenzi and the others, had already noticed the close relationship between Gu Fei and the old tortoise. Moreover, the old tortoise had just mercilessly killed Lu Ruhai, the leader of the Guangqing Immortal sect's expedition to the Ruin Heaven realm. Although the people of the Guangqing Immortal sect would not vent their anger on Gu Fei, they did not treat Gu Fei kindly either. Those blood-colored shadows were indeed very strange. Li Mingyao's flying sword cut one of the shadows that was pouncing toward Ren Wuming in half like a snake. However, in an instant, the two halves of the shadow recovered with a flash of blood-colored light, as if they had not suffered any damage at all. On the contrary, Li Mingyao's flying sword light that was like a waterfall became a little dimmer. By then, the remaining disciples of the Guangqing Immortal sect had also noticed the strange situation. The Guangqing Immortal sword, which was said to be able to break all kinds of magic with a single sword in hand, seemed to be unable to do any damage to the strange blood-colored shadows. The fierce flying sword could not cause any damage to the shadows. However, the blood-colored shadows that were emanating terrifying evil fluctuations seemed to be able to corrode the spiritual nature of the flying sword, causing it to gradually weaken. This was not a good thing. After all, without spiritual nature, flying swords were no different from ordinary weapons, except for their sharpness. However, things were not absolute. A sword cultivator from the Guangqing Immortal sect, who was riding a blazing flying sword, managed to slay a blood-colored shadow that was pouncing toward him with a sword light. The blood-colored shadows were not afraid of other flying swords or magical treasures, but they seemed to be afraid of pure yang true fire. This might be the reason why Gu Fei was able to slay the blood shadows with his fire elemental power. Therefore, some of the cultivators who had cultivated pure yang true fire started to use their fire elemental power to slay the blood-colored shadows. In the cave, flames suddenly shot up to the sky, and the temperature increased tremendously. Although Li Mengyao did not appreciate it, Gu Fei could not leave her in the lurch. Moreover, although he did not have a close relationship with Lu Yunhe, they were still friends. Gu Fei continuously performed the 5 elements exterminating seal art. The fire elemental power flowed along with his hands, and it was as if the fire elemental seal art had activated the purest fire elemental power between heaven and earth. After that, it gathered in his hands, and then surged out violently, turning the entire space into a sea of fire. The other 2 blood-colored shadows were also killed by Gu Fei's attack. Li Mengyao and Ren Wuming did not say anything about Gu Fei's rescue. Only Lu Yunhe nodded at Gu Fei and cast him a grateful look. The Guangqing Immortal sect's trip to the Ruin Heaven realm could be said to be extremely miserable. Of the 11 people who had entered the Ruin Heaven realm, apart from Ren Wuming, Lu Yunhe, and Guangqing's junior sister Li Mengyao, the others, including Lu Ruhai, had all died. Of course, the green-robed high-ranking disciples were not among them. There were still a few high-ranking disciples in the cave who were from the Guangqing Immortal sect. Just as the blood-colored shadows that were attacking Li Mengyao and the others were taken care of, a rumble that sounded like muffled thunder suddenly rang out in the cave, causing the entire enormous cave to shake. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. They all looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that the magma pool at the center of the cave had begun to boil at some point. The old turtle's figure stood in the air above the magma pool, and with great difficulty, guided the pseudo-power of heaven and earth downward. In the midst of the violent shaking, the black stone less than 10 feet in diameter in the magma pool was slowly rising from the magma pool. Chapter 209. The old tortoise was using the pseudo-power of heaven and earth to collect the black stone in the magma pool, and of course, the 3 9-color longevity grasses that were surrounded by 9 different colors on the black stone. The vast energy fluctuations completely broke the limit of the ruined sky realm. The entire huge cave in the belly of the mountain was shaking. To be precise, the entire Black Mountain was shaking. Loud noises of boulders hitting the ground kept coming from all around the cave. It was as if the whole world was shaking, and the earth was shaking. Everyone was stunned by the sudden change, including Gu Fei. The entire Black Mountain was hollow. If it collapsed, everyone would be buried in the belly of the mountain, and no one would survive. However, the old tortoise, who was standing in the air above the magma pool, did not care about that. If the mountain collapsed and the earth cracked, no one would survive, but he would. The pseudo-power of heaven and earth was so vast that the black stone in the magma pool slowly rose. However, as the black stone rose from the magma pool, everyone found that it was not a black stone at all, but a pitch-black stone pillar. The smooth black stone exposed in the magma pool was just one end of the stone pillar. The stone pillar seemed to be as heavy as a mountain, and the old tortoise seemed to be struggling. The energy fluctuations emanating from its body were as majestic as the sea and as heavy as a mountain. It did not seem easy to put it into the inner world. Moreover, as the stone pillar slowly rose, the whole cave was shaking more and more violently. The ground around the magma pool began to crack, and hot magma began to seep out of the ground. This was not a good sign. Everyone felt danger. This place might really be a volcano, and an active one at that. Rumble. The world was shaking. Gu Fei found that the muffled sound that sounded like thunder came from the depths of the earth, and the temperature in the cave was rising rapidly. Seeing that the situation was not going well, some people chose to retreat. With the abnormal old tortoise here, everyone present had lost the qualification to fight for the 9-color longevity grasses. Because no one was a match for the old tortoise. Since there was no hope, choosing to retreat was the wisest choice. Moreover, there were 7 or 8 extremely dangerous demonic light and blood shadows pouncing on them in the cave. If the blood shadow pounced on them, the blood shadow would penetrate their bodies and suck their blood essence, magic power, and even their souls dry to strengthen themselves. It could be said that Demon Shine and Blood Shadow were equal to the god of death. However, this wasn't an invincible death god. Demon Shine Blood Shadow feared pure Yang True Fire. In front of a cultivator that cultivated pure Yang True Fire, Demon Shine Blood Shadow had no advantage at all. He was completely suppressed. However, not everyone could cultivate the pure Yang True Fire of the Daoist school. Flying swords, magic weapons, Dao techniques, none of them were able to damage Demon Shine and Blood Shadow. As for those that couldn't cultivate pure Yang True Fire, they were forced into a perilous situation by Demon Shine and Blood Shadow. Li Mengyao, Ren Wuming, and Lu Yunhe, the 3 most outstanding young disciples of the broad accomplishment Immortal sect in the Void Heaven realm, chose to leave as well. The 7 or 8 crimson demonic figures seemed to have sensed danger as well. They suddenly stopped attacking the crowd and gathered together. With a flash of crimson light, the 7 or 8 crimson figures emitting terrifying demonic fluctuations actually fused together, turning into a nearly solid crimson figure. The blood-red figure had a head of long blood-red hair and a devilish appearance. It actually looked very similar to the great devil of the Devil Dao, the devil monarch of 6 paths, Roar. The blood-red figure threw its head back and roared. A gloomy and terrifying aura spread out from it, causing everyone to feel an indescribable pressure. The power of the blood-red figure was also suppressed by the power of the Void Heaven realm, so it couldn't break through to a higher level than the 9 heavens awakening. However, the boundless baleful aura emitted by the blood-colored demon made one's heart palpitate. It was a frightening feeling that made one's skin crawl. Humph! How dare a little demon brat act so presumptuously in front of me? Damn it! The old turtle, who was standing in the air above the lava pool, suddenly turned around and pointed a finger at the blood-red figure. Chee! With a soft sound, a beam of divine light immediately shot out from the old turtle's finger. The divine light shattered the void and shot at the blood-red figure. The blood-red figure that was hit by the divine light roared. In the next moment, with a bang, it instantly exploded and turned into a strange blood mist that emitted a dazzling blood-red light. However, the blood mist did not completely dissipate. Instead, the instant it exploded, it quickly condensed again, and a faint and illusory blood-red demonic figure appeared again. The old turtle's attack didn't kill the figure. The blood-red figure that reappeared was no longer as solid as before. It looked like a real person. The blood-red figure seemed to have been seriously injured by the old turtle's attack and became faint and illusory. Roar! With a roar, the blood-red figure suddenly emitted endless blood-red light. It then shot up into the sky like a blood cloud and flew toward the exit above. Humph! The old turtle snorted heavily and stopped attacking. This was because it was a critical moment for him to collect the stone pillar with the power of the fake heaven and earth. He couldn't be distracted anymore. At this time, the pitch-black stone pillar in the lava pool had already emerged from the ground. The lava was 10 feet long, but it seemed to have no end. Moreover, the rumbling that sounded like muffled thunder from deep underground seemed to gradually become clearer. The source of the sound seemed to be rapidly approaching the surface from deep underground. While Gufei was shocked, he began to feel a monstrous wave of vitality surging out from under the lava pool. This was not right. Could it be that a Terra vein fire chi was gushing out from the surface? Gufei vaguely guessed something and his face couldn't help but turn a little ugly. If there was really a Terra vein fire chi erupting from deep underground and gushing out from the surface, it would form a volcano. This kind of power belonged to the fire of the 4 original powers of the world: earth, water, wind, and fire. When the earth fire erupted, the power was enough to shake the world and turn it into a sea of fire. It was not something that could be resisted by humans. At this time, the old turtle seemed to have also noticed something strange. He suddenly shouted at Gufei, "Brat, get out of here quickly. This volcano may be erupting soon." That damn pervert actually used a precious treasure to suppress the Terra vein fire chi and freeze the earth, water, wind, and fire here. Once this stone pillar is pulled out, not only will this black mountain collapse, but the surrounding 100 miles will also become a sea of fire. No way. Is it that serious? Then why did you collect that black stone pillar? Leave after collecting the 9-colored immortal herb. Gufei couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. As the sky and earth shook, huge cracks began to appear on the hard rocky ground. The ground seemed to be on the verge of collapsing at any time. Glaring Terra fire rushed out from the cracks, and within the Terra fire, hot magma gushed out. The magma gradually covered the ground and converged into a liquid magma lake. What do you know, brat? I'd rather give up those few grasses and collect this stone pillar. The old turtle's tone was firm. It seemed that the stone pillar in the magma lake was very important and vowed to obtain it. Boom! With a loud quake, Gufei's body swayed. He almost lost his balance and fell to the ground. Rocks fell from the sky like raindrops. There seemed to be a terrifying power suppressed deep underground. Moreover, this power was gradually awakening and erupting, wanting to rush out of the ground. The others had long felt that a great danger was approaching and had chosen to retreat. In the huge cave, only Gufei and the old turtle, who was collecting the black stone pillar, were left. You old turtle. Gufei was helpless. Seeing that the whole cave was about to collapse, he could not help but feel anxious. Swoosh, Gufei turned into a shadow and swept over the surging magma. He pounced into the old turtle's pseudo-world and arrived above the black stone pillar. Brat, what are you doing? Get out of the way. The old turtle's strength surged and the entire void trembled. The void where he was at seemed to be on the verge of collapsing at any time. The old turtle had exerted all his strength, but it was still difficult to completely collect the stone pillar into the pseudo-world. This showed that the stone pillar was extraordinary. Gu Fei turned a deaf ear to the old turtle's words. He directly stretched out his right hand and grabbed the 3 9-colored longevity grasses on top of the stone pillar. He plucked them and put them into his storage bag. Then, Gu Fei rushed out of the old turtle's pseudo-world. From the moment he rushed into the old turtle's pseudo-world, the vertical mark on Gu Fei's forehead began to shine. The power of the inner space enveloped his body. The old turtle's pseudo-world power could not affect Gu Fei at all. Gu Fei could come and go freely in the old turtle's pseudo-world. Of course, this was because the old turtle did not stop Gu Fei and let him come and go. Otherwise, in the old turtle's pseudo-world, the old turtle would be the supreme god that ruled over everything. Even if Gu Fei had the power of the inner space, he would still be trapped in the old turtle's pseudo-world. Gu Fei did not know how dangerous it was to rashly enter someone else's pseudo-world, especially one with an owner. After rushing out of the old turtle's pseudo-world, Gu Fei did not stop. He dodged the falling rocks and rushed to the cliff of the cave and quickly climbed up. With the help of the inner space, Gu Fei felt that he could soar into the sky at any time, as if he was flying in the air. However, he had yet to familiarize himself with this mysterious power, so he couldn't use it freely. Thus, he couldn't borrow the power of the inner space to soar into the sky and roam the 9 heavens. Soon, Gu Fei rushed out of the huge cave in the belly of the mountain and rushed down the mountain without looking back. The giant black mountain trembled violently. Terrifying cracks appeared on the mountain as if it could collapse at any time. This made Gu Fei's heart tremble. However, Gu Fei's luck was really good. After he rushed down the mountain and rushed more than 10 miles away, the giant black mountain collapsed with a boom. Suddenly, the rocks were pierced, the mountain collapsed, and the ground cracked. It was as if the end of the world had come. Billowing smoke and dust rose high into the sky. A huge mountain had completely disappeared from this endless ancient forest in the blink of an eye. Chapter 210. In the depths of Heaven Burial Valley, the area within a 50-kilometer radius was in chaos. The collapse of the Black Mountain had caused a huge tremor. It was as if the end of the world had arrived, causing even the heavens and earth to tremble. The rubble streaked through the air, forming fireballs from the friction with the air. They left behind black smoke as they smashed into the ancient forest. Every fireball was like a meteorite crashing into the earth. They fell from the sky and instantly destroyed the forest. All the birds and beasts within a 50-kilometer radius fled in panic. Boom! 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 Loud explosions rang out, and the earth shook violently. Thick smoke and flames rose from the ground. The originally quiet forest was in complete chaos. Before the Black Mountain collapsed, the people from the 3 great Taoist sects that had escaped from the cave were also among the groups that fled. Waves of demonic aura that were as vast as mountains would occasionally appear in Heaven Burial Valley. Occasionally, greater demonic beasts would soar into the sky and fly in the direction of the collapsing Black Mountain. The collapse of the Black Mountain seemed to have alarmed all the accomplished greater demonic beasts in Heaven Burial Valley. Heaven Burial Valley seemed to be the world of beasts. Accomplished greater demonic beasts were very frightening. Whoosh! 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 A winged dragon the size of a small mountain flapped its wings, creating a fierce gust of wind as it flew over Danchenzi and the others. The pterosaur's huge wings caused a strong wind to surge downwards, causing a strong wind to blow in the forest below. Some of the towering trees were uprooted. Danchenzi and the others found it even harder to stabilize themselves and were blown around by the strong wind. When the huge Black Mountain collapsed, the people who saw that the situation was not right had already fled more than 100 miles away, avoiding the terrifying destructive storm that swept out when the huge mountain collapsed. However, Gu Fei was not as lucky as these people. When the huge mountain collapsed, he had only fled more than 10 kilometers away. The terrifying power of the collapsing mountain formed a terrifying destructive storm that spread out with the collapsing mountain as the center. This terrifying storm of destruction destroyed everything in its path. The ancient primordial forest was flattened, and even the rocks were sent flying. In an instant, they shattered and turned into dust. Gu Fei was directly swept away by the destructive storm that swept from behind, as if he was riding on a cloud, tumbling in the air. Trapped in the annihilation storm, Gu Fei felt like he had fallen into hell. The tearing force tore at him from all directions, and all the bones in his body felt like they were about to break. Pang! A five-colored aura rushed out of his body. Gu Fei stirred up the yuan qi in his body, trying his best to resist the terrifying force that was squeezing and tearing at him from all directions. His clothes were torn to shreds the moment the destructive storm hit him. Fortunately, Gu Fei had held the storage bag at his waist tightly in his hand. Otherwise, the 3 9-colored immortal herbs would have been swept away along with the storage bag. He did not know how far he had been swept away by the storm. Just as Gu Fei felt that he could not hold on any longer, he suddenly felt his body shake violently. Then, his nose smelled the smell of soil, and a cold feeling came from all directions. He seemed to have smashed into the ground. However, at this moment, Gu Fei did not want to move, not even a finger. Even if he had bones of steel, he was already exhausted under the ravages of the annihilation storm. His body was about to collapse. The wind howled angrily, mixed with the faint sound of thunder. The terrifying storm did not stop and continued to wreak havoc on Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei, who had smashed into the ground, knew that he was out of danger, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he realize that his muscles and bones were sore all over, and the pain was unbearable. It was as if he had been fighting against thousands of soldiers for 3 days and 3 nights. A sense of powerlessness welled up in Gu Fei's heart. He really wanted to lie in the soil forever and never come out again. Compared to the annihilation storm, the soil was like heaven. However, reality was cruel. It was not up to Gu Fei to make a choice. Time waited for no one. Even though he did not know how many days had passed since he entered the ruined sky realm, he could guess that it was almost time to leave the ruined sky realm. If he did not leave the ruined sky realm before the spatial passage that led to the ruined sky realm closed again, he would be trapped in this pseudo-realm until the ruined sky realm reopened. However, the reopening of the ruined sky realm would not happen until 2 cycles of 60 years had passed. 2 cycles of 60 years, or 120 years. In the eyes of cultivators who had achieved success in cultivation, it was just a blink of an eye. However, in the eyes of Gu Fei, it was as long as reincarnation. He could not wait that long. He would never miss the opportunity to leave the ruined sky realm. Lying quietly in the soil, Gu Fei operated his magic skill to communicate with the inside and the outside world, gathering the qi of heaven and earth from the outside world and guiding it into his body to replenish the qi that he had consumed. In the earth, the qi of earth was abundant. Gu Fei's body was gradually enveloped in a layer of hazy earthy yellow light. The qi of earth continued to gather and was channeled into Gu Fei's body. The meridians in his body were faintly discernible with a faint earthy yellow light flowing. The Heaven Burial Valley was unimaginably vast. It was like a world of its own, a wild world that stood alone in the ruined sky realm. Moreover, this was not a pure land. There were dangers everywhere, and powerful demonic beasts roamed about. Now, Gu Fei's priority was to recover his qi as soon as possible. 2 hours later, the terrifying storm that was wreaking havoc in all directions finally subsided. Gu Fei broke out of the soil, and what he saw in front of him shocked him greatly. His surroundings had turned into a vast expanse of sand. The sand stretched as far as the eye could see, and not a single trace of greenery could be seen. A primeval forest had been completely razed to the ground. In the direction of the collapsed Black Mountain, a column of black smoke rose into the sky, connecting the sky and the earth. Faint fiery light could be seen flickering in the black smoke. The earth vein fire qi did not seem to be erupting, and Gu Fei could still faintly hear the strange rumbling sounds coming from ahead. Could it be that the old turtle had not collected the black stone pillar into his fake world? Who cares if he can collect the black stone pillar or not? It's better to leave this place first. With this thought in mind, Gu Fei hurriedly took out a set of clean clothes from the storage pouch in his hand and put them on. Then, he identified the direction and headed west. The Heaven Burial Valley was in the east, and now that Gu Fei was looking west, it should be the direction he came from. At this moment, several terrifying demonic beasts appeared near the collapsed Black Mountain. The figure of the winged dragon, which was the size of a small mountain, was suspended in the western sky. In the eastern sky, there was a raging fire Qilin, which was emitting endless divine flames and burning half of the sky red. In the southern sky, there was a demonic beast hidden in the black fog. Its face could not be seen clearly, but the power of this mysterious demonic beast was not inferior to that of the winged dragon and the fire Qilin. You three little guys, go back to where you came from. The huge black smoke column had a diameter of 3 to 4 miles. At this moment, the old turtle's voice came from under the smoke column. The old turtle did not seem to take these three terrifying demonic beasts seriously. It should be noted that if these three demonic beasts were released, even great cultivators in the void-controlling realm would have to retreat. These three demonic beasts could no longer be called beasts. They could be called demons, and they were the strongest among the demons. With their cultivation base, they could transform into human forms, but they chose to maintain their original forms. Perhaps, these three great demons were disdainful of transforming into human forms. Who are you? How dare you be so rude to us? Among the three great demons, the fire Qilin from the east said. Its loud voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Obviously, these three great demons were also ruthless characters in the Heaven Burial Valley. They were demon kings and were usually high and mighty. At this moment, after hearing the old turtle's words, they were immediately enraged. Humph! If you want to know who I am, why don't you come down here? The old turtle's words were still full of disdain. It seemed that the old turtle was deliberately provoking the three great demons. The fire Qilin no longer spoke. Instead, it used its actions to answer the old turtle. Boom! With a loud sound, monstrous flames surged out of the fire Qilin's body. A vast fire cloud seemed to have appeared in the sky and shrouded the world. The fire elemental energy that was vast like the sea suddenly erupted, and the surging flames incinerated everything. It seemed as if even the void was about to melt, and a part of the heavens and the earth trembled. In the next moment, boundless fire clouds came down from the sky. Even the huge black pillar of smoke was cut into two by the fire clouds. The black pillar of smoke was actually forcefully pushed back by the fire clouds that covered the sky and covered the earth. There was a bottomless hole in the ground. The fire Qilin was extremely powerful. It displayed a terrifying magical power and used its supreme demonic power to suppress the leaking fire Qi of the earth vein back into the big hole. Of course, the Archean fire Qi that had been suppressed in the earth vein for countless years did not really erupt. It was only a bit of smoke. If the Archean fire Qi in the earth vein really erupted, the three great demons would have long avoided it. They would not have dared to go forward. Rumble. The world was shaking. Endless flames pressed down on the big hole in the ground, and the ground that was enveloped by the divine flames was instantly scorched. The pterosaur and the mysterious great demon hidden in the black fog looked on coldly from the side. They did not seem to want to take action at all. They could not wait for the fiery fire Qilin to take the lead and test the strength of the guy in the hole. The fire Qilin, which was engulfed in boundless flames, descended in an incomparably powerful way above the big hole on the ground where the black smoke and fire Qi were rising, and then directly descended into the hole. The fire quickly disappeared in the hole, and the black smoke and fire Qi were forcibly suppressed back into the hole, completely intercepting the huge black smoke pillar. The old turtle in the hole still did not take action. The two great demon cultivators in the sky could not help but be a little surprised. The guy in the hole was so arrogant that he dared to look down on them. Was he just pretending to be fierce? However, at this moment, the fire cheelant's terrified roar suddenly came from the depths of the ground. The ground suddenly shook violently, and the soil surged up and down like waves. Countless rocks and soil collapsed from the sides of the hole, and the pitch-black hole on the ground expanded rapidly. In just a few breaths, the fire cheelant's terrified roar completely disappeared, and the abnormal movements on the ground quickly calmed down. The black smoke and fire chi once again gushed out from the huge hole. The two great demons in the sky were finally moved. Chapter 2:11. The big demon fire cheelant was actually trapped in the big hole on the ground that was emitting thick black smoke and fire. This caused the pterosaur that was standing high in the sky in the west and the mysterious big demon hidden in the black fog in the south to be extremely shocked. These three great demons actually knew each other. Not only did they know each other, but they were also rivals fighting for the throne of the first demon king in Sky Burial Valley. Therefore, the winged dragon and the mysterious great demon knew how powerful the Cheelan demon king was. They were even more shocked because they knew the Cheelan demon king's magical powers. The Cheelan demon king's cultivation was almost on par with theirs. If the person in the hole could subdue the Cheelan demon king, he could also defeat them. Both the winged dragon demon king and the mysterious great demon felt threatened by the person in the cave. Who exactly are you? Why do you want to disturb the peace of this place? A deep and cold voice came from the constantly surging black fog. The black smoke in the hole was still surging. The huge smoke column that was cut off by the Cheelan demon king connected the sky and the earth again. It was like a giant pillar that supported the sky, standing between the sky and the earth. It was a spectacular sight under the night sky. There was no sound coming from the cave, only muffled thunder-like rumbling could be heard coming from the depths of the ground, and the earth seemed to be trembling. After brewing for such a long time, the immemorial fire chi in the depths of the earth vein seemed to be on the verge of erupting. The temperature around the entrance of the cave was still rising, and dazzling flames were constantly rushing out of the cave. The mysterious great demon in the black fog saw that the person in the hole did not respond. He did not know what to do. After all, even the Cheelan demon king was trapped in the hole. The mysterious great demon did not dare to act rashly. Apart from the strange sounds coming from underground, there was no other sound. The winged dragon and the mysterious great demon were very afraid of the person in the hole. Roar! Suddenly, an angry roar came from underground. The winged dragon demon king and the mysterious great demon were startled by the sudden roar. Rumble! A terrifying wave of energy came from the big hole in the ground. The winged dragon and the mysterious great demon's expressions changed immediately. Then, the winged dragon flapped his wings, stirring up gusts of wind. He immediately turned around and retreated the way he came. The mysterious great demon immediately rode on the black fog of demonic chi and instantly left. Roar! How long is this pillar? The old tortoise's roar came from underground. It seemed that he still hadn't put the black stone pillar into the fake world. At this time, balls of fire began to appear in the billowing column of smoke. They were fireballs condensed from extremely pure immemorial fire chi. Even an immortal god would be burned to ashes and die on the spot if the fireball touched them. The black stone pillar, which was used to suppress the fire chi in the earth veins, was slowly being sucked into the fake world by the old tortoise. With every foot that the old tortoise pulled in and the black stone pillar rose, the fire chi in the earth veins became more vigorous. It was not hard to imagine that if the black stone pillar that was suppressing the fire chi in the earth vein was pulled out, the ancient fire chi under the earth vein would completely explode, and the surrounding 100 miles would be plunged into a sea of fire. At this time, it was the darkest period before dawn. There were no stars in the sky, and the black smoke that gushed out from the ground had already enveloped this part of the world. Thousands of feet underground, a huge stone tortoise shell emitted a dazzling light that illuminated everything around it. The power of the fake world poured down and enveloped the old tortoise and the black stone pillar below. The old tortoise stood in midair under the stone tortoise shell, guiding all the power of the fake world to the black stone pillar and slowly pulling it up from the bubbling magma below. The process seemed to take an extremely long time. The black stone pillar that had been sucked into the fake world by the old tortoise was 200 to 300 feet long, but its lower end was still in the boiling magma, with no end in sight. The old tortoise opened the fake world, and vaguely, a strange beast that was emitting blazing flames from head to toe could be seen trapped in the old tortoise's fake world, struggling and roaring. The 10th sunrise after entering the ruined sky realm was coming. There wasn't much time left. Even the old tortoise didn't know if he could take this precious treasure away before the spatial passage in and out of the ruined sky realm closed again. A black stone pillar that could suppress the fiery aura of an earth vein was definitely not an ordinary object. Even the old tortoise coveted it, and wanted to put it into the fake world. The terrifying energy fluctuations coming from underground were growing stronger and stronger, as if they could collapse the sky and split the earth, and could erupt at any time, turning the area within 100 miles into a sea of magma and fire. This was also why the great demon had retreated in a panic without looking back when it saw the unfavorable situation. Demon cultivators who had attained the Tao of beasts were more sensitive to danger than other cultivators. The black smoke that soared into the sky gradually emitted dazzling fiery light, illuminating the sky. The fiery aura that was leaking out was growing stronger and fiercer. This was not a good sign. The huge black hole, which was several miles in diameter, had originally been a pool of magma about 20 feet in diameter in the middle of the huge black mountain. The magma pool had long since disappeared, replaced by a huge hole spewing black smoke and fiery aura. As the Chilean Demon King was trapped in the black hole, the winged dragon Demon King and the mysterious great demon retreated, and some of the powerful demonic beasts who had been watching from the sidelines also began to retreat. These demonic beasts had cultivated in Heaven Burial Valley for countless years, and more or less knew something about the inside of the huge black mountain, which was why the Chilean Demon King and the others had stopped the old tortoise. If the fiery aura of the earth vein here erupted, the entire Heaven Burial Valley would no longer be peaceful, and the living space of the demonic beasts would be seriously threatened. These demonic beasts who had been born and raised in the ruined sky realm were well aware of the dangers in the ruined sky realm. Heaven Burial Valley was not a bad place, but other areas were much more dangerous than Heaven Burial Valley. Even the 3 great demon kings of Heaven Burial Valley did not dare to set foot in some of the more dangerous areas. After all, some areas could even bury immortals and gods, let alone demon kings. However, the fiery aura of the earth vein in Heaven Burial Valley seemed to be destined to erupt at any time. No one dared to stop the great demon in the depths of the earth. All the great demons chose to retreat. After all, only by staying alive could anything be possible. If they couldn't even stay alive, how would they be qualified to talk about the future? To the demonic beasts in Heaven Burial Valley, the old tortoise was an evil demon who had brought disaster to Heaven Burial Valley. But to Gu Fei and the others, the old tortoise seemed to have done a good deed. The unusual movement caused by the fire chi in the earth veins attracted the attention of all the demons in the Heaven Burial Valley. None of the powerful demons paid attention to Gu Fei's group. Imperceptibly, they managed to avoid a great disaster without any mishap. At this time, it was already not far from daybreak. The surroundings were completely silent, not even the roar of a beast could be heard. It could be said that it was completely silent. Under the night sky, Gu Fei got his bearings and carefully walked through a primitive forest. After all, Heaven Burial Valley was vast and boundless. The collapse of the huge black mountain had only affected the depths of Heaven Burial Valley. The rest of the area was still desolate. The uninhabited primitive forest was filled with the strong smell of dead branches and leaves. Gu Fei often walked in the mountains, so he was already used to this smell. He stepped on a thick layer of soft, cotton-like dead branches and leaves and moved forward carefully. Gu Fei knew that the dead branches and leaves under his feet had accumulated for many years, forming a layer of soft mud that was several feet thick. If an ordinary person walked on it, their feet would sink into the mud. Basically, they would not be able to move an inch and would be trapped in this ancient forest until they died. Given Gu Fei's current cultivation, his feet naturally would not sink into the mud. His body was as light as a swallow as he floated over the dead branches and leaves without making any sound. However, the moment Gu Fei walked out of the primitive forest, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. His entire body was like a cheetah, and his muscles instantly tensed up. 5 elemental chi surged in his body, ready to launch a terrifying attack at any time. His acute sense of smell caught a hint of the smell of blood mixed in the rotten smell of the forest. It was the stench of blood. Although it was weak, it stimulated his nerves and allowed him to enter a fighting state instantly. Gu Fei stood quietly in the darkness. After a while, he realized that there was no dangerous aura around him, but the smell of blood. Gu Fei's eyes, which were like 2 cold stars, scanned his surroundings. Oh! Gu Fei suddenly realized that there seemed to be a figure on a tree about 10 meters to his right. Swoosh! Gu Fei disappeared from where he was, and the next moment, he appeared in front of the tree on the right. The scene in front of him made Gu Fei very vigilant. Yes, there was a person hanging on a horizontal branch of the tree. This person was hanging upside down, and his body was swaying slightly with the wind. He was dressed in green and looked like a skeleton. This method of death was not unfamiliar to Gu Fei. It was the masterpiece of the blood-colored demonic shadow. Under the tree, there were metal fragments scattered on the ground. It seemed to be a broken magic treasure. However, the fragments scattered on the ground were dim and had no luster. It was obvious that they had lost their spirituality. Was that demonic shadow nearby? Although Gu Fei was not afraid of the blood-colored demonic shadow, the enemy was in the dark, and he was in the light. It was impossible to guard against it, so Gu Fei still felt threatened. One had to know that if he was not careful and let the strange and evil blood-colored demonic shadow pounce on him, he would end up like the corpse in front of him. It seemed that the blood-colored demonic shadow was not nearby, and there was nothing strange in the surroundings. Gu Fei went forward and pulled the magic treasure bag from the waist of the corpse. Just as he was about to open it to see what was inside, the motionless corpse hanging upside down on the tree suddenly opened its eyes. Chapter 2:12. Just when the corpse hanging upside down on the tree suddenly opened its eyes, Gu Fei immediately felt a sense of foreboding. He did not think too much about it. In fact, he did not even have the time to think as he instinctively retreated. This was the body's natural reaction to the surrounding danger when faced with an unexpected situation. Gu Fei seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard as he retreated 4 or 5 steps in an instant without leaving a trace. Then, he saw something suddenly pounce down in front of him and hit the ground with a bang. The withered branches and withered leaves on the ground seemed to have been forcefully lashed by a whip as they protruded from the ground with a bang. In the next moment, the withered branches, withered leaves, and debris of soil suddenly sped up and splashed in all directions. Gu Fei was startled. His right foot lightly tapped the ground with a schwa sound, leaving behind an afterimage in his original position, but he had already retreated 30 feet away like the wind and lightning. As fast as the wind and as fast as lightning, as a warrior, Gu Fei's reaction and movement speed were hard to match among cultivators of the same level. Ah! A sound like the roar of a wild beast that caused one's heart to palpitate rang out in the dark forest. At this moment, under the curtain of the night, it seemed exceptionally terrifying. A cowardly person might have turned around and fled, but Gu Fei was not a cowardly person. Not only did he not flee, but he also looked with interest at the fellow who had suddenly pounced down from the tree in front of him. Indeed, the corpse hanging upside down on the tree had actually moved. Not only did it pounce down on Gu Fei from the tree, but it also climbed up from the rotten soil. After Gu Fei's gaze met the corpses, he could not help but feel his hair stand on end. He saw that the shriveled, sunken eye sockets of the corpse that did not have any signs of life emitted a demonic bloody light. What made Gu Fei's hair stand on end was that this mummy's eye sockets had no pupils, not even the sclera. There were only 2 balls of bloody light, 2 balls of demonic and terrifying bloody light. Ha! The dried corpse stared at Gu Fei with its blood-red eyes and roared. Suddenly, it grinned and leaped into the air, pouncing fiercely towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei clearly saw that when the mummy opened its mouth, the 2 rows of inhuman teeth were long and sharp. If he was bitten, he would definitely be able to tear off a large piece of flesh. This mummy seemed to have turned into a bloodthirsty demon. The hands that pounced towards Gu Fei had 10 fingers that were as sharp as 10 little swords. Such a sharp claw could definitely tear a ferocious beast apart in an instant. Unfortunately, Gu Fei was not a ferocious beast, nor was he an ordinary cultivator. Instead, he was an invincible warrior among cultivators of the same level. Gu Fei directly ignored the 2 waving claws of the evil corpse and punched towards it. Bang! With a loud sound, the evil corpse that was fiercely pouncing towards him was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. It directly smashed into the big tree behind the evil corpse and rolled on the ground in the rotten soil that was several feet deep. This evil corpse did not seem to have any consciousness. It was only relying on its instincts to pounce. It seemed to have been infected by the demonic nature of the blood-red demon's shadow and had been demonized. Although it had a certain amount of attack power, it did not pose a threat to Gu Fei. Humph. You still want to harm people after death. It seems that you were also a person with evil intentions when you were alive. Gu Fei disdainfully looked at the evil corpse that was crawling up from the rotten soil and coldly said. Whoosh! The evil corpse jumped up from the ground again and pounced towards Gu Fei. The layer of deathly gray skin draped over its skeleton was incomparably horrifying. 5 elements rotation, fire element extermination. Gu Fei's hands formed a seal. The power of the fire element surged out from his jumping fingers and swept towards the evil corpse that was pouncing over. The glaring flame illuminated the night sky. Bang! The evil corpse immediately exploded into pieces under Gu Fei's seal. There was no scene of flesh and blood splattering everywhere. This was because there was no flesh on the evil corpse's body. The scattered corpse pieces in the air were instantly obliterated by the surging power of the fire element. They completely disappeared as if they had evaporated. One could vaguely see that when the evil corpse exploded, there were a few traces of blood-red light that dissipated in the flames. After destroying the evil corpse, Gu Fei then took out the magic treasure bag that he had obtained from the evil corpse. He opened it to take a look. Inside was a space that was about 10 feet in diameter. Within this space, there were some bottles and some clothes neatly arranged. Those bottles and jars were all made of the best white jade. Each jade bottle had a label on it. The label said something like, Peiyuan Dan, Qi Nourishing Dan, and so on. They were all elixirs. Cultivators usually use jade to make jade bottles to store medicinal pills. Jade was a very good medium that could prevent spiritual energy from dissipating. The dozen or so bottles of medicinal pills were all ordinary medicinal pills. However, Gu Fei found a bottle of essence condensing pill among the dozen or so bottles of medicinal pills. This kind of medicinal pill was used to break through the shackles of the soul awakening realm and enter the transcending mortality realm. This kind of medicinal pill was rare even in the 3 great Taoist sects. If it was put outside, each one would be worth 100,000 gold, and there was no market for it. Of course, Gu Fei did not know about this. Moreover, he cultivated the martial way and walked the path of martial arts. He was not a cultivator and could not condense a Tao core. Therefore, the essence condensing pill was useless to him. When he left the mountain, he even gave the essence condensing pill that he had obtained after winning the 9 Peaks trials to the female disciple of Purple Bamboo Peak, Zhao Ziru. I wonder how junior sister Ziru is doing now. Gu Fei thought to himself. In the end, there was still a shadow of that beauty in his heart. Gu Fei came back to his senses and continued to examine the things in the magic treasure bag. Apart from the medicinal pills, there was a small pile of refining materials in the corner. There were glowing red pieces of metal that emitted bursts of heat. There were also pitch-black pieces of millennium cold iron that glowed with a cold, black light. Gu Fei even saw a piece of rotten wood among the small pile of materials for crafting weapons. Gu Fei knew nothing about blacksmithing. Thus, he simply ignored these items after taking a glance at them. He was a cultivator, and his body was the best magic treasure. Why would he need to refine magic treasures? What really attracted Gu Fei's attention in the magic treasure bag were the 7 or 8 spiritual herbs that were placed next to the medicinal pills. These spiritual herbs seemed to have been picked not long ago. They still had a bright green color and there were traces of spiritual energy lingering around them. It could be seen that these 7 or 8 spiritual herbs, even if they were not rare heaven and earth spirit essence, they were very rare spiritual herbs that had been around for a long time. It seems that the blood demon only wants to kill people. He doesn't care about these things. Gu Fei mumbled to himself as he put away the magic treasure bag. Gu Fei continued to head west. His direction was not wrong, but he seemed to have forgotten that he was heading in a general direction. He was heading west, but he was not going back the way he came. The areas he passed through were all unfamiliar areas. When the east started to brighten, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly came from the east, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. That sound was much louder than a clap of thunder on a flat ground. The enormous sound wave reverberated in the sky and on the ground. The entire Sky Burial Valley seemed to be able to hear this sudden explosion. When the explosion occurred, Gu Fei was walking in a dense bamboo forest. The sudden sound wave shocked Gu Fei so much that he almost jumped up from the ground. The east. The sound came from the east. Did that old turtle actually succeed? Gu Fei turned to look to the east. His expression changed several times as he muttered to himself in shock. The old turtle seemed to have really pierced through the sky and shattered the earth. It had actually caused such a huge commotion. After the explosion, the ground began to tremble. It was so far away, but the commotion still spread here. It could be seen that the area where the old turtle was had definitely become a terrible, hellish place. Gu Fei could not help but worry for the old turtle. After all, the explosion of the power of heaven and earth was extremely terrifying. Even if an immortal was placed in it, they would also fall. The old turtle has the fake world and the stone turtle shell. He should not die. As Gu Fei thought of this, he continued to turn around and walk. The thick bamboo leaves on the ground were swept up by the breeze from time to time, drifting between the bamboo forest and making a rustling sound. Suddenly, Gu Fei stopped in his tracks. His ears twitched as he heard a faint panting sound coming from the right side of the bamboo forest. It was the sound of a human panting. Gu Fei cultivated on Green Spirit Peak for many years. He often went into the depths of Taishan Mountain to find fierce beasts in the mountains to practice. The panting of a human was different from the panting of a beast. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei turned and walked directly in the direction of the sound. In the ruined sky realm, no one's cultivation could be higher than that of the awakening ninth heaven. Gu Fei, who was invincible among those at the same level, was not afraid of anyone who entered the ruined sky realm. On the contrary, what Gu Fei was most worried about were the demonic beasts that were born and raised in the ruined sky realm, because the demonic beasts that grew up in the ruined sky realm were not suppressed in any way. The power of demonic beasts could break through the awakening realm without any restrictions, but humans could not. In the ruined sky realm, demonic beasts were far more terrifying than humans. The sound became clearer and clearer. Gu Fei walked carefully in the bamboo forest. Although there was a thick layer of bamboo leaves on the ground, Gu Fei walked like an invisible breeze, not making any sound. It's just ahead. Gu Fei's footsteps slowed down. There was a rapid and panting sound coming from behind a clump of bamboo in front of him. It seemed that the person was in a state of extreme panic. Gu Fei quietly turned to the front and saw a person curled up in the rotten bamboo leaves, trembling all over. His head was hidden under his body, so Gu Fei could not see the person's face. However, from the clothes on this person, he could tell that this person was not a high-level disciple of the three great Taoist sects, but like himself, a disciple of the younger generation of the three great Taoist sects. Gu Fei relaxed a little, and at this moment, the person curled up in the rotten bamboo leaves seemed to sense something. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Gu Fei. Lei Ao. When Gu Fei saw the man's face and his miserable state, he couldn't help but cry out in shock. Who is it? Who is it? Chapter 213. Gu Fei could not believe it. He actually met Lei Ao, a disciple of the Biyun Peak of the 9 branches of Taishan, in this bamboo forest. Moreover, Lei Ao's current appearance was extremely frightening. The flesh on the left side of his face was shriveled, as though a piece of human skin was draped over half a skull. His left eye had become a black hole. His right eye, which was still intact, revealed a frenzied and terrified expression. He seemed to have suffered a great shock and was already in a state of confusion and panic. His mind was not clear. To be able to make a young practitioner, whose mind was as firm as a rock, to be so frightened, it could be imagined that Lei Ao must have met with an extremely terrifying thing. However, just as Gu Fei was still in shock, Lei Ao suddenly roared. Then, he pushed himself off the ground and leaped up. In an instant, his entire body emitted endless lightning, as though he had turned into a ball of lightning and charged towards Gu Fei. A vast wave of mana rippled out from Lei Ao's body and shook the area. The bamboo forest shook violently and countless withered bamboo leaves fell from the sky. Chi. When the bamboo leaves that floated down from the sky touched the dazzling lightning, they were instantly burnt into ashes by the lightning and disappeared in the air. Lei Ao, you are crazy. Seeing that, Gu Fei's expression changed. The crazy Lei Ao actually saw him as an enemy and attacked him ferociously. This was something that Gu Fei did not expect. What exactly is going on? While Gu Fei was shocked, he did not panic in the face of danger. He used the desolation steps and left behind several shadows in the air as he retreated quickly. Although Lei Ao seemed to have fallen into madness, the power of the 5 thunder technique could not be underestimated. Boom! With a loud sound, Lei Ao seemed to have turned into a god of thunder. He descended from the sky and landed at the place where Gu Fei was originally standing. With Lei Ao as the center, the terrifying power of lightning surged out in all directions. The dazzling lightning was like thousands of silver snakes dancing wildly, destroying everything. The bamboo forest within 100 feet was burnt to a crisp by the power of thunder and lightning. A huge pit appeared under Lei Ao's feet. Kill, kill, kill. Lei Ao roared crazily. His long hair fluttered in the wind and his remaining right eye was filled with madness and fear. As he waved his hands, thick thunderbolts rushed out from his palms and struck towards Gu Fei. The bamboo forest was filled with thunder and lightning. Dazzling flashes of light illuminated the dark night sky. The violent lightning energy was terrifying to the extreme. It tore through the void, and wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. Everything was turned into ashes. This was the true palm lightning. Even though it was a low-level lightning technique, its power was still shocking. Under the ferocious attack of Lei Ao's lightning power, even Gu Fei was moved. Preposterous. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps and displayed the 8 steps' extreme speed. He quickly dodged the raging lightning in the bamboo forest and continuously retreated. He was completely in a passive position because he did not know what had happened to Lei Ao. Gu Fei wanted to see the situation clearly before deciding whether to make a move. After all, even though Lei Ao and he did not have the same master, they were still from the same sect. Attacking someone from the same sect was originally a taboo in the Taishan sect. In the Taishan sect, the punishment for disciples who fought with each other was very severe. Of course, there was no one around. Even if Gu Fei killed Lei Ao on the spot, the people in the sect would not know. There was nothing wrong with the death of a disciple in the ruined sky realm. The ruined sky realm was originally filled with unknown dangers. Moreover, power was also suppressed by the power of heaven and earth. Even if an immortal entered the ruined sky realm, they would face the danger of dying. Lei Ao, can you hear me? Gu Fei said to Lei Ao in a low voice as he dodged Lei Ao's attack. As he spoke, he used the thunder sound of the sky drum. Even though his voice was not loud, it made people feel a mighty power in the world. It was like a great bell. Gu Fei's voice spread to every corner of the bamboo forest. Even people who were in a deep meditative state would be awakened by Gu Fei's thunder sound of the sky drum. However, Lei Ao seemed to have heard Gu Fei's voice. The gaze in his right eye became even more frenzied. Roar! Lei Ao, whose body was emitting dazzling lightning, let out a beast-like roar. Both of his feet pushed against the ground and the ground beneath his feet instantly cracked. At the same time, Lei Ao's tall body had already leaped up from the ground and pounced towards Gu Fei like a ferocious beast hunting its prey. Endless power of lightning gathered in Lei Ao's hands and formed two balls of lightning that emitted a destructive aura. He pounced towards Gu Fei without any regard for his own safety. What offensive and defensive Dao, what thunder technique! Everything seemed to have been thrown out of Lei Ao's mind. He seemed to be fighting based on his instincts. Lei Ao, who pounced down from the sky like a demonic ape, emitted a boundless murderous aura. The lightning balls that were condensed in his hands were smashed towards Gu Fei. Lei Ao seemed to have lost his mind and seemed to have completely fallen into madness. However, Gu Fei, whose eyes were like lightning, noticed a strange situation on Lei Ao's body. When Lei Ao was desperately activating the mana in his body and striking out thousands of lightning bolts, the blood in his body seemed to be dissipating quickly. The flesh on the left side of his body started to dry up gradually. Gu Fei was shocked. There seemed to be an evil and terrifying power on Lei Ao's body that was corroding his body and sucking out the essence of his blood and flesh. It's that blood demon again. Gu Fei no longer retreated and stood upright. Facing Lei Ao, who was pouncing down from the sky, he was extremely calm. With a wave of his hand, Gu Fei directly broke the two balls of lightning that were smashing down from the sky. In the blinding lightning, Gu Fei's right hand formed a seal and pressed towards Lei Ao, who was pouncing down from the sky. Bam! The vast and ferocious power from the seal shook the space. Lei Ao, who was pouncing towards Gu Fei, flew out. Swoosh! Gu Fei's body disappeared from his original position. At the moment when Lei Ao crashed onto the ground, Gu Fei's right hand's 5 fingers had already pressed on the top of Lei Ao's head. As long as he exerted his power, Gu Fei would be able to crush Lei Ao's head into pieces. However, he did not think of taking Lei Ao's life. Under the activation of his Xian Qi, a misty green light started to emit from Gu Fei's right hand. That was the pure power of the wood element. Among the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire and earth, there were 5 types of energy. However, only the wood elemental energy had endless vitality. It was the power of life. Lei Ao continued to struggle, but he was firmly pressed onto the ground by Gu Fei. During the 9 Peaks trial, Lei Ao was already not Gu Fei's opponent. Now that Lei Ao had already lost his mind, he was even less of a match for Gu Fei. A vast amount of wood elemental energy surged out from Gu Fei's right hand that was pressing on the top of Lei Ao's head. It penetrated into Lei Ao's body from the Baihui point of Tianling. The Baihui point of Tianling was where the meridians of the human body converged. When the wood elemental energy surged into the Baihui point, it followed the meridians in Lei Ao's body and circulated to every part of his body. It was as if Lei Ao's body was injected with an extremely pure vitality. The evil power in his body was immediately suppressed. Lei Ao's struggle gradually stopped. The gaze that was emitted from his remaining right eye gradually became less frenzied. On Lei Ao's face, there was a look of struggle. Under the activation of his Xian Qi, the surrounding plants started to emit faint green light. That was the essence of the plants. It started to gather towards Gu Fei and was guided by Gu Fei into Lei Ao's body. The essence of the plants was the vitality of life. Gu Fei was robbing the vitality of the plants to nourish and heal Lei Ao's injured body and suppress the evil power in his body. The aura of life surged in Lei Ao's body. However, the situation did not seem to be developing in a good direction. Although Lei Ao's body was no longer shriveled and his flesh and blood were no longer shrinking, half of his body was still lifeless. It was as terrifying as a bag of bones and there were no signs of life recovering. In the bamboo forest, the spiritual energy was vast. Green light was emitted from the bamboo leaves like willow wisps. However, there was no terrifying aura. Instead, it was peaceful and the aura of life was rippling. However, the bamboos around Gu Fei and Lei Ao gradually turned yellow. When the breeze blew, the bamboo leaves danced in the air and floated down. When the sky turned white, Lei Ao seemed to have regained a bit of consciousness. Gu Fei, it's you. Lei Ao recognized Gu Fei. However, even though Gu Fei had injected an endless amount of vitality into him, it could only temporarily suppress the evil power in Lei Ao's body that was corroding his flesh and blood and even his godly soul. Gu Fei knew that once he stopped injecting vitality into Lei Ao's body, Lei Ao would once again sink into endless madness until he became a dry corpse. What exactly happened? Where are the others? Gu Fei took the chance when Lei Ao regained his consciousness and hurriedly asked. Blood. Blood. Blood light. Kill, kill, kill. Lei Ao seemed to have thought of something. His right eye was filled with fear and his expression suddenly became extremely agitated. Even Gu Fei almost could not hold him down. I am asking you, where are the others? Gu Fei stared at Lei Ao and said sternly. He knew that the number 2 amongst the younger generation disciples of Bean Peak was finished. The evil power in Lei Ao's body not only destroyed his Tao foundation, it also destroyed his willpower. With his Tao foundation destroyed, there was no hope for him to cultivate. With his willpower destroyed, he would be better off dead than alive. Even if he did not die, Lei Ao would become a useless person and completely lose his qualification to be a cultivator. The others, what others? Haha, all dead, all dead. Lei Ao shouted crazily and the power in his body started to go berserk. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Gu Fei was shocked. He wanted to stop Lei Ao's crazy actions, but the power in Lei Ao's body had already exploded. Crazy. Gu Fei quickly retracted his right hand that was pressing on the Baihui acupoint on Lei Ao's head and quickly retreated. Boom. There was a loud sound and flesh flew everywhere. The pungent smell of blood immediately spread in the bamboo forest and a blood mist dissipated in the air. Lei Ao actually triggered the remaining mana in his body and self-destructed. He actually chose to self-destruct. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei could not help but be tongue-tied and could not speak for a long time. He thought of Lei Ao's crazy words just now and was even more shocked. Could it be that the others really died? Chapter 2:14 Lei Ao had died tragically. After all, they were from the same sect, so Gu Fei's heart was also very heavy. In particular, Lei Ao's last crazy words shocked Gu Fei even more. Every time the blood demon killed a person, it would absorb the essence, qi, and spirit of that person, turning them into a dried corpse. In other words, every time the blood demon killed a person, its power would increase. The demon's purpose was to kill the world and strengthen itself with the energy of all living beings. If it was outside the ruined sky realm, this blood demon would definitely be a nightmarish existence for a group of cultivators. But inside the ruined sky realm, even if the blood demon's power increased because of killing, it was not scary, because the power of heaven and earth inside the ruined sky realm suppressed all external powers. Even the demon was no exception. The blood demon's power would definitely not break through to a higher level than the awakening self realm, but even so, this blood demon was enough to threaten the safety of everyone who entered the ruined sky realm. The evil corpse outside the primitive old forest and Lei Ao in the bamboo forest had obviously been attacked by the blood demon, which was why they lost their lives. It was unknown how this demon had possessed Guo Bufan's body and deceived everyone to enter the ruined sky realm. If this demon escaped from the ruined sky realm, the secret of the ruined sky realm would be exposed. Lei Ao self-detonated, and his body was smashed to pieces. Even his magic treasure pouch had flown away, and the vast and terrifying power blasted a huge pit in the ground. Blood mist rose, and it was extremely tragic. Nothing was left. Blood demon. Seeing such a tragic scene, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. After a long while, he came to his senses and continued to move forward. Reality was cruel. Gu Fei could not do anything about Lei Ao's death. After all, Lei Ao's Taoist foundation had been destroyed, and the evil power in his body was corroding his muscles, bones, and flesh. Gu Fei could not save him. With Gu Fei's ability, he could only restore a trace of consciousness. But Lei Ao had chosen to die, which was a sad thing. Lei Ao was dead, but Gu Fei had to live on. A magic treasure pouch was a type of space bag that could only be refined by a great cultivator of the void-controlling realm. The power of Lei Ao's self-destruction was hard to destroy. However, Gu Fei was too lazy to search for the magic treasure pouch that was left on Lei Ao's body. Soon, Gu Fei's figure disappeared into the bamboo forest. Outside the Heaven Ruin realm, at the end of the Heaven Split Valley, thousands of strands of spiritual qi continued to converge on the huge formation in front of the stone wall from all directions. At the center of the formation was an altar that emanated dazzling light that illuminated heaven and earth. Dawn was approaching on the 10th day. Today was the 10th day since they entered the ruined heaven realm, and also the day when the disciples of the three great Taoist societies who had entered the ruined heaven realm returned. The influence of the demon star charging into the seven fiends was about to disappear. The balance of the world was about to be restored. The power of the world was starting to affect the spatial passageway behind the stone door. Even with the boundless spiritual qi of heaven and earth gathered by the formation, it could no longer maintain the stability of the spatial passageway. The stone door also began to rumble and tremble, as if it would close at any time. The Taishan sect lost 3 people, the Shangqing sect lost 5, and the Guangqing celestial sect lost 8. Taoist Li Shang, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the array in front of the stone wall, looked up at the primordial spirit lamp floating above the altar and muttered to himself. All the young disciples who had entered the Heaven Ruin realm had left behind a trace of their blood essence to ignite the primordial spirit green lamp. At this time, only 17 of the primordial spirit green lamps were still lit above the altar, still emitting a misty green light. A simple green lamp represented a living person. When the person died, the lamp would go out. No matter how far away they were, no matter where they were, even if they were outside of the world and not within the 5 elements, as long as the person was still alive, the primordial spirit green lamp would not go out. Taoist Li Shang, who was counting the green lamps, had a rather ugly look on his face, because the disciples of the Guangqing celestial sect who had entered the heaven ruin realm this time had almost all been killed. The primordial spirit green lamp that represented Lu Ruhai had also gone out, which greatly surprised Daoist Li Shang. What kind of danger had they encountered? Even the leader of the group had fallen. The death of the leader was very rare among the disciples of the three great Daoist sects who had entered the heaven ruin realm. After all, the leader was extremely experienced, and those disciples of the younger generation could not be compared to him. The altar and the formation within the formation, the formation within the formation, and the formation within the formation. The person who had set up the formation to open the heaven ruin realm could be said to be a genius in the art of formations. The primordial spirit gathered from all directions, forming a sea of spiritual qi at the end of the heaven-splitting valley, causing the heaven and earth to shine brightly and radiate auspicious qi, as if it were a paradise on earth. Even though it was daytime, the stars in the four directions and four mansions were still visible in the sky. Endless power of the stars poured down, converging with the spiritual qi from all directions to form a torrent of energy, sealing the spatial passage behind the stone gate. However, the power of heaven and earth could not be resisted. Under the effect of the power of heaven and earth, the spatial passage behind the stone gate could no longer be maintained. The power of the seal on the stone gate began to surge, and numerous mysterious ancient runes began to appear on the two stone gates. Those were ancient divine runes, and possessed unfathomable power. On top of the cliff stood two old Taoists, who were so old that their hair had almost all fallen out, and their teeth were few. Their skin looked like dried orange peels. The ruined heaven realm is going to close tonight at midnight. One of the old Taoists said, looking at the spatial passage that had opened behind the stone gate. The spatial passage was no longer stable. On the cliffs on both sides of the canyon, in addition to the two old Taoists, who were so old that they had one foot in their coffins, stood a number of green-robed disciples with grave expressions. The disciples who were able to guard the heaven-splitting valley, the birthplace of the three great Tao sects, were not weaklings. The cultivation base of each of them was not much weaker than Danchunzi and the others. These green-robed disciples guarding the heaven-splitting valley had the right to enter the heaven ruin realm. However, not many of them had entered, and those people did not leave their blood essence or light their spirit lamps. Even if the green-robed disciples who had entered the heaven ruin realm died in the heaven ruin realm, the people outside would not know. I wonder how many people will be able to come out this time. The situation doesn't seem very optimistic. The other old Taoist glanced at the spirit lamps above the altar in the formation map, and a hint of worry appeared in the old Taoist's cloudy eyes. If we can pick that longevity grass, we might have a chance to become demigods. The old Taoist who spoke first murmured. His turbid eyes began to shine with vigor. Longevity grass. No one knew how much the two old Taoists longed for the longevity grass. If they borrowed another 200 years of lifespan from the heavens, they might be able to break through to the demigod realm and live forever. Demigods were existences who had comprehended the profound meaning of longevity. For cultivators in this realm would have their spirit and nascent souls completely formed, their Tao laws and divine abilities would be born naturally, and they would possess supreme magic power. They were only one step away from truly shedding their mortal bodies and becoming real immortals. Demigods were the highest realm that every cultivator in the Tinglong continent dreamed of cultivating to. The two old Taoists' cultivation base had obviously reached a bottleneck. It was not difficult to imagine that the Grand Master of the two old Taoists, Daoist Kurong, was probably already a demigod. Only an expert of this level could easily destroy the clone of the demon monarch of six paths. The longevity grass seemed to have become the life-saving grass for the old freaks of the three great Tao sects, and this life-saving grass was now in the hands of Gu Fei. Gu Fei, who was traversing through the mountain forest in the sky ruins realm, had unintentionally grasped the fate of the old freaks of the three great Tao sects. This was something that no one had expected. When the first ray of sunlight peeked through the horizon, Gu Fei had already walked out of the bamboo forest. He had already walked dozens of miles through the forest. The strange fluctuations coming from the east had already become very weak here, almost to the point that he could not feel them anymore. However, Gu Fei began to feel that something was wrong. Logically speaking, he should have walked out of the sky burial valley after walking so far, but there was still an endless expanse of greenery in front of him. At this moment, the greenery that covered the mountains and plains was extremely dazzling in Gu Fei's eyes. What made him uneasy was that he began to find traces of human activity in the forest, and even traces of fighting. There was also an extremely faint smell of blood in the air. What Gu Fei was worried about did not happen. He did not find that terrifying corpse again. Things were not as Lei Ao had said. It seemed that not all the survivors had been killed by the blood demon. Following the traces in the forest, Gu Fei pursued. He was confident that he could rely on his own combat skills to contend against that demon. He was not a person who would do something even though he knew it was impossible. However, he soon discovered that the traces in the forest had begun to disperse. They seemed to have been ambushed by the blood demon and were fleeing in all directions. Gu Fei stopped at the foot of a mountain. The current situation made him frown. He did not have the doppelganger technique and could not pursue in all directions at the same time. What should he do? When walking in the forest, the less obvious the traces left behind, it meant that the person was an expert. On the contrary, if the traces left behind were more obvious, it meant that the person was in greater danger. If the blood demon followed the traces and chased, it would be easy to catch up with that person. In other words, the person who left a clear trace in the forest had the highest possibility of luring the blood demon away. After a short analysis, Gu Fei decided to head towards the northwest direction. This was because the person who escaped towards the northwest had left a very obvious trace in the places he had passed by. Obviously, if this person did not purposely want to lure the terrifying blood demon away, it meant that this person lacked the experience of walking in the forest. Gu Fei followed the traces and quickly walked through the forest. Very soon, he walked out of the forest and came to the entrance of a valley. This was a flower valley. Just by standing at the entrance, one could smell the faint fragrance of flowers from the valley. This fragrance made one feel relaxed and happy. Looking into the valley, there was a patch of purple and red. A type of beautiful flower that one had never seen before was blooming all over the mountains and plains in the valley. It was a spectacular sight. Chapter 2:15. The gorge was peaceful and harmonious with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. However, Gu Fei didn't let his guard down because of this, and he became even more careful instead. Because he knew very well that an ambush concealed by peace was the most difficult to guard against. The valley was not big. Gu Fei walked into it step by step. The faint fragrance of flowers lingered in his nose. There was nothing wrong with it. His sharp spiritual sense could not detect the smell of blood in the surroundings. Wherever the blood demon passed, it would leave behind a trace of blood in the air. This was because the blood demon was condensed from essence blood. It seemed that the blood demon did not appear nearby, which surprised Gu Fei. However, the traces in the surroundings showed that someone had entered the valley. Could it be that the blood demon did not chase after him, but went to kill someone else? Gu Fei had his doubts. As a martialist, he did not sense any dangerous aura in the surroundings. The entire valley was about 7 or 8 miles wide. There was no dense forest, and there was a kind of pink flower with a trace of snow-white lines growing in the valley. To Gu Fei's knowledge, he had never seen such a flower before. However, the refreshing fragrance of the flower made him feel energized. The fragrance of this flower seemed to have the effect of refreshing the mind. After walking for about 2 or 3 miles in the valley, Gu Fei arrived at a small stream flowing through the sea of flowers. The stream was so clear that he could see the bottom. He could vaguely see fish swimming in the water. Suddenly, Gu Fei's expression changed. He took a few deep breaths and felt that there was a trace of another aura in the flower fragrance. This aura was very weak, and it was similar to the fragrance of the surrounding flowers. This made Gu Fei almost ignore it. Following this aura, Gu Fei went upstream. At the source of the stream, Gu Fei felt a few thin footprints. Then, Gu Fei found a person in the flowers. To be more precise, it was a woman. A beautiful woman in snow-white clothes was lying in the flowers. Her hair was messy, and her face was flushed. Her breathing seemed to be a little rushed. I didn't expect it to be her. When Gu Fei saw the girl's face, he immediately recognized her. She was Guangqing's junior, Li Mengyao. In that case, the people targeted by the blood demon should be the disciples of the Guangqing Immortal sect. After all, apart from the 10 disciples of the younger generation and Lu Ruhai, who had died tragically at the hands of the old tortoise, there were a few high-ranking disciples of the Guangqing Immortal sect who had entered the ruined sky realm. Presumably, Li Mengyao, Ren Wuming, and the others had met up with the high-grade disciples of the broad accomplishment Immortal sect who had entered the ruined heaven realm. Li Mengyao was lying down in the flower bush. Her black silk was like silk, shining with a bright luster. It made her snow-white skin look even more sparkling and lustrous. She had a peerless face without a single bit of makeup. That was a natural beauty, fresh and beautiful, giving people a feeling of otherworldliness. Her delicate cheeks were like a dream, beautiful beyond compare. Perhaps it was because she had cultivated the path of the sword immortal, Li Mingyao's delicate face gave off a heroic spirit. Her appearance was so beautiful that it simply caused 100 flowers to lose their splendor. Moreover, her red lips that were tender and beautiful like drops of water only caused Gu Fei to have the urge to kiss her from the depths of his heart. What's wrong with me? Gu Fei suddenly realized that his tranquil state of mind had become unprecedentedly restless because of the girl in front of him. This made Gu Fei extremely shocked. Something that had never happened before had actually happened to him. The beautiful girl lying down in the flower bush had actually evoked a feeling that should not have appeared in his heart. The strange feeling in his body made Gu Fei feel uneasy. The fragrance of the surrounding flowers continuously flowed into Gu Fei's mouth and nose. At this moment, he was a little dazed. Although he knew that it shouldn't be like this, his body's reaction seemed to have gone out of his control. His eyes began to become a little blurred. What's going on? What's going on? Could it be the fragrance of the flowers? Gu Fei's mind was shaken. His body, who was standing in the flower bush, began to tremble slightly. He only felt that his heart was pounding like a drum. The frequency of his heartbeat was actually a few times higher than usual. His face also felt like it was burning hot. Gu Fei's resolute face had already gradually softened. His firm gaze also had traces of ripples. Deep in his heart, he was struggling with all his might. He clearly knew that he had unknowingly fallen into the Tao. He felt that his body was becoming more and more out of his control. Moreover, both of his legs were against his will, moving towards Li Mengyao with difficulty. When he had just entered the flower valley, he didn't feel that there was anything strange about the fragrance of the flowers. But now, Gu Fei had gradually lost the ability to resist. The fragrance was making his will to resist weaker and weaker. His rationality was gradually at a disadvantage. This fragrance of the flowers seemed to have triggered the most primitive part of Gu Fei. This was a kind of nature that a man should have. No matter how deeply he hid it, once it was triggered, even a person with a mind as firm as steel would find it hard to control it. Gu Fei was a man among men. Moreover, he was a virgin. He also had that. Moreover, the primitive part deep in his heart was currently being triggered by the fragrance of the flowers. In the confrontation with his rationality, due to the temptation of the fragrance of the flowers, it was obvious that his rationality was gradually being suppressed and he had the upper hand. In the end, Gu Fei extended his arm towards Li Mengyao. Then, Li Mengyao, who had woken up, also extended her jade annulus and wrapped it around Gu Fei. Their bodies were getting closer and closer. When Gu Fei's last bit of rationality was completely replaced, Gu Fei and Li Mingyao's bodies were entangled together. Obviously, Li Mingyao's willpower was not as strong as Gu Fei's. Her expression was already blurred and her eyes were like silk. Therefore, even without the temptation of the fragrance of the flowers, Gu Fei would not be able to sit still. For a moment, in the flowering shrubs by the stream, clothes fluttered in the wind. Li Mengyao, who looked valiant and heroic, was like a fairy from the ninth heaven. However, even though she was still a fairy, she had turned into an intoxicated fairy. Just when Gu Fei and Li Mengyao fell together, swoosh, a guy carrying a black stick suddenly appeared at the entrance of the flower valley. This guy was covered in dirt. He was carrying a big turtle shell on his back and the head of a divine dragon on his head. It was as if he had just crawled out of a fire. His body was covered in burnt black spots. After this guy appeared, the air was immediately filled with a burnt smell. This fellow was the old tortoise who had caused an earth-shattering commotion. Since he was here, it meant that he had successfully subdued the black stone pillar. The black stick on his shoulder that was less than 2 feet long and as thick as a child's arm was probably the black stone pillar. As for why the black stone pillar above the Archean fire vein became like a black stick, it was the old tortoise's doing. This smell, this flower fragrance, and Gu Fei. The old tortoise who was carrying the black stick looked around and a strange smile appeared on his dirty dragon face. Then, the old tortoise retreated far away from the entrance of the valley as if he was avoiding a dreadful beast. Even with the old tortoise's powerful divine sense, the erotic scene that was happening in the flower valley could not escape his senses. I didn't expect there to be so many aphrodisiac flowers here. Is that pervert afraid that he can't do that? He actually transplanted the aphrodisiac flowers, which were extinct even in the Archean era, into his false realm. The old tortoise muttered to himself. He seemed to know the origin of the bright flowers that were blooming all over the mountain in the flower valley. This is the aphrodisiac demonic flower that even immortals and gods can't resist. It can confuse one's emotions. I didn't expect that Gu Fei would be so lucky with women, hee. In the end, the old tortoise carried his black stick and retreated with a lewd expression. The time now belonged only to the 2 people in the flower valley. In the flower valley, among the flowers, Gu Fei's strong and powerful body that seemed to be cast from fine iron was entangled with Li Mingyao's exquisite body. Her jade-like arms and slender, snow-white thighs were faintly discernible among the flowers, adding a touch of charm to the pure and holy goddess Guangqing. The sun was high up in the sky, and the faint mist that was floating in the valley gradually dispersed. The mellow chirping of birds was crisp and pleasing to the ear, and the delicate fragrance of the flowers still drifted along with the breeze. No one would have thought that in this fairyland-like valley, there would be a demonic flower called the aphrodisiac flower. The seemingly harmless flower had an uplifting fragrance, but it had the magical power to provoke the primal desires of humans. Among the flowers, the 2 people who were entangled together slowly woke up from their dreams. White clothes were scattered around the flowers. Gu Fei opened his eyes in a daze. What he saw was a peerless immortal face. The pair of eyes that were like autumn water were also full of blur at this moment. Her hair was messy, her jade-like cheeks were bright red, and her soft and delicate skin was white and slender. It was as if she was the most perfect masterpiece of the heavens. Her jade-like skin seemed to be shrouded in a layer of faint radiance under the light of the morning sun. Everything was so beautiful and harmonious. However, a sudden scream pierced through the void and came from the flower valley. This scream completely broke the peace and harmony in the valley. Ah! What's going on? You. When Li Mengyao woke up, the scene in front of her almost made her go crazy. Gu Fei. I. I'm going to kill you. Li Mengyao leaped up from the flowers and slapped Gu Fei with no regard for her body. Chapter 2:16. Bang! Gu Fei raised his palm to meet the attack. The two of them actually began to fight amongst the flowers. The power of their palms shattered the flowers in an instant, causing petals to dance in the air. One by one, the bright and dazzling aphrodisiac flowers that emitted waves of serene fragrance were shattered by the power of the palm. Then, the shattered petals, like snow under the scorching sun, quickly melted and completely disappeared in the air. However, the serene fragrance became even stronger. The fragrance of the flowers was 10 times stronger than before. The two of them gradually reacted. Li Mingyao's beautiful face instantly turned red again. Her eyes, which were originally about to spit out fire, became misty again. Gu Fei did not have the intention to hurt Li Mengyao. Otherwise, Li Mingyao's muscles and meridians would have been broken with one palm. Even if she did not die, she would become a cripple. The strength and terror of a martial artist was not something that a martial artist could imagine. Especially in a close combat situation, it was even harder for a martial artist to fight against a martial artist. Even if it was a martial artist of the same level, once a martial artist got close to them, they would also be in danger. The current situation made Gu Fei extremely embarrassed. If you want to fight, put on your clothes first. Gu Fei pushed Li Mengyao away with one palm and quickly grabbed the storage bag on the ground. He took out a set of clean clothes and put them on. Pervert, you are despicable, shameless, and vulgar. You are still looking. Although Li Mengyao was furious, she was still a girl. Exposing her body in front of a man made her so ashamed that she wanted to die. Moreover, Gu Fei's gaze would occasionally glance at her body. At that moment, Li Mengyao quickly picked up the clothes that were scattered on the ground and put them on. Then, with a clang, she pulled out her sword and pointed it at Gu Fei with a murderous look. Go to hell. Li Mengyao regained her cold arrogance. She swore that she would kill this pervert who had tainted her innocence with her sword. She wanted to use this pervert's blood to wash away the humiliation she had suffered. The calmness of the past no longer existed. Her snow-white dress trembled slightly. She was so angry that her body started to tremble. The treasured sword that had been tempered by the Guangqing Immortal sect sword Immortal Dao was even sharper than ordinary divine weapons. Rays of light flowed on the body of the sword. A chilling sword qi spread out from the treasured sword in Li Mingyao's hand, giving off a spiritual aura. Her otherworldly aura, which was as pure and holy as a fairy, was nowhere to be seen. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a murderous aura. This Guangqing junior sister's seemingly weak and delicate body emitted a cold murderous aura. Without any hesitation, Li Mengyao, who had been blinded by anger, only wanted to do one thing, and that was to kill Gu Fei. Of course, with her level of cultivation, killing Gu Fei was like reaching the heavens. Li Mengyao activated the sword energy in her body. The sword in her hand suddenly made a wang sound and exploded with a dazzling sword light. That sword turned into a ray of light that was about 10 feet long and emitted a strong sword aura. It flew out from Li Mingyao's hand and flew towards Gu Fei. Her hair and white dress fluttered. Li Mengyao seemed to have turned into a heavenly sword that had been unsheathed. She became one with the sword and her aura was like a rainbow. The dazzling sword light tore through the void. The dazzling sword aura swept toward Gu Fei's waist. Guangqing celestial sect's way of the sword was not to be underestimated. With a sword in her hand, Li Mengyao cut through the void. The sword aura was extremely sharp. This level of flying sword light, in the eyes of others, might be extremely powerful. However, in the eyes of Gu Fei, it was barely passable. Seeing that the sword light was about to reach him and that cold sword aura had already reached him, Gu Fei's long hair was blown backwards by the sword aura. However, the corner of his mouth revealed a smile. Just when the sword light was less than 3 feet away from Gu Fei, who was standing quietly in the sea of flowers, finally moved. His legs were still standing at the same spot. He only raised his right arm. The 5 fingers of his right hand emitted a dazzling golden light as if it was made of gold. His right hand directly grabbed the sharp sword light that was coming towards him, completely ignoring the terrifying sharpness of the flying sword. Is he crazy? He actually dared to use his body to fight against the flying sword. Li Mengyao was also shocked by Gu Fei's seemingly crazy action. Clang! When the 5 fingers of Gu Fei's right hand touched the dazzling sword light, there was a sound of metal rubbing against each other. The unparalleled sword light was immediately grabbed by Gu Fei's right hand. It was like a spiritual snake struggling in his hand, trying to get out of his grasp. Li Mingyao's pair of beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. She almost couldn't believe her own eyes. How? How was this possible? The flying sword that she activated with all her strength was actually caught by someone with his bare hands. The scene in front of her was really hard for her to accept. The flying sword and her aura were connected. Li Mengyao could feel that a strong force was forcefully restraining her flying sword. Wang! Li Mengyao tried her best to stir up the sword energy in her body, trying to get the flying sword out of Gu Fei's control. The sword light that Gu Fei was holding suddenly emitted waves of sharp and powerful sword aura as it struggled and twisted violently in his hand. At this moment, because of the destruction of the passion flower, the fragrance of the surrounding flowers was more than 10 times stronger than before. Li Mingyao's breathing began to quicken, making her feel a little annoyed. Gu Fei wasn't any better. The blood in his body was boiling and his body was boiling hot, as if he was about to burst into flames. However, he forcibly suppressed the abnormal movement in his body for the time being. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. His right hand suddenly surged with a golden aura, instantly drowning the dazzling sword light in his hand in the golden wave. The endless power of the metal element suppressed the flying sword in his hand. Li Mengyao suddenly felt as if she was hit by a heavy blow. Her body shook and her heart was extremely shocked. She knew that it was impossible for her to fight against Gu Fei. At this moment, there was a sudden swoosh sound. Old Tortoise suddenly appeared in the valley carrying a black stick. "You 2 kids, why are you still not leaving here? Do you want to have another round of entanglement?" Old Tortoise's words almost made Li Mengyao faint. Gu Fei was also extremely embarrassed. However, Old Tortoise did not care. The power of the fake heaven and earth surged out from his body and enveloped Gu Fei and Li Mengyao. The next moment, 2 people and a tortoise instantly disappeared from the valley. If Gu Fei and Li Mengyao were to be in the valley again, smelling the fragrance of the passion flower, they would definitely lose their minds and entangle with each other again. At the edge of a forest outside the valley, ripples suddenly appeared in the calm void. Then, as if directly walking out of the void, 3 figures suddenly appeared on the empty space. "Hee, what's wrong? Are the 2 of you fighting?" Old Tortoise looked at Li Mengyao with a smile, then turned his face and winked at Gu Fei. You. Li Mengyao pointed at Old Tortoise. Her body trembled and she was so angry that she couldn't speak. "Old Tortoise, mind your own business." Gu Fei was now having a headache. He never thought that he would have skin contact with Li Mengyao. For a moment, he did not know what to do. "Give me back your flying sword." Gu Fei's right hand that was holding Li Mingyao's flying sword loosened. The flying sword that was struggling in his hand immediately flew up. Li Mengyao did not seem to appreciate it. On her beautiful face, there was a murderous look. She could not wait to cut Gu Fei into 8 pieces. Guangqing Joju a sword. Li Mengyao directly pinched the sword art. Amid Li Mingyao's angry roar, the dazzling sword light split into 9 and turned into 9 sword rays that danced around her. They were like 9 streaks of rainbow, shining with a dazzling light. The 9 sword rays shot out at the same time, emitting a mighty and unparalleled sword aura. They strangled towards Gu Fei. The dazzling sword rays tore through the void and drew 9 beautiful arcs in the air. They faintly formed a seemingly right but actually wrong formation, trapping all directions and obliterating towards Gu Fei. Oh, this chick turns out to be a little chilly. Brat, you're going to suffer this time. Old Tortoise carried the black rod and walked to the side, looking like he was watching a show. If you continue to do this, don't blame me for being merciless, Gu Fei said in a deep voice. At the same time, he fiercely slammed his palm out. The originally calm void suddenly shook violently. The vast palm energy was like a surging river that directly shook the heavens and the earth. The 9 sword rays originally followed the method of a sword formation to trap and obliterate Gu Fei. However, in an instant, they were shattered by Gu Fei's palm strength. Then, an unparalleled force swallowed the 9 sword rays like a vast ocean. Li Mingyao's mind was in turmoil. The flying sword was connected to her mind and breath, but at this moment, she could no longer sense the existence of the flying sword. Li Mengyao actually lost contact with the flying sword. This made her turn pale with fright. At this moment, she finally understood the power and terror of the person in front of her. Although they were both practitioners of the awakening state, Li Mengyao felt that she and Gu Fei seemed to be people of 2 different worlds. It seemed that the cultivation of the two were not even at the same level. The 9 sword rays were completely trapped by Gu Fei's palm strength. Then, the 9 sword rays began to dim under the envelopment of Gu Fei's palm strength. The 8 sword rays disappeared, and a treasured sword appeared in the sword rays. Gu Fei struck the flying sword rays back to their original form. Damn, how could this be? Li Mingyao's face was flushed. She had already used all her strength, but still could not retrieve the sword. This was unimaginable. Guangqing Celestial sect cultivated the path of the sword celestial. They only had 1 sword in their life. After Li Mengyao cultivated the sword energy in her dantian, she used the sword energy to breathe on the sword day and night, causing the sword to develop spirituality. Although her flying sword had yet to merge with her body, it had already communicated with her breath. It was like a part of her body. But now, this connection was forcefully cut off by someone. How could she not be shocked? Do you still want to fight? Gu Fei looked at Li Mengyao in front of him. He definitely had the ability to kill her, but what happened just now made it hard for him to have the intention to kill in front of Li Mengyao. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Why don't I be the matchmaker? The 2 of you can bow to the heavens and earth here and become husband and wife. The old tortoise shouted as if he wanted the world to be in chaos. Hearing this, Gu Fei almost went berserk. He wanted to beat the old tortoise up. This old tortoise is really despicable. Using such words to provoke Li Mengyao, isn't he trying to make me feel bad? Chapter 217. Sure enough, after Li Mengyao stopped talking to the old tortoise, her face immediately turned pale. I will not rest until you die, Li Mengyao roared. The sword energy in her body suddenly exploded. 2 3-feet-long sword auras shot out from her hands and rushed towards Gu Fei without a care for her life. Although a sword was very important to a cultivator who practiced the path of the sword deity, it was just like the second dantian outside of the body. If the flying sword was destroyed, the foundation would be damaged. Of course, this kind of damage was not irreparable. However, if a new flying sword was to be sacrificially refined, the effort needed would be inestimable. However, even without a sword in hand, Li Mengyao could still use the sword energy in her body to condense a sharp sword aura to attack the enemy. This was the horror of a sword cultivator. Without a sword in hand, it was better than having a sword. If the path of the sword deity was cultivated to the highest level, the person and the sword would become one. The person would be the sword and the sword would be the person. There would be no distinction between the two. Only a sword cultivator at that level could break all spells with a sword in hand. Hee hee. Don't be impulsive. It's fine if the couple is just fooling around, but don't get serious. The old tortoise continued to talk nonsense, as if he wanted the world to be in chaos. You old tortoise, will you die if you don't talk? When Gu Fei heard this, he was speechless. This old tortoise was really asking for a beating. Li Mengyao was enraged. The bright sword auras shot out from both of her hands and rushed towards Gu Fei's chest. It was as if it was going to pierce through the void and made a terrifying sound. Swoosh! Gu Fei left an afterimage on the spot. He withdrew the vast palm energy that sealed Li Mengyao's flying sword and quickly retreated. He didn't want to fight with Li Mengyao, so he could only retreat. Pang! The sword auras shattered the afterimage and the flying sword returned to Li Mengyao's hand. It once again turned into a shocking sword aura and chased after Gu Fei. One retreated and one advanced. The two of them moved like the wind and lightning. In an instant, they rushed into the forest next to the empty space. Wherever the sword auras passed, the trees were cut in half and fell from the sky. In the forest, the branches were watching the show leisurely. In the fake world of the tortoise, not only the old tortoise but also Gu Fei. They didn't have any intention of making a move. Moreover, it seemed like there was no need for them to do anything. The Qilin Demon King had already gained the upper hand. Roar! The Qilin Demon King roared again and again, spewing endless divine flames from his mouth toward the blood shadow. The terrifying heat burned everything, and the vast energy fluctuations caused the whole fake world to tremble. That demonic light and blood silhouette seemed to be in big trouble. It couldn't help but let out scalp-numbing demonic roars. Terrifying and evil energy fluctuations surged out of it, blocking the divine flames. However, even so, the demonic light and blood shadow were gradually being refined, dissipating, and dimming. Chapter 2:18. It had to be said that the demonic light blood shadow was really powerful. Even after being burned by the fire Qilin's pure yang fire, it still did not turn into ashes. Instead, it turned into a blood shadow that dashed around in the sea of fire, trying to break out of the shroud of divine flames. The blood shadow was a terrifying demon of extreme yin, extreme cold, evil, and extreme evil. No matter what it was, as long as it had flesh and blood, its blood essence would be sucked away by the blood shadow in an instant. Even the primordial spirit would not be able to escape. However, the pure yang fire was the nemesis of the blood shadow demonic light. The pure yang and pure yin mutually reinforced and restrained each other. This was the natural law of heaven and earth. Roar! In the sea of fire, the fire Qilin roared again and again. The old tortoise's pseudo-world shook. In the distance, Gu Fei's ears buzzed from the rolling sound waves coming from the sea of fire. The blood shadow demonic light was shaking. The fire Qilin had completely gained the upper hand. It shot out layers of divine flames to trap the blood shadow demonic light in the sea of fire. No matter how the blood shadow demonic light rammed around, it could not break out of the sea of fire. Old tortoise, what's going on? Why is there another demonic beast in your pseudo-world besides Shaoqing? Gu Fei was shocked. The fire Qilin had shocked him too much. He could not help but be shocked. In the ancient books, the fire Qilin was recorded as a terrifying existence like a divine beast. Once the fire Qilin appeared, it would burn the land for thousands of miles. It was the beloved child of the fire god. At this time, Shaoqing was still asleep because he had eaten half of the dragon yuan fruit. However, Shaoqing's sleeping place had been moved by the old tortoise to another place in the pseudo-world. Qing's sleeping place had now become the battlefield of the fire Qilin and the blood shadow demonic light. What do you think of my mount? It's not bad, right? Ha! The old tortoise laughed proudly. he had decided to make this demon king his mount. Riding the fire Qilin in the cultivation world would be extremely eye-catching. Perhaps no one in the world could afford to do so. However, the old tortoise might offend the demon race in this way. Online, after all, the fire Qilin's cultivation had already reached the demon king realm. For a demon king to be treated as a mount by someone would be a great humiliation to all the demon clans in the world. Although the demons in the Ruin Heaven realm and the demons on the Tinglong continent belonged to two different spaces and regions, they had one thing in common: they were all demons. Mount? A fire Qilin as a mount. When Gu Fei heard this, he was so shocked that he almost bit his tongue. This was too crazy. What? Cool enough, right? Old Tortoise looked at the looming fire Qilin in the sea of fire ahead, and its eyes began to wander. He was already imagining the scene of the fire Qilin appearing between heaven and earth. The Ruin Heaven realm was only a false world. Although it was also vast and boundless, it was not a real major world after all. Here, everything was restricted by the power of heaven and earth. If the old tortoise had not also cultivated the false world, it was likely that he would have been trapped in the primordial ominous formation and turned into dust. Cool, very cool. Gu Fei murmured, wiping away the cold sweat oozing from his forehead. This old tortoise was really abnormal. Hee hee. Boy, what are you going to do with that girl outside? You might as well catch her and make her your wife. The old tortoise looked at Gu Fei with an evil smile. When Gu Fei heard this, a few black lines immediately appeared on his forehead. You disrespectful old man, you're still joking at this time. I'm afraid I'll be in big trouble when I get out of the Ruin Heaven realm. This damn old tortoise was really touching a sore spot. At the thought of having sex with Li Mengyao, Gu Fei felt a headache coming on and was extremely annoyed. If this matter were to spread, not to mention how the sect would punish him, even Li Mengyao's master would immediately kill his way to the Taishian sect to settle the score with him. What big trouble? If you can be ruthless enough to destroy a flower, then go out and kill that girl to silence her. The old tortoise said disapprovingly. Silence my ass. Gu Fei could not help but be annoyed. This old tortoise always came up with such bad ideas. It was really hateful. It could be imagined that this guy was definitely a great monster who brought disaster to the 3 realms and 6 paths. With the old tortoise's temperament, it was no wonder that he was trapped in the primordial ominous formation. Even Gu Fei could not help but have the urge to beat up the old tortoise. Just as the old tortoise was about to speak, there was a sudden boom in the field. There was a loud noise, and Gu Fei only felt the ground under his feet shake violently. There was a change in the field. Thousands of divine flames soared into the sky, sweeping in all directions. The fire Qilin revealed its demon race body. Its body turned into the size of a small mountain, and the fiery red scales on its body were as big as a millstone. The terrifying divine flames burned the world, and the explosive energy spread out, causing the chaotic area of this pseudo-world to also be shaken. The fire Qilin's power was shocking, and it displayed a great magical power. The blood shadow demonic light had already been melted by the raging flames. The terrifying temperature of the divine flames caused the sand to turn into charcoal. Where the fire Qilin stood, the ground melted, and the sand turned into a slurry. Even though he was far away, the terrifying heat wave that surged in front of him made Gu Fei feel parched, and he was sweating profusely. It was as if all the water in his body was evaporating, and it was very uncomfortable. The old tortoise beside Gu Fei did not seem to feel the heat at all, and its expression was still calm. Roar! The ferocious head of the fire Qilin, the size of a small mountain, roared at the sky, as if it was venting its monstrous resentment. Then, a giant flaming claw reached out from the sea of fire, and it shrouded the blood shadow that was rushing around like a headless fly. The sea of fire that the fire Qilin had released formed a terrifying domain of fire. The blood shadow demonic light was trapped by the domain, and it was difficult for it to rush out of the sea of fire. The blood shadow could only break through the domain and rush out of the sea of fire if it had the strength to contend against the fire Qilin. Unfortunately, this demonic light did not have the strength to contend against a demon king. The fire Qilin that the old tortoise had subdued was definitely a rare expert, even among the demon kings. Bang! There was no suspense. Under the giant claw, the blood light exploded into countless blood silhouettes and disappeared in all directions. Shrill, ear-piercing demonic howls came from the void, as if there were countless demons howling and struggling. When the demonic sound entered his ears, Gu Fei felt his divine soul tremble, as if his 3 souls and 7 spirits were about to leave his body. It was truly terrifying. Gu Fei hurriedly gathered his thoughts and circulated his energy to resist the demonic sound. Even the old tortoise had a grave expression on his face. Which demon created this blood shadow clone? This demon is definitely not simple. The old tortoise had long since seen that this blood shadow was only a demon's clone. Although the majority of the blood traces that had exploded had been destroyed, the remaining blood mist had condensed into a dozen drops of demonic blood that glowed with a strange bloody light. They were not refined by the divine flames that were raining down. After the fire Qilin's giant claw destroyed the blood shadow, it continued to envelop the dozen drops of demonic blood. Then, it surged with divine flames to refine the demonic blood. What is that? Gu Fei exclaimed. Humph. It's just a clone condensed from one's own blood essence. The clone's original form is just a few drops of demonic blood, the old tortoise said coldly. Soon, the blood light in the fire Qilin's giant claw completely dissipated. The dozen drops of demonic blood had been completely refined. The blood shadow clone was finished. However, just as the remaining demonic consciousness in the demonic blood was being refined, an angry roar came from a demon palace in the far north of the demon region. The terrifying roar echoed for hundreds of miles in the demon palace. Many demonic cultivators were alarmed by the roar and came out of their seclusion to look in the direction of the demon palace. The 6 paths, that guy. Thousands of miles away, on top of a towering mountain, a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on the peak opened his eyes. These were not a pair of eyes that a normal human should have, but a pair of demonic eyes. The crimson pupils flickered with a demonic light. The sclera of the eyes was black without any sclera. They were like a fiery red dot in an unparalleled abyss. The middle-aged man's eyes had an evil attraction that seemed to be able to suck in one's soul. Moreover, this person was very tall. Even though he was sitting cross-legged, he was still as tall as a person. If he stood up, a normal person would only be able to reach his waist. Obviously, this middle-aged man was definitely not human. He was a demon, a great demon that could rival the 6 Paths demon monarch. This great demon had clearly sensed the abnormality thousands of miles away and was alarmed. However, he only glanced in the direction of the abnormality before closing his demonic eyes again. Whoosh! A demonic shadow rushed out from below the demon palace and stood in the void. Its crimson long hair danced wildly in the air, and its entire body exuded a terrifying demonic aura. The demonic shadow stood proudly in the void, looking disdainfully in all directions as it roared continuously. At this moment, all the demonic cultivators in the vicinity who sensed the demonic aura felt extremely oppressed and frightened. They felt as if a sharp sword was pressed against their throats. All the demonic cultivators within 1,000 miles of the demon palace kept quiet out of fear. The crimson long hair was extremely demonic. A demonic howl filled with intense hatred reverberated through the entire sky. Who was it? Who was it? Who destroyed my second clone? I, the 6 Paths, hereby swear to the Supreme Demon Lord that I will not be a demon until I get my revenge. The demonic voice was terrifying, and the rolling demonic aura spread across the sky and the earth. The demonic cultivators were shocked. The far north demon area was a place where many demons gathered. The sky and earth here were extremely dark, and even sunlight could not shine through. However, it was not too dark. Gloomy demonic clouds floated in the sky. This place was filled with the demonic aura, and it was the holy land of all demonic cultivators in the world. Chapter 219. In order to find out the location of the ruined sky realm, Demon Emperor of Six Paths had done everything he could. When Yunmeng Mountain intercepted the group of people from the Taishian sect who were flying to the southern wilderness, the blood demon's doppelganger might have already lurked in Guo Bufon's body. When the nine-colored longevity grass was found, the blood demon's doppelganger suddenly launched an attack. Unfortunately, if the old turtle had not been there, the blood demon's doppelganger would have succeeded. As long as the nine-colored longevity grass was destroyed, the hope of those old monsters from the three great Taoism sects to become demigods would be destroyed. The ruined sky realm was a pseudo-realm, a vast space that was outside of the real world. Therefore, the moment the clone of the Demon Emperor of Six Paths entered the ruined sky realm, he had completely cut off his connection with his real body. Demon Emperor of Six Paths didn't know who killed his second doppelganger, which made him so angry that he kept roaring in the sky above the Devil Palace, frightening all the demons around him. After roaring for a while, he disappeared from the void above the Devil Palace. He didn't return to the palace, so no one knew where he went. Some people speculated that he had left the far north devil area. The demon monarch of Six Paths was out of luck. His first clone was killed by Daoist Master Kurong, and a few days later, his second clone was killed as well. The two great clones that he had spent countless time and painstaking efforts to cultivate disappeared just like that. How could Demon Emperor of Six Paths swallow his anger? Although he didn't know who killed his second doppelganger, he knew that his first doppelganger was killed by Daoist Kurong. In other words, the Rift Valley was no longer a secret to Demon Emperor of Six Paths. Not only did the doppelganger and the real body have the same memories and experiences, but they also had the same mind. As long as the doppelganger was in the same world, there was no difference between the doppelganger and the real body. What the doppelganger saw and heard was the same as what the real body saw and heard. Of course, the strength of the doppelganger was much weaker than that of the real body. It was already rare for a doppelganger to exert 1/10 of the real body's strength. The abnormal movements in the far north devil area couldn't be hidden from the eyes and ears of the people. On this day, someone saw the 10 great demon generals of Six Paths leaving the Devil Palace. Demon Emperor of Six Paths was one of the two peerless demons in the devil area. His every move affected the nerves of all the forces in the entire devil area. In the far north devil area, only the great demon Venerable Skyscraping Ridge could compete with the Devil Palace. The extreme northern demon region was the world of demons. This place was filled with slaughter. Dozens of large and small influences constantly engaged in fierce battles. Even the devil cultivators. Even the demonic cultivators in Cultivto to demons to their to the devil area. To demons to the demon Cultivto devil to the domain. Not to, even demon to the clans to was. Not to in. Was to Santa Valley. The central area of the infernal domain was definitely a forbidden area for ordinary demonic cultivators. However, for some of the more accomplished demonic cultivators, it was a holy land for cultivation. With the help of the devil-demon nature in the domain, many great demons who couldn't make any progress made miraculous breakthroughs and finally cultivated the true demon body. Not far from the far north devil area, there was a tall mountain. It was the Skyscraping Ridge. There were countless palaces and caves on the ridge. It was the base camp of the great demon Venerable, another giant in the demon area. The great demon Venerable, who was rumored to be invincible in the demon area, was sitting cross-legged on the peak of the demon sky, cultivating with his eyes closed. Although he was motionless like a stone statue, he didn't deliberately release his devil might. However, his devil spirit, which was much larger than an ordinary person's, still made people feel a strong pressure. It was like a peerless demon was sleeping on the peak of the mountain, hiding. Once it woke up, the world would change color. It was silent everywhere. There was no wind. In the far north devil area, apart from the cold, it was like a frozen space. Even on the mountain, there was no wind. It had to be said that the far north devil area was a strange place. It was a silent world, although it wasn't dead silent. Suddenly, outside the mountain, a pitch-black devil cloud quickly surged over, breaking the tranquility of the demon sky ridge. Many devil cultivators cultivating on the ridge were alarmed. That mass of devil chi exuded powerful devil essence fluctuations. The brutal and fiendish aura frightened the demonic creatures that lived on the dark brown earth to no end. The devil chi came to the demon sky ridge and didn't show any signs of stopping. Instead, it directly flew up the demon sky ridge. Soon, the surging demonic cloud rushed to the peak of the devil sky ridge. When the devil cultivators on the mountain saw this, they faintly felt that something big had happened. This was because the peak of the demon sky ridge was the great demon Venerable's cultivation place. Without the great demon Venerable's summon, no one dared to set foot there. No one dared to offend the great demon Venerable's dignity. After the surging demonic clouds rushed to the peak of the devil sky ridge, they quickly retreated. A figure shrouded in pitch-black demonic aura appeared. "Greetings, Lord." The devil chi descended from the sky and directly knelt behind the great demon Venerable. His tone was very respectful. The devil chi was completely absorbed by the devil chi. The great demon that rode the devil chi to the demon sky ridge revealed his true form. This was a demonic person wearing a black cloak. His entire body was hidden within the cloak, revealing only a pair of demonic eyes that exuded black chi. "Speak." The great demon Venerable only spat out one word without batting an eyelid. The devil cultivator kneeled on the ground and didn't even dare to raise his head. He said while trembling with fear, We didn't find out where the 6th Tao Venerable went." The devil cultivator's words were somewhat hesitant. When the great devil sovereign heard this, he opened his eyes. These were a pair of devil eyes. They had no pupils and no sclera. They were like two bottomless abysses filled with black gas. One could only see black lights flashing in these bottomless abysses. The moment the great devil Venerate opened his eyes, a terrifying aura was emitted from his huge body. It was an endless pressure that made people feel despair. The next moment, without any warning, the black-robed demon who was kneeling 100 meters behind the great demon sovereign flew up. Demonic blood rained down from the sky before heavily smashing into a pile of rubble 100 meters away. "What's going on?" The great demon Venerable stood up from the boulder he was sitting on. He was 6 meters tall and looked like he was cast from steel. He gave off a powerful aura. His bronze skin was covered in a layer of black light, making people feel his power and terror. Although this devil cultivator didn't deliberately release his devil chi, it was enough to make people tremble from the bottom of their bones. "Lord, calm down. Lord, calm down." The devil cultivator who was blown away crawled back hundreds of meters to the great demon Venerable. "Speak." The great demon Venerable didn't say anything superfluous. His tone was dignified and didn't allow for any explanation or objection. The great demon Venerable of the northern demon area was definitely a terrifying, independent, and tyrannical person. He was also a powerful devil cultivator. The demon Venerable hastily said, "Although we don't know the whereabouts of the 6th Tao, his 10 devil generals have left the demon area and are heading south." Since the great demon Venerate allowed him to continue, it meant that his life was saved. The people of the devil Tao, especially the devils who were successful in cultivation, which one of them didn't have countless vengeful spirits in their hands? These devils could cause a massacre with just a thought. They didn't even care about the lives of their subordinates. Apart from themselves, there was no one they couldn't kill, and there was no one they couldn't kill. In order to become a true demon, there were many devil cultivators who would even kill their parents, wives, and children. All the masters are going to the south. Could it be? The great demon Venerable still had his back to the demon who was lying on the ground, but his hollow and glowing eyes were looking towards the south. The devil cultivator prostrating on the ground didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After pondering for a while, the great demon Venerable suddenly smiled and murmured, "I haven't been active for hundreds of years. It's time to meet my old friends outside." After saying that, the great demon Venerable suddenly disappeared. No one knew where he went, as if he had escaped into the void. After the great demon Venerable disappeared for a while, the devil cultivator prostrating on the ground finally dared to raise his head and look around in fear. After making sure that the great demon Venerable had really left, he slowly stood up and walked down the mountain. In the heaven burial valley of the ruined sky realm, the old turtle pseudo-world didn't suffer any damage after the great battle. In fact, there wasn't much that could be destroyed in his pseudo-world. After destroying the second clone of the devil monarch of 6 paths, the old turtle opened the pseudo-world and walked out with Gu Fei. The old turtle left the fire Qilin to protect the sleeping Shaoqing, in case something unexpected happened while Shaoqing was absorbing the spiritual power of the dragon yuan fruit. At this time, the body of the green snake that was sleeping in the old turtle's pseudo-world had grown to nearly 60 meters long. It was already a big guy. Moreover, the 2 small horns protruding out of the huge snake's head were even more obvious. The 2 protrusions were clearly 2 horns that were growing out. During the trip to the ruined sky realm, the Shaoqing snake encountered a great opportunity. Of course, Gu Fei also gained a lot, which allowed him to open up a pseudo-world. This was a great opportunity and a qualitative transformation. After coming out of the fake world created by the old tortoise, Gu Fei realized that Li Mengyao had already left. Gu Fei felt a sense of disappointment for no reason as he indulged himself in the wild. It was already noon. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise knew that time was of the essence. They had to find one of the 81 spatial nodes before midnight. Otherwise, they would be trapped in the ruined sky realm and wait for the next time it reopened. Therefore, Gu Fei and the old turtle set out on their way back without any hesitation. After determining the direction, the man and the turtle continued to head west. Chapter 220. Outside the void sky realm, at the end of the sky-split valley, the 2 ancient stone gates on the stone wall were already showing signs of closing. Although it was very slow, the 2 stone gates, which emitted an aura of infinite antiquity, were indeed closing. Ancient divine patterns could be seen on the stone gates from time to time, and then dissipated into the void. The power of the seal was growing stronger and stronger, to the point that even the primordial chi of heaven and earth gathered by the ancient grand formation could not hold the 2 stone gates in place. The master of the void sky realm had left a channel that connected to the outside world, and the energy channel that had been opened was closing at an extremely slow speed. If one did not pay attention to it, they would not have noticed it at all. However, all the people guarding the end of the sky-split valley began to grow nervous. They knew that tonight would be the time when the stone gates would completely close. It was noon on the 10th day. Nothing unusual happened in the 100,000 mountain range, except, of course, in the sky-split valley. The ancient grand formation in front of the stone wall at the end of the valley was exerting great power, and the power of the grand formation had been activated to its peak state. The huge formation on the ground had almost materialized, and numerous mysterious lines seemed to be rushing out of the ground. The entire grand formation was giving off a terrifying energy fluctuation that made even heaven and earth pale. This energy fluctuation could be sensed even from 1,000 miles away. It was a fluctuation of power that could destroy heaven and earth. Fortunately, the 100,000 mountain range was vast and boundless. 1,000 miles of land in the endless mountains was like a sesame seed falling into a sea. If one wanted to find the sky-split valley, they would have to be as lucky as the demon emperor of 6 paths, who had accidentally stumbled into the range of this energy fluctuation. Endless essence of heaven and earth madly converged towards the grand formation from all directions. Daoist Li Shang, who was originally sitting cross-legged in the center of the formation's altar, had already stood up and was staring nervously at the ancient stone gate on the stone wall in front of him. Inside the altar's center of the formation, there was an ocean-like energy fluctuation around him. If he was not careful, he would be torn to pieces by the terrifying energy outside the formation, and both his body and soul would be destroyed. Even an expert of Daoist Li Shang's level would not be able to escape. On the cliffs on both sides of the valley stood no less than 100 cyan-robed high-ranking disciples. Among these high-ranking disciples, there were young men and white-haired old men. The age at which they attained the Tao usually determined the appearance of these cultivators. Very few people would change it. A transcending mortality stage cultivator's appearance wouldn't change much. None of the high-level disciples guarding the sky-splitting valley had cultivation lower than the transcending mortality stage. At this moment, all the disciples in the sky-splitting valley had gathered at the end of the valley. No one spoke as everyone was extremely nervous. The 10th day was the last day of the Ruin Heaven Realm's opening. It was also the most important day. Nothing could go wrong. Otherwise, the people inside would be trapped in the Ruin Heaven Realm. None of the disciples of the three great Daoist sects who had been trapped in the Ruin Heaven Realm had ever come out alive the next time it opened. In other words, once the stone gate was closed, only death awaited those in the Ruin Heaven Realm. The two old Taoists who were guarding the sky-splitting valley, whose hair and teeth were almost all gone, also came to the top of the cliff at this time. The two old Taoists' eyes, which were originally cloudy, were now as bright as the stars in the sky. The two old Taoists looked at the two stone gates on the cliff. At this moment, they could no longer keep their calm, and their faces were filled with nervousness. Even the two old Taoist grandmasters, Daoist Kurong, who had destroyed Demon Monarch of Six Paths' first clone with just a raise of his hand, was hiding in the sky, closely watching everything happening below. Daoist Kurong's wide right sleeve glowed with a blood-red light, and an evil and ferocious aura was vaguely seeping out of it. Daoist Li Shang, who was standing in the eye of the altar's formation, looked up at the blazing sun hanging high in the sky and muttered to himself, "It's time." With that, he sat cross-legged in the eye of the formation and began to perform incantation gestures. As one mysterious incantation gesture after another emerged on his hands, he gradually seemed to have become one with the altar under him. Daoist Li Shang carefully guided the altar's power, which then drove the power of the entire formation, causing the whole formation to gradually shake. The endless power gathered by the formation finally condensed into 81 balls of light that emitted dazzling light, hovering around the altar. Daoist Li Shang had a grave expression on his face. Bean-sized beads of sweat flowed down his face, and his white Taoist robe was soaked with sweat. He seemed to be very strenuous. It's finally the last step. The two old Taoists on the cliff looked at the scene happening in the diagram below and said such words. Go. Daoist Li Shang performed an incantation gesture and pointed at the two ancient stone gates on the cliff in front of him. The 81 light balls that lingered around the altar immediately flew toward the stone gates. Under Daoist Li Shang's control, the 81 light balls rushed into the spatial passage behind the stone gates one after another and disappeared inside in the blink of an eye. In the void heaven realm, in an area that had already been explored, a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly spread out over a quiet valley. A part of the space suddenly shook violently, and ripples spread out in all directions. Then, the space above the valley seemed to suddenly collapse and shatter. A spatial passageway with a diameter of about 30 feet appeared in the void. The same thing happened on a barren mountain somewhere in the ruins heaven realm. A ball of light suddenly appeared over the top of the mountain as if it had shattered the void. Immediately afterward, a spatial passage appeared in the sky. Such an anomaly only appeared in the explored areas of the ruins heaven realm, and there were not only 2 such spatial passages, but a total of 81 of them. All 81 spatial nodes had been opened, and every disciple of the three great Taoist sects who entered the ruins heaven realm knew where the spatial nodes were. There were even some people who had been waiting at the places where the spatial nodes had appeared. The moment the spatial nodes were opened, several people immediately rushed into the spatial nodes. Soon, the spatial passage that connected the ruins heaven realm and the macro world behind the stone gates flashed repeatedly, and the few Tao disciples who had rushed into the spatial nodes from the ruins heaven realm walked out from behind the stone gates. The hundreds of Tao disciples on the cliff immediately burst into cheers, and the wrinkled faces of the two old Taoists also bloomed with joy. At noon, Gu Fei and the old turtle finally walked out of the Heaven Burial Valley. Just as the 81 spatial nodes appeared one after another, the jade slip in Gu Fei's storage bag began to vibrate and emit bursts of light. The jade slip was not as simple as a map of the ruins heaven realm, but also served as a warning, reminding every Tao disciple who had entered the ruins heaven realm that it was time to get out of the ruins heaven realm. The spatial nodes have been opened, so we still have 12 hours. We must find the location of a spatial node before midnight tonight, Gu Fei said indifferently, his expression somewhat unsightly. Because they had just walked out of the Heaven Burial Valley, according to Gu Fei's estimation, they were thousands of miles away from the nearest spatial node. First, they had to pass through the endless wilderness, then bypass the primordial ominous city, pass through the primeval forest, and find the small valley in the mountains. The spatial node was in the valley. Ha! I can finally leave this damn place. The old turtle, who was carrying the black stick, was stunned at first when he heard Gu Fei's words, then became excited, and shouted in ecstasy. The old turtle seemed to have gone mad. It was no wonder that he was like this. After being trapped in the primordial ominous formation for countless years, an ordinary person would have had a mental breakdown even if they did not die. The old turtle wanted to leave this false realm even in his dreams. Gu Fei did not bother to pay attention to the old turtle. Instead, he immersed his mind in the jade slip that was emitting a misty glow in his hand, searching for the most convenient way to the spatial node in the mountains thousands of miles away. After a while, Gu Fei's mind withdrew from the jade slip. He let out a long sigh. There seemed to be no shortcut to the nearest spatial node, which made Gu Fei very depressed. Let's go. If we can't get there in time, you'll be crying. Gu Fei glanced at the crazy old turtle and said unhappily. The location of the spatial node was marked on the map in the jade slip, but even with the map, it was not easy to find the spatial node in the mountains. However, there was no other way. The other spatial nodes were located further away, and the places where some spatial nodes appeared were not good places. Gu Fei no longer paid attention to the old turtle and walked straight ahead. Soon, his figure disappeared into the jungle. The old turtle, who had sobered up, quickly chased after him. Brat, wait for me. When Gu Fei entered the ruined sky realm, a spatial node with a diameter of 30 feet also appeared in the sky above the Divine Eagle Ridge. When this spatial node appeared, the disturbance caused by it immediately alarmed the countless steelback goshawks that were resting on the Divine Eagle Ridge. In the sky above the Divine Eagle Ridge, there was a dense mass of steelback goshawks circling in the sky. More and more steelback goshawks swooped down from the sky and flew into the spatial node. From time to time, ferocious giant goshawks rushed out of the two ancient stone doors on the stone wall at the end of the Rift Valley. Then, with a flash of sword light, a mist of blood erupted in the air. The giant goshawks that rushed out of the stone doors were instantly killed, their mangled corpses falling from the sky. The corpses of nearly 100 giant goshawks had piled up below the stone doors. Their blood had dyed the stone walls red, but not a single drop of the blood had splashed onto the two ancient stone doors. The power of the seal emanating from the stone doors had blocked the mist of blood that had erupted when the flying sword had killed the giant goshawks. Chapter 221. After the 81 spatial nodes were broken through, the end of the sky-splitting valley became lively. From time to time, all kinds of birds and beasts would rush out of the stone door on the stone wall. The Tao sect disciples on both sides of the cliff drove their flying swords and magic treasures to kill the beasts that rushed out of the stone door. After all, these fierce beasts from the ruined sky realm were not creatures of this world. The three great Taoist sects could not allow the creatures of the ruined sky realm to escape. The three great Taoist sects had to do this, because if these fierce beasts escaped, the secret of the sky-splitting valley would no longer be a secret. As long as one fierce beast escaped, it was very likely to attract the terrifying demonic cultivators from the depths of the 100,000 mountains, which would be very troublesome. This was not what the three great Taoist sects wanted to see. Only by killing them could they ensure that the secret of the sky-splitting valley would not be revealed. Fortunately, there were no powerful figures among the fierce beasts that rushed out of the ruined sky realm through the spatial nodes. The cyan-robed disciples standing on both sides of the cliff were able to kill these fierce beasts in one fell swoop. In this way, by the afternoon, the bottom of the stone wall had already become a river of blood and a mountain of corpses. The corpses of all kinds of fierce beasts that they had never seen before were piled up several meters high. It was a veritable mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying roar resounded throughout the world from the spatial passage behind the stone door. The rolling sound waves caused the entire spatial passage to tremble. The thing that everyone was most worried about still happened. Everyone felt an indescribable pressure spreading out from the spatial passageway. Terrifying energy fluctuations quickly surged out from the spatial passageway. Everyone could not help but turn pale with fright, and even the two old Taoists on the edge of the cliff revealed a grave expression. It seemed that a terrifying fierce beast had entered the spatial passage. The idea of getting lucky was shattered. Although the 81 spatial nodes were only distributed in the areas that the three great Taoist sects had already explored, these areas were not good places. It was inevitable that powerful demonic beasts would occasionally enter the spatial nodes. Roar! Another earth-shattering roar came from the spatial passage behind the stone door. The faces of the Tao sect disciples standing on both sides of the cliff changed dramatically. All of them were shaken by the roar, and their qi and blood were tossed about as if they had suffered a heavy blow. One could imagine how powerful and terrifying the beast on the other side of the spatial passage was. An extremely fierce beast's aura surged out from the end of the spatial passage, filling every inch of the void at the end of the sky-splitting valley. The vicious beast seemed to have sensed the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from the grand array in front of the stone wall. It had some misgivings and did not rush out of the space tunnel. A terrifying demonic beast of this level already had spiritual wisdom, and the intelligence it possessed was not necessarily inferior to that of a human. Moreover, beasts had a keen sense of danger. The demonic beast at the end of the spatial tunnel seemed to have sensed the dangerous aura coming from this side, so it hesitated. The primordial formation in front of the stone wall gathered the heaven-earth yuan qi from all directions, causing the end of the sky-splitting valley to be filled with thousands of strands of auspicious qi and multicolored light. The power it emitted was terrifying beyond compare, and even a quasi-immortal expert of the prime sage realm would be shocked. However, the ferocious beast was blocking the other end of the spatial tunnel, which cut off the path of return for the disciples in the ruined heaven realm. A few screams of horror rang out from the spatial tunnel in succession, and then a large amount of flesh and blood sprayed out from the spatial tunnel. The faces of the two old Taoists instantly became extremely unsightly. Some of the disciples who had returned from the ruined heaven realm had encountered the ferocious beast and been killed by it. The disciples were also horrified, staring nervously at the two ancient stone doors on the stone wall. If the terrifying ferocious beast rushed out of the spatial tunnel, the consequences would be unimaginable. Humph! A cold snort came from the cliff, and one of the two old Taoists suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of the two ancient stone doors on the stone wall. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, the old Taoist turned into a stream of light and rushed into the spatial tunnel. If the ferocious beast in the spatial tunnel was not expelled or killed, it would be difficult for the disciples in the ruined heaven realm to return. The longevity grass and the hope of becoming a demigod would all turn into bubbles. The birth of a demigod expert was a huge matter for a sect, as it was related to the safety of the sect and the inheritance of the sect's orthodoxy. A sect with a demigod expert would continue to prosper and pass on its legacy if there were no accidents. No one could ignore the existence of a demigod expert. After all, in the Tinglong continent, the supreme saint-level quasi-immortal cultivators were already legendary existences. Demigod experts actually represented the top power of the entire Tinglong continent. Unless there was a divine war, it was difficult for a demigod expert to die. The longevity grass was related to the birth of a demigod expert in the three great Tao sects, and it was also the life-saving grass for the old monsters in the three great Tao sects who were at the end of their lifespans. Even if a deity or Buddha dared to stand in its way, it would be killed, let alone a demonic beast. After the old Taoist rushed into the spatial tunnel, a terrifying fluctuation of Dharma power was soon emitted from the spatial tunnel. The old Taoists seemed to have already fought with the demonic beast in the spatial tunnel. However, in this way, the vast fluctuation of power that erupted from the battle shook the entire spatial tunnel. The entire spatial tunnel was flashing chaotically, as though it could collapse at any time. Roar! Taoist Li Shang, who was on the altar in the middle of the formation, roared when he saw this. He repeatedly made hand signs and tried his best to guide the power of the formation into the spatial tunnel, stabilizing the spatial tunnel behind the stone door so that it would not be in danger of collapsing. If the spatial tunnel behind the stone door collapsed, the stone door would immediately close, and the old Taoist and the demonic beast in the spatial tunnel would be instantly torn to pieces by the turbulence of the space. The turbulence caused by the collapse of the space was enough to endanger an immortal expert, not to mention the old Taoist's cultivation was only at the ninth heaven of the imperial void realm. After a short exchange, everyone heard a loud bang resound from within the spatial tunnel. In the next moment, a figure flew out from within the spatial tunnel. This figure flew for hundreds of feet before he stabilized his body in the air. This person was the old Taoist who rushed into the spatial tunnel to fight the demonic beast. The old Taoist seemed to have suffered a great loss in the short fight just now. He looked a little miserable. Not only was there blood at the corner of his mouth, but his Taoist robe was also tattered. After everyone saw the appearance of the old Taoist, they couldn't help but be shocked. In the sky-splitting valley, the old Taoist had a status that was second only to one person and above everyone else. With the old Taoist's terrifying cultivation of the ninth heaven of the imperial void realm, he still suffered a loss in front of the demonic beast. It was really unbelievable. Could it be that the demonic beast in the spatial tunnel actually had the terrifying cultivation of the demigod realm? It didn't seem like it. Because if the demonic beast really had the strength of the demigod realm, the old Taoist would not be in such a state. He would have been killed by the demonic beast. A demigod realm demonic beast could definitely kill a human cultivator of the imperial void realm in an instant. There was no doubt about it and there was no suspense at all. Roar! The beast's roar was earth-shattering. The demonic beast kept roaring in the spatial tunnel, causing the entire spatial tunnel to shake violently. Preposterous! In front of the stone door, Daoist Li Shang, who was standing on the altar in the center of the formation, turned pale. The power that maintained the stability of the spatial tunnel all came from the vast power gathered by the formation map. The terrifying sound wave emitted by the horrifying demonic beast in the spatial tunnel shook the entire spatial tunnel. This caused Daoist Li Shang, who was guiding and controlling the power of the formation, to inevitably suffer a great impact. Fight! Daoist Li Shang made up his mind and bit the tip of his tongue. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The drops of blood essence turned into rays of blood-red light and sprinkled on the diagram on the altar. In an instant, the power of the altar was completely stimulated. Rays of divine light shot up and the entire altar emitted an unprecedentedly powerful energy wave. A terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth surged out from the entire altar. Then, the formation in front of the stone door also shone brightly. Endless power began to be guided into the spatial tunnel behind the stone door by Daoist Li Shang. As the spatial tunnel shook, it immediately calmed down. The abnormalities of the spatial tunnel were all suppressed. "Old man, what's going on?" Another old Daoist who was at the edge of the cliff suddenly appeared next to his fellow disciple and asked anxiously. The two Grand Master level experts who were in charge of the Rift Valley stood in the void. "I don't know what demonic beast it is. I can't see it clearly." The old Daoist who was blasted out of the spatial tunnel by the demonic beast blushed. He looked a little embarrassed. "With your cultivation, you still can't see what it is?" The old Daoist gasped in shock. No one knew his junior brother's cultivation better than him. It was because the old Daoist knew his junior brother's cultivation that he was even more shocked. The two old Daoists looked at each other and nodded at the same time. At the next moment, swoosh, swoosh. Almost at the same time, the two old Daoists turned into two rays of flowing light. They emitted a vast power wave and rushed into the spatial tunnel behind the stone door. However, the two old Daoists were blasted out of the spatial tunnel by the terrifying demonic beast in no time. This time, the green-clothed disciples on both sides of the cliff were completely stunned. "Both of you, step back." Just as the two old Daoists were about to rush into the spatial tunnel behind the stone door again, a mighty voice spoke in the sky. Although the voice was not loud, it was mighty in heaven and earth. The voice seemed to have spread throughout heaven and earth, making people feel like they were worshipping it. Then, in the sky above, a vast amount of spiritual energy rippled like a monstrous wave, surging violently in the sky above the cracked sky valley. Daoist Ku Rong, who was hiding in the sky, was about to make a move. Chapter 222. In the ruined sky realm, the disciples of the three great Daoist sects who were gathering towards the various spatial nodes had no idea that their way back had been completely blocked by a terrifying demonic beast. Now that they had entered the spatial nodes, what awaited them was not the warm welcome of their fellow disciples outside, but death. Gu Fei and the old turtle had already crossed the endless wasteland and arrived near the primordial ominous city. They were less than 500 miles away from the nearest spatial node. The huge, pitch-black city was situated in the middle of a large primitive forest. The ancient and tall city walls exuded an aura of endless vicissitudes. After the baptism of countless years, the erosion of wind and rain did not seem to have left any traces on the primordial ominous city. This was a deserted ancient city. Under the slanting rays of the setting sun, it was very tranquil and there was nothing unusual about it. However, the deathly stillness in the huge city made one's heart palpitate. It was so quiet that it was frightening. Looking in through the wide-open city gate, one could see the dust on the streets being swept up by the breeze from time to time, dancing in the air. Gu Fei and the old turtle stood on a hillside outside the primordial ominous city and looked down at the huge city. It was as if they were looking from the outside, and it was difficult to find any danger in the huge city. However, Gu Fei and the old turtle had experienced the terrifying battle in the primordial ominous city, and they knew very well that this ominous city was a dangerous place, a place of great danger that could only be entered but not exited. They were already very lucky to have been able to escape from the primordial ominous city that day. Immortal corpse soldiers, invincible corpse generals, and the 108 powerful battle souls comparable to immortals. All of these were invincible. The primordial ominous city was extremely dangerous. Old turtle, you still want to revisit the old place? Under an old tree on the hillside, Gu Fei glanced at the old turtle and said with a faint smile. The old turtle was staring at the huge city in a daze. Could there be other precious divine artifacts in the city? The old turtle withdrew his gaze from the huge city and said grumpily, "Revisit the old place, my ass. I still want to live for a few more years." After the battle in the ominous city, the old tortoise would never set foot in the primordial ominous city again, even if 8 people were to carry it in a sedan chair, unless it recovered all of its cultivation. At that time, the old turtle would no longer have to worry about all the threats in the void heaven realm, and could even refine this boundless false realm into its own. The old tortoise, who controlled a pseudo-realm, was absolutely invincible among cultivators of the same level. Since you don't want to revisit this place, let's move on, Gu Fei said to Old Tortoise and walked straight down the hill. Old Tortoise glanced at the huge ancient city in front of him and murmured, "I'll be back when the time comes, hee hee." Old Tortoise chuckled and chased after Gu Fei. Although the gates of the giant city were wide open, the man and the tortoise did not dare to enter. Instead, they walked around the city. This primordial vicious city was huge, and the two sides of the city walls could not be seen to the end. Circling around the city would take much more time than directly passing through the city. The black rod was still on Old Tortoise's shoulder. Old Tortoise did not intend to put the black rod into his false realm. As the sun set, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise arrived in front of a mountain ridge that stretched as far as the eye could see. According to the map, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise knew that the location of the spatial node was in this mountain ridge. Just as Gu Fei and Old Tortoise walked into this mountain ridge, they unexpectedly met an acquaintance in the primitive old forest. It was a middle-aged Taoist whom Gu Fei wanted to kill. "Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road," Gu Fei said coldly. That person was also shocked when he saw Gu Fei, but his expression instantly darkened when he thought of Gu Fei's cultivation. This was especially so for the demonic beast with the body of a tortoise and the head of a dragon. It was standing like a human next to Gu Fei and was carrying a black rod about 8 feet long on its shoulder. That demonic beast made the middle-aged Taoist feel threatened. However, in the ruined sky, any external force would be suppressed to the 9th level of the awakened heaven realm. Therefore, the middle-aged Taoist was not that nervous. There were very few people that Gu Fei had to kill. Apart from Zhao Xuanji, the traitor of the Guangqing Immortal sect, this middle-aged Taoist was the second. This was because this person's behavior was truly despicable and despicable. This middle-aged Taoist had once disregarded his status and ambushed Gu Fei for a stalk of spirit herb. Taking advantage of the fact that Gu Fei was exhausted from the battle against the demonic beasts, he suddenly tried to kill Gu Fei. If it weren't for Gu Fei's extreme sensitivity towards danger and the fact that he was a martial artist, he would have most likely died under the Taoist's invisible flying sword. However, this middle-aged Taoist in a green Taoist robe was the high-ranking disciple of the Guangqing Immortal sect who had taken advantage of Gu Fei's weakness to force Gu Fei to leave. Die! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei directly pressed his palm towards the middle-aged Taoist. An unparalleled golden wave of aura immediately surged in front of his right palm and rushed towards the door. The entire world shook as a violent force surged in the forest like a raging sea. Everywhere the palm energy passed, the flowers and trees were all destroyed. Humph! The Taoist sneered and formed a sword seal with his hand. The sword on his back immediately shot out of its scabbard with a clang. A dazzling brilliance made a turn in the air and turned into a bolt of lightning. It tore through the restrictions of space and instantly crossed the limited distance between them, striking towards Gu Fei. The soul-stirring screech was like the sobs of ghosts, causing one's scalp to go numb. This Taoist did it on purpose. His shapeless sword light actually had the opposite effect at this time. It was no longer silent, and it was no longer in a dim, semi-transparent state. Facing Gu Fei head-on, he wanted to gain the upper hand by showing off his strength without hiding his traces. He wanted to completely overwhelm Gu Fei with his momentum as soon as he made his move. The dazzling sword light was like a heavenly sword as it instantly slashed into Gu Fei's palm force that was akin to a stormy sea. It directly broke through Gu Fei's extremely ferocious palm force and shot towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei frowned. The opponent's strength surprised him. The next moment, his right hand formed a seal and appeared in front of the lightning like flying sword light. Boom! With a sound, the dazzling flying sword light collided with the seal formed by Gu Fei's right hand. A surging force exploded from the point of contact and surged out. The trees within a radius of 10 feet were instantly destroyed. The soil under their feet surged violently like waves. Thud, thud, thud. Gu Fei took 3 steps back in a row. With each step, the ground under his feet shook. The sleeve of his right hand instantly burst into pieces when it collided with the sword light. Pieces of cloth fluttered in the air like butterflies. The old tortoise, who was carrying the black rod, retreated the moment the two people made their moves. He watched this scene with interest and had no intention of making a move. The middle-aged Taoist did not gain any advantage. The dazzling flying sword light was repelled by the seal formed by Gu Fei's right hand. However, this Taoist borrowed the force of the recoil and flew backward into the dense forest behind him. The flying sword light that was repelled made a turn in the air and flew in the direction where the Taoist had disappeared. "Where do you think you're going?" Gu Fei bellowed. He soared into the sky and chased after the Taoist priest. He would never let this despicable and shameless bastard go. Moreover, Gu Fei also wanted to take back the spiritual herb that had been plucked by this guy. He would never do something that would benefit someone else. Back then, he had risked his life to kill the demonic beast in the deep pool of the waterfall. However, this guy had been lying in ambush and suddenly attacked him while he was healing his injuries. Although he did not die on the spot, he was still forced to leave by this guy because he was seriously injured. How could Gu Fei swallow his anger? Thinking about it, this Guangxing Immortal sect sword cultivator was really unlucky. The reason why he appeared in this mountain range was because he knew that there was a spatial node within the mountain range. He wanted to return to the outside world through this spatial node. Both of them moved as fast as lightning and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. The old tortoise, on the other hand, carried his black rod and followed behind the two unhurriedly. He was not in a hurry because he had already sensed the exact location of the strange fluctuation in the mountain range. Since it was still early, the old tortoise was not in a hurry to leave the ruined sky realm. The old tortoise only suffered a great loss of vitality, and his cultivation base was almost completely depleted by the primordial ominous formation that trapped him. However, his cultivation base was still there, and he only lacked power. The unusual movements in the heaven and earth within a 50-mile radius could not escape his senses. After all, the spatial fluctuation released by the spatial node was simply too strong. It was almost impossible for such a strong spatial fluctuation to escape the old tortoise's senses. The two men and the tortoise quickly disappeared into the endless mountain range. Outside the ruined sky realm, at the end of the Rift Valley, in the spatial passage behind the stone gate, the terrifying demonic beast that blocked the spatial passage was much stronger than a 9th-layer void-controlling cultivator. This shocked all the Tao School's disciples guarding the end of the Rift Valley. Two old Taoists guarding the Rift Valley joined forces and charged into the spatial passage, but they were still no match for the demonic beast and were thrown out by it. Therefore, Taoist Ku Rong, who was hiding in the sky, made his move. A terrifying energy fluctuation that was as heavy as a mountain burst out in the sky. In an instant, a few clouds drifting in the sky collapsed and dissipated. The terrifying pressure was so heavy that it made it hard for everyone to breathe. Everyone could feel the terrifying fluctuations coming down from the sky. It was the aura of an expert that made people's hearts palpitate even more than the aura emitted by the demonic beast in the space channel. The aura gave everyone the urge to kneel and worship it. Vast energy surged like monstrous waves and shook the heaven and earth. A figure descended from the sky and landed in front of the two ancient stone gates. As if it sensed danger, the demonic beast in the spatial passage let out a furious roar, and the ferocious aura that came out from the spatial passage receded like a tide. Humph! Taoist Ku Rong sneered and pressed his right hand forward with his ruddy, baby-like palm. 5 divine lights instantly shot out of his fingertips and shot into the spatial passage. Chapter 223. Taoist Ku Rong made his move. His right hand, which was as delicate and rosy as a baby's, was extended forward. 5 divine lights were emitted from his jade-like fingertips, and they shot into the spatial passage ahead. When the 5 divine lights disappeared into the spatial passage behind the stone door, an earth-shattering roar filled with terror was heard from inside the spatial passage. Roar! Like the roar of a primeval beast, the spatial passage, which had been stabilized by Daoist Li Shang's great formation power with all his might, shook violently again. Ah! Daoist Li Shang, who was sitting cross-legged in the eye of the formation on the altar, seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and he looked a little exhausted. A Dao cultivator's blood essence was extremely precious. The foundation of the 4 great cultivation realms was to refine essence into qi, refine qi into spirit, refine spirit into void, and finally refine void into Dao. Where did essence come from? It came from the blood essence. Whether it was a martial artist or a Dao cultivator, the first level, which was also the entry level, was to refine essence into qi, and there was no difference between the two. From the second level onward, the difference between martial artists and Dao cultivators would be distinguished, and the 2 cultivation systems would then embark on 2 completely different paths. Although the loss of blood essence would not directly shake one's Dao foundation, it was inevitable that one's Dao power would be damaged. After this battle, Daoist Li Shang's vitality would certainly be greatly damaged. He would probably need to cultivate for a long time before he could completely recover. The terrifying beast roar not only spread from the spatial passage behind the stone door to the outside, but it also resounded mightily in the sky above the entire cracked sky valley, causing the Dao school's disciples to turn pale. At the same time, resounding beast roars were also heard coming from the 81 spatial nodes inside the virtual sky world. In the sky above the divine eagle ridge, the countless iron-backed goshawks hovering in the sky fell like raindrops the moment the beast roars were heard. Only a few iron-backed goshawks in the distance were not directly affected by the terrifying sound waves and did not fall from the sky. The iron-backed goshawks that escaped the disaster fled into the distance in horror. For a time, the divine eagle ridge was filled with the corpses of the iron-backed goshawks. Not a single goshawk could be seen in the sky above the vast divine eagle ridge. Similar things also happened in other areas where the spatial nodes appeared. Whether it was birds or beasts, they all fled the area where the spatial nodes were located. Suddenly, a powerful energy fluctuation came from the spatial node above a certain mountain. Then, a huge creature smashed out from the spatial node. This enormous creature was covered in a layer of water-blue light that rippled like water. The moment this enormous creature appeared, the power of the water element immediately surged in the sky above the mountain. The appearance of the giant beast was very strange. It looked like a dragon and a snake. The ferocious 3-horned beast head that was the size of a water tank was terrifying to the extreme. Blood gushed out of the ferocious beast's mouth, which was full of sharp barbed teeth. Its huge body, which was about 40 to 50 feet long and covered in purple-black scales, smashed down from the sky like a meteor. Boom! With a loud bang, the gigantic beast directly collided with a mountain peak below the spatial node. As if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart, the entire mountain peak collapsed and shattered. Rubble flew into the sky and the earth trembled as if doomsday had arrived. Roar! Stone fragments swirled in the air as smoke and dust billowed. Following that, a purple-black figure soared into the sky, emitting a terrifying fluctuation of water elemental power. The ferocious demonic beast that looked like a dragon and a snake stopped in front of the spatial node. Its blood-red eyes emitted a heart-palpitating ominous glint, and an extremely tragic aura spread in heaven and earth. There were 5 fist-sized bloody holes on the body of this demonic beast, and purple blood flowed out from these 5 bloody holes. It was unbelievable that the demonic beast was still alive after suffering such a serious injury. Although it was not killed on the spot, the demonic beast suffered unimaginable damage. After flying for a while, the monster flew towards the depths of the mountain ridge and disappeared into the mountains in the blink of an eye. The demonic beast chose to retreat. Outside the virtual sky world, at the end of the Rift Valley, Daoist Kurong hovered in the air in front of the two ancient stone doors. He did not enter the spatial passage behind the stone doors. However, the fearsome demonic beast that barged into the spatial passage through the spatial node was driven away by Daoist Kurong, and the tragic aura of the demonic beast in the spatial passage disappeared completely. Whoosh! Daoist Kurong's figure disappeared from where he was, but at the next second, he reappeared high in the sky as though he had teleported. Nobody could see the trajectory of Daoist Kurong's movements, not even the two old Daoists. All of the Dao school's disciples gathered at the end of the Rift Valley were stunned by Daoist Kurong's divine power. A crisis was resolved by Daoist Kurong just by raising his hand. The disciples could not help but respect Daoist Kurong as if he was a god. Grandmaster's Cultivation. On top of the cliff, the two old Taoists looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They had already vaguely guessed that their grandmaster had most likely stepped into that legendary realm. Daoist Kurong sat cross-legged in the void in the sky. He seemed to have merged with the world around him, such that nobody could sense his existence. All of a sudden, Daoist Kurong raised his hand. A blood light flashed in his sleeve, then a small blood-colored knife appeared between his fingers. The bewitching blood knife hovered above Daoist Kurong's palm and slowly rotated. Enveloped by the misty blood light, one could vaguely see runes carved on the knife's body. They were devilish, ferocious, and evil. They were the true portrayal of the blood-colored knife. The Sky Devil Knife is indeed worthy of being the #1 knife in the devil path. With my cultivation base, I can only suppress and trap it, but I can't refine it completely, Daoist Kurong mumbled to himself. A hint of helplessness could be seen in Daoist Kurong's eyes as he looked at the blood knife, which emitted a heart-palpitating evil aura. The blood-red knife in Daoist Kurong's hand was the Sky Devil Knife that he seized from the Devil Monarch of Six Paths' first clone when he killed it. However, although Daoist Kurong seized the Sky Devil Knife, which was known as the #1 devil knife in the world, he could not refine this frightening devil knife that had a great origin. Daoist Kurong put away the Sky Devil Knife and continued to sit cross-legged in the void. He closed his eyes gently and no longer breathed as if he had turned into a fossil. Just as Daoist Kurong made a move to resolve the crisis of the school of Dao's disciples who had entered the virtual sky world, a devil cloud surged out of the exit of the northern devil territory. The surging devil cloud disappeared into the southern horizon as fast as a galloping horse. The unusual movements in the northern devil territory had always affected the nerves of the Tinglong continent's cultivation world. Outside the devil territory, there were countless spies and informers from the various forces in the Tinglong continent's cultivation world. The news of the demon dwellers leaving the extreme northern demon region immediately spread out. All the major forces soon knew the movements of the demon dwellers in the demon region. Hence, all the major forces began to secretly take action. In Taishian Sect's Taishian Peak's Taishian Main Hall, 5 dazzling rays of light rushed out. Each ray of light emitted a terrifying fluctuation of magic power. The 5 rays of light that rushed out of Taishian Temple headed south. They traveled thousands of miles in an instant and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Almost at the same time, people from the Guangqing Immortal sect and the Shangqing sect of the 3 great Dao schools also rode on flying swords and activated talismans. They soared into the sky and headed south. Due to the unusual movements of the demons in the northern devil territory, the attention of the entire Tinglong continent's cultivation world was focused on the south. Many old monsters on the continent had come out of their secluded cultivation places on this day. In the south, Dragon Emperor City in Nanhuang Prefecture of Yan Country was still prosperous. The commoners in the city were still busy with their daily lives as if nothing was different from usual. This was the world of commoners. However, the world of cultivators had been surging with undercurrents. The cultivation forces in Dragon Emperor City became intense. After all, no one knew why the devil dwellers in the extreme North Devil region had come. However, wherever demons appeared, people would definitely be in great danger. That was why all the cultivation forces in the southern wilderness were extremely intense. On the second floor of the Drunken Immortal restaurant in Dragon Emperor City, in a private room facing the street, some handsome young men were drinking and chatting merrily. "Brother Azure Dragon, Gu Fei should have also returned from that legendary place," said a short young man with a pointy head and a narrow forehead. This young man seemed to be hunchbacked as his back arched as if he was carrying a pod on his back. However, nobody dared underestimate this young man at present. Because this young man had a great background. He was the most outstanding young disciple of Black Tortoise Clan, one of the 4 holy clans in the southern wilderness. In the cultivation world, heroes were always determined by their cultivation base. The one with the harder fist would be the boss. Not many people would pay attention to a handsome or ugly one. As long as one had a great cultivation base, numerous people would throw themselves at him, regardless of whether he was a female immortal, a demon, or an enchantress. Humph. Hopefully, he doesn't die somewhere. Otherwise, I would have one less opponent, a black-haired young man in cyan clothes opposite to Guiting said as he bottomed up the fine liquor in his glass. Ho ho. Brother Azure Dragon, I'm sure that guy would be scared shitless. Perhaps that guy knows that he could not defeat Brother Azure Dragon. Therefore, he dared not come here. The other young men in the private room flattered the young man called Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon seemed to be the leader of this group of people. Everyone was very respectful to him. Humph. Azure Dragon snorted coldly. He was disgusted by these people's faces. Who was Gu Fei? How could such a person be as timid as a mouse? Gu Fei, don't let me down. Azure Dragon thought. At this moment, the Gu Fei that Gui Tang and Azure Dragon were talking about was chasing after the expert of Guangqing Immortal sect who had plotted against him in a mountain range in the virtual sky world. Old Tortoise, stop him for me. Gu Fei shouted. He kept attacking, but he couldn't stop that hateful guy. Left with no choice, Gu Fei could only ask the old tortoise for help. Chapter 224. Ha! It's time to end this game of tag. The old turtle, who was unhurriedly following behind Gu Fei, said with a smile. He then pulled at the void in front of him with both hands, and a spatial rift silently appeared. This was not a great magical ability that could tear open the void and break the world barrier. The old turtle's spatial rift was merely the void of a pseudo-world that he had refined himself. The old turtle opened the pseudo-world, and a worldly aura different from the ruined sky realm gushed out from it. A tall figure walked out of the pseudo-world. 9 feet tall and clad in ancient armor, the man who strode out of old tortoise's pseudo-world was a stalwart middle-aged man. He was surrounded by a strong aura of death, and there was no sign of life at all. This middle-aged man was the ancient corpse general whose mudpill palace was occupied by the old turtle's avatar and was thus refined into his outer body incarnation. The terrifying ancient corpse general was the indestructible body left behind by a supreme martial artist after his death. Although it had passed away for countless years, its physical body was still immortal. The old turtle threw the black stick he was carrying toward the corpse general's avatar. The ancient corpse general, which had become the old turtle's outer body incarnation, reached out to catch the black stick and directly stepped out of the void. After the old turtle released the ancient corpse general's avatar, he immediately closed the pseudo-world. Swoosh! The ancient corpse general with the black stick covered 50 zhang in a single step and instantly passed Gu Fei. In just a few steps, the ancient corpse general seemed to have teleported and intercepted the escaping middle-aged Daoist. The ancient corpse general was a supreme martial artist who cultivated an indestructible martial body. The power contained in this indestructible martial body was very terrifying. The old turtle manipulated the ancient corpse general and could shake a part of the world with just a raise of his hand. Humph! Let's see where you can run to now. After a few leaps, Gu Fei arrived behind the middle-aged Taoist. Without the slightest hesitation, Gu Fei directly attacked the middle-aged Taoist. The middle-aged Taoist's path was blocked by an ancient corpse general with a black stick. He couldn't help but be startled, but his reaction wasn't slow. He pointed forward with his right hand and a sword ray suddenly shot out from his body. It was as vigorous as a dragon as it streaked across the sky towards the ancient corpse general blocking his path. Humph, you're courting death. Gu Fei threw out a punch and hit the middle-aged Taoist's back. Grey earth chi spread out from his fist and sealed the space behind the middle-aged Taoist. The earth elemental power erupted from the earth elemental fist, wanting to destroy the middle-aged Taoist in front of him. It was dusky like dust, but this was definitely not sand flying. This was a terrifying aura that had erupted from a terrifying earth elemental power. The middle-aged Taoist was undoubtedly unlucky. If he had not attacked Old Tortoise's avatar, he might have been able to fight against Gu Fei. However, he chose to attack the ancient corpse general blocking in front of him. The ancient corpse general's power was not suppressed in the ruined sky realm. With a sweep of the stick, it immediately smashed the dazzling sword ray that was about to strangle him. The fragments of the flying sword burst out like fireworks. It was a very beautiful scene. The middle-aged Taoist was immediately affected by the destruction of the flying sword. His body shook violently and he almost fell to the ground. Ah! He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. After the ancient corpse general smashed the middle-aged Taoist's flying sword, it immediately raised the black rod in its hand. The head of the rod turned into a black light and with lightning speed, it pierced the middle-aged Taoist's chest with a "poo" sound, entering from the front and exiting from the back. The middle-aged Taoist was pierced through on both sides by the ancient corpse general's stick. The ancient corpse general struck the black stick and blood immediately spurted out from the two holes in the middle-aged Taoist's chest and back. The light in the middle-aged Taoist's eyes immediately dimmed. Bang! With a loud bang, the unparalleled force of the punch that came from behind the middle-aged Taoist landed solidly on the back of the middle-aged Taoist. In the next moment, the middle-aged Taoist's body exploded and was completely annihilated by the grey earth energy. However, cultivators at the transcending mortality stage like the middle-aged Taoist would not die so easily. The moment the middle-aged Taoist's body exploded, a bead with golden light surged out of the bloody mist. A powerful wave of sword chi surged out from the bead. Dao Core. Gu Fei was startled when he saw this. Then, he directly grabbed the golden bead that shot into the sky. That bead was the Dao Core that the middle-aged Taoist had cultivated in his body. In the Guangxing Immortal sect, a Dao Core condensed from one's own sword energy like this was called a sword core. The sword core contained the middle-aged Taoist's soul. If the sword core flew away, he could be reborn as long as he found someone with a root tool to take it away. Therefore, he absolutely could not let the sword core fly away. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome in the future. A great suction force emerged from Gu Fei's right hand and instantly enveloped the sword core before pulling it over. Gu Fei grabbed the sword core. So weak, so boring. The old tortoise leisurely walked out of the forest and came to Gu Fei's side. I told you to stop him, but you killed him. Gu Fei glared at old tortoise and said in a very displeased manner. Ha! Sorry, it was a moment of carelessness. The old tortoise laughed. Then, he opened the pseudo-heaven and earth again and kept his terrifying outer body incarnation inside. Gu Fei, on the other hand, carefully looked around. Then, he picked up a blood-stained magic treasure pouch from a patch of weeds. That was what the middle-aged Taoist had dropped when Gu Fei blew him up with a punch. Brat, I can't let you take all the good stuff. The old tortoise was a little unhappy when he saw Gu Fei take the sword core and the middle-aged Taoist's magic treasure pouch. No way. You're interested in all these things. Gu Fei looked at the old tortoise with disdain. As he spoke, Gu Fei opened the magic treasure pouch and poured all the things inside into his own storage pouch. Yes. This pouch is the best treasure that Guy has on him. You can have it. With that, Gu Fei threw the empty magic treasure pouch to the old tortoise. You brat, you're really not kind at all. Not kind at all. The old tortoise did not even look at the magic treasure pouch that was thrown at him. His eyes were fixed on the sword core in Gu Fei's hand that was emitting waves of chilling sword qi. In fact, what Gu Fei said was not wrong. The magic treasure pouch was a magic treasure that could only be refined by a void-controlling realm cultivator. It could be said to be a rare treasure. However, in the old tortoise's eyes, the magic treasure pouch was a worthless item. He had a fake world, so why would he need a magic treasure pouch to store things? Gu Fei did not dare to carry the magic treasure pouch with him. If the people from the Guangqing Immortal sect found out about it, it would definitely bring him great trouble or even death. Therefore, the old tortoise did not want it, and Gu Fei did not dare to take it. A treasure refined by a void-controlling realm cultivator was thrown into the wilderness. What the old tortoise wanted to do the most, and what he could not wait to do, was to find a way to restore his past cultivation. He needed power, and what he lacked was power. Gu Fei looked at the old tortoise, then at the golden sword core in his hand. He pondered for a moment, then threw the golden sword core that was the size of a pigeon egg to the old tortoise. After the sword core left Gu Fei's hand, it immediately paused in the air, then turned into a golden light and shot into the sky. However, a palm descended from the sky and grasped the golden light in an instant. Trying to escape from me? The old tortoise said disdainfully. It was the old tortoise who suddenly made a move and intercepted the golden light formed by the sword core. Brat, thanks a lot. The old tortoise said to Gu Fei. Then, the old tortoise threw the sword core into his mouth and swallowed it. The sword core did not have much effect on Gu Fei's cultivation. Moreover, the primordial spirit of the middle-aged Taoist that was contained in the sword core was not something that a cultivator of Gu Fei's level could refine. The primordial spirit in the sword core was definitely a hidden danger for Gu Fei, and it was a major hidden danger that made him feel uneasy. If the primordial spirit suddenly attacked him while he was refining the sword core, the consequences would be unimaginable. There was even a risk that the primordial spirit of the middle-aged Taoist would seize it. However, the old tortoise did not have such concerns. He directly swallowed the sword core and refined it into a part of his power, directly causing the soul of the middle-aged Taoist to dissipate. This was the cruel law of the cultivation world, and it was suitable for everyone in the cultivation world. Gu Fei did not feel guilty. The middle-aged Taoist's soul dissipated because he asked for it. He could not be merciful to his enemies. Once he was soft-hearted, he would be the one to suffer. There were many things in the middle-aged Taoist's magic treasure pouch. What made Gu Fei the happiest was that there was a 9-leaf ginseng among the things. Gu Fei had seen this kind of heavenly and earthly treasure in the ancient books of his sect. The 9-leaf ginseng was a 1,000-year-old herb. It took 1,000 years for this kind of spiritual herb to grow a single leaf. 9-leaf ginseng that could grow leaves had long been extinct in the outside world. This 9-leaf ginseng was at least 9,000 years old, or even older. Gu Fei was afraid that the old tortoise would discover the spiritual herb in the storage bag, so he quickly tied the opening of the storage bag tightly and tied it around his waist. At this time, the old tortoise was refining the sword core in its stomach and did not notice Gu Fei's actions. After a while, the old tortoise had completely refined the power contained in the sword core. The sun had already disappeared under the mountains in the west. Night gradually fell and the stars in the sky began to appear one after another. The stars and even the sun did not seem to be that far away from the ground, giving people a surreal feeling. After the man and the tortoise had dinner, they headed in the direction of the strange movement in the depths of the mountains. When they entered a valley, they saw the spatial node that had a diameter of about 30 feet above the valley. Chapter 225. Good heavens, who thought of using this method to enter and exit the pseudo-realm? When Old Tortoise saw the spatial node in the valley, he seemed very surprised. You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? Gu glanced at Old Tortoise angrily and said. Old Tortoise was very knowledgeable and seemed to have noticed something. Let's go. As Gu said this, he leaped up and rushed into the spatial node that was dozens of feet above the ground. Waha! The outside world, I, Old Tortoise, am coming. Old Tortoise shouted, then flew up and followed closely behind Gu rushing into the spatial node impatiently. Dongfang Qin. What do you want? Suddenly, Gu exclamation came from the spatial passage. After that, the Old Tortoise, who had just rushed into the space node, felt the world spin before it could clearly see the scene inside the space passage. A strange wave surged in front of it and instantly enveloped the Old Tortoise. Dongfang Qin. Gu angry roar seemed to echo in a narrow space, causing Old Tortoise's ears to buzz. There seems to be a formation that seals and kills everything. Old Tortoise said. They were in big trouble. Chapter 226. Gu and the Old Tortoise had been ambushed by Dongfang Qin in the spatial node, and the power of the Taoist technique scroll had teleported them into an absolute formation. We're in trouble, big trouble. The Old Tortoise's expression was extremely solemn. He glanced around and seemed to have noticed something. I don't care what trouble it is. Hurry up and find a way to get out of here. Gu looked up at the sky and said anxiously. The bright moon in the sky was like a silver plate, sprinkling down endless moonlight, shrouding the world in a hazy moonlight. Time waited for no man. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, they would no longer be able to leave the ruined sky realm. Once the spatial passage connected to the outside world was closed, they would be completely sealed in the ruined sky realm. I don't want to go out, I want to go out more than anyone else, but, as you saw just now, as long as we walk out of this area, those stone puppets will tear us to pieces, the Old Tortoise said angrily. Then what should we do? Gu asked. They seemed to be trapped in an area with a circumference of only about 2 feet in the endless stone forest, and there were broken stones under their feet. There used to be a stone statue at the place where they were standing, but that statue had been shattered. The absolute formation seemed to have suffered irreparable damage and was not in a complete state. Perhaps because of this, as long as they did not walk out of this area, the huge stone statues around them would not attack Gu and the Old Tortoise. However, once Gu and the Old Tortoise stepped out of this area, they immediately triggered the restriction of the absolute formation, causing the lifeless cold stone statues to move and attack them. Gu and the Old Tortoise seemed to have also noticed this situation. They looked at each other, and then Gu said to the Old Tortoise, "What are you waiting for? Why don't you take out your tortoise shell and smash these stones?" Upon hearing this, the Old Tortoise did not hesitate and hurriedly stretched out his right hand. A stone tortoise shell the size of a fist immediately appeared in his palm and quickly grew to the size of a hill. Then, the Old Tortoise waved his right hand, and with a whoosh, the huge stone tortoise shell smashed towards the stone statues in front of him. Rumble. As if a huge mountain was moving, the huge stone tortoise shell shook heaven and earth, and the mighty energy fluctuations that it released were like mountains, making people's hearts palpitate. The moment the stone tortoise shell was thrown out, the stone statues in the surroundings, which had originally been motionless, suddenly emitted powerful energy waves. Then, as if they had come to life, their eyes shone with a dazzling light, and they walked down from their pedestals. At this moment, these tall stone statues were no longer inanimate objects. The energy fluctuations emitted from the energy fluctuations from the countless stone statues merged into one. The energy fluctuations surged like a tortoise. The energy fluctuations surged like waves like waves. The energy fluctuations surged like waves. The power of the Great Formation was stimulated, and those stone statues turned into stone people that could move. They began to move in a disorderly manner, but they were in sync with the 36 heavenly spirits and 72 earthly fiends. This was truly an inescapable net formation. The huge stone tortoise shell pressed down like a huge ancient mountain, emitting a terrifying and unparalleled energy fluctuation. However, the countless stone statues below raised their fists and punched upwards at the same time. The stone statues' movement stimulated the power of the entire formation. The raging waves of energy swept upwards and rushed towards the stone tortoise shell that was pressing down. The destructive brilliance that erupted from the formation instantly lit up the night sky, illuminating the world. Boom! With a deafening rumble, surging power shook the world. The terrifying power unleashed by the stone golem collided with the huge stone tortoise shell. The resulting shock waves caused a tornado to form in the sky, and the aftermath caused the entire world to tremble. The stone tortoise shell that was the size of a small mountain was directly blown into the sky by the power of the formation, and the countless stone statues below were swaying left and right as if they were drunk. Spiderweb-like cracks had even appeared on the bodies of some of the stone men, as if they could shatter into thousands of pieces at any time. However, not only did the cracked stone statues not collapse, but the cracks on their incomparably hard stone bodies healed and disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Self-repair. Old Tortoise and Gu-Fei were shocked when they saw this, and a chill ran down their spines. What kind of enemy was the most terrifying? Invincible and indestructible enemies were the most terrifying. Since the stone statues could not be destroyed, why were there broken stone statues in the formation? Could it be that the stone statues were not indestructible, but the method was wrong? The old tortoise's stone tortoise shell that had been sent flying into the sky seemed to have encountered a great resistance and could not break through the formation seal. An unfathomable force suppressed the stone tortoise shell. Old Tortoise waved at the stone tortoise shell that was slowly descending towards the formation. The hill-sized stone tortoise shell immediately shrunk and flew back to Old Tortoise. The stone tortoise shell that could smash anything seemed to be unable to smash the stone statues that stood around it. However, Old Tortoise did not gain anything. At the very least, he had tested the power of the stone statues. This great formation could seal the heavens and trap the earth. Although its power wasn't as terrifying as expected, it wouldn't be easy to break out of it. Just as Gu-Fei and Old Tortoise were trapped in the formation, at the end of the sky-splitting valley in the 100,000 mountains, a figure walked out from an ancient stone door on the stone wall. It was an expressionless, cold young man. It's someone from the Taishan sect. When the disciples on both sides of the cliff saw the young man, they immediately recognized which of the three great Taoist sects this white-robed young man was a disciple of. This was because the disciples of the Guangqing Celestial sect had small swords embroidered on their sleeves, while the disciples of the Shangqing sect had talismans embroidered on their sleeves. The disciples of the Taishan sect had nothing embroidered on their sleeves. Gu-Fei, don't blame me for being ruthless. You are too great a threat to our Dongfang family. We have to get rid of you. The white-robed young man who walked out of the space channel thought to himself. This white-robed young man was none other than Dongfang Qin, who had plotted against Gu-Fei and Old Tortoise in the space node with a Dao technique scroll. This Dongfang Qin was definitely a ruthless character. He did things cleanly and decisively. Of course, he was also very confident. This was because Gu-Fei and Old Tortoise had been moved into a formation by the power of the Dao technique scroll. Even if they were not killed by the formation, they would never be able to get out. It could be said that Dongfang Qin had already calculated this and made a foolproof plan before he dared to make a move. If he did not have full confidence, he would never have dared to make a move against Gu-Fei. Because if he failed to plot against Gu-Fei, then the unlucky one would be Dongfang Qin. Dongfang Qin was the first disciple of the Taishan sect to come out of the ruined sky realm. He was warmly welcomed by the high-ranking disciples of the Taishan sect who were guarding the Rift Valley. The two old Taoists who were in charge of the overall situation directly summoned Dongfang Qin to the cliff and directly conducted a thorough search of his body. However, after the two old Taoists finished searching Dongfang Qin, they were disappointed. Dongfang Qin did not gain anything in the ruined sky realm. There were only a few spiritual medicines that were less than 1,000 years old in his magic treasure pouch. Longevity grass. Could it be that no one got the longevity grass? The two old Taoists could no longer hide the disappointment on their faces. They had already checked several disciples of the Shangqing sect and Guangqing Immortal sect who came out of the ruined sky realm and found nothing. The two old Taoists had no interest in anything else. In their eyes, there was only the longevity grass, which could extend their lifespan by 200 years. Just when the two old Taoists were disappointed, there were bursts of fluctuations in the space channel. It seemed that more than one person was about to come out of the space channel. Ha! The disappointment on the faces of the two old Taoists disappeared without a trace in an instant. Their spirits were greatly lifted, and their turbid old eyes also bloomed with light. Of course, even if all the survivors of the ruined sky realm successfully came out of the ruined sky realm, the two old Taoists would never be able to find the longevity grass on them. Because the 9-colored longevity grass that the old monsters of the three great Taoist sects dreamed of was in the hands of Gu Fei, and Gu Fei was now trapped in the formation with the old tortoise. Dongfang Qin seemed to have inadvertently done something earth-shattering. He attacked Gu Fei and wanted to kill Gu Fei. However, this directly destroyed the dream of the old monsters of the three great Taoist sects to break through to the demigod realm. Without the longevity grass, their lifespan would be exhausted, and what awaited these old monsters would be reincarnation. If the old monsters of the three great Taoist sects knew that it was Dongfang Qin who had destroyed their last glimmer of hope, perhaps even 10 Dongfang families would be completely destroyed in the anger of these old monsters. In the ruined sky realm, in the giant stone formation, Gu Fei and the old tortoise were like ants on a hot pan, restless and restless. Seeing the bright moon rising higher and higher in the sky, they still could not think of a way to break the formation. Were they really going to be trapped in the ruined sky realm and wait for the next opening to get out? In the end, Gu Fei made up his mind and said to the old tortoise, let's force our way out. There was no doubt that this was an extremely crazy idea. The old tortoise did not speak, but pondered for a while. After a while, the old tortoise said, "Can you release the taboo item on you again? Please, what taboo item? Look at the time, hurry up and break the formation. Don't keep thinking about what I have on me, okay?" Gu Fei said grumpily. Wait, the taboo item you mentioned. Could it be? An idea suddenly flashed in Gu Fei's mind. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to immerse his mind into the Mudpill Palace between his eyebrows. In the inner space of the Mudpill Palace, a figure appeared. It was Gu Fei. To be precise, it was an illusory image created by Gu Fei's divine sense. This illusory image was sitting cross-legged on the ground like Gu Fei's body in the outside world. The illusory image formed by the divine sense in the inner space appeared. Then, like a real person, it opened its eyes and rose from the ground. Chapter 227. The virtual image formed by the divine will was no different from a real person. Outside Gu Fei's inner space, his real body was sitting on the ground like a piece of wood and stone, without any sound. Beside Gu Fei, the old tortoise was nervously guarding him. At this time, Gu Fei's mind was completely immersed in the inner space. Even if someone cut him into pieces, he would not know. This was a very dangerous behavior. Even the old tortoise would not dare to do so in a dangerous place. To be on the safe side, the old tortoise opened the pseudo-world and released the corpse general doppelganger. The 9-foot-tall, burly warrior, wearing ancient armor and holding a black rod, looked majestic. With the rod in hand, he looked like he was looking down on thousands of soldiers. With the old tortoise and his corpse general doppelganger guarding him, there was absolutely no danger. In the ruined sky realm, no one could hurt Gu Fei under the protection of the old tortoise and the corpse general doppelganger. After the old tortoise withdrew the stone tortoise shell, the unusual movements of the stone man formation gradually calmed down. The tall stone men returned to their original positions, and the intimidating divine light emitted from their stone eyes also dimmed. The terrifying energy fluctuations emitted from the stone men formation retreated and finally completely converged into the stone men formation. The stone men formation became cold and lifeless stone statues again. Seeing this scene, the old tortoise was shocked to the extreme. That freak was really freakish to set up such an ultimate formation here. He could see that these stone men puppets were definitely not ordinary stone men. The master of the ruined sky realm was so generous that even the old tortoise, a super antique, could not help but be moved. Each stone man had a fighting soul sealed in it, a fighting soul that had its spiritual consciousness erased and only knew how to fight. So many stone men and so many fighting souls formed this ultimate formation. As long as the formation was not destroyed, the stone men formation would not be destroyed, and the fighting souls would not be destroyed. However, this was obviously not absolute. The ultimate formation seemed to have been attacked. Someone had broken some of the stone men formation with a special method and destroyed the fighting souls in the stone men formation, so that the stone men formation could not repair themselves. The old tortoise also knew how to completely destroy the spirit soul, but with his current cultivation, it was difficult to destroy such powerful fighting souls, let alone so many fighting souls. Now, the old tortoise could not think of any way to break the formation, so he could only pin his hopes on Gu Fei. If he could have that forbidden item, they would have hope of breaking out of the formation. If he could have that forbidden item, they would have hope of breaking out of the formation. Inside Gu Fei's inner space, another Gu Fei formed from Gu Fei's divine sense appeared in this space that was about 50 feet in diameter and had no distinction between heaven and earth. In this space, apart from the yellow sand mixed with soil, there was nothing else, not even a blade of grass. This was a space devoid of any signs of life. The edge of this space was an extremely unstable, murky, chaotic void. From chaos, from the world of world jade floating, a world, of from Tian from of a world. From the ring of Chin world. These three treasures were all spiritual objects. They could instinctively absorb the chaos chi to repair themselves. Of course, it was impossible to repair a broken sword soul. However, the mountain and river cauldron and the yin-yang jade pendant seemed to have a complete soul. Therefore, in order to display the true power of the treasures, one had to have the cultivation to activate them. However, the mountain and river cauldron and the yin-yang jade pendant seemed to possess a complete soul. Thus, in order to unleash the true power of the treasures, one had to have the cultivation to control them. One flower, one world. Perhaps that there was another world in the yin-yang jade pendant. Now, Gu Fei had no choice. He could only try to communicate with the yin-yang jade pendant. He wanted to get in touch with the existence in the jade pendant. Now, Gu Fei had no other choice. He could only try to communicate with the yin-yang jade pendant. He wanted to get in touch with the existence in the jade pendant. Gu Fei already knew that the mysterious existence in the jade pendant was controlling the yin-yang jade pendant. What happened next seemed to be surprisingly smooth. Gu Fei did not have to spend much effort to easily capture the extremely weak mental wave emitted from the jade pendant. "I need your help." Gu Fei did not say anything superfluous and went straight to the point. "You're very direct." These words rang out in Gu Fei's mind. This was a mental communication. The mysterious existence in the jade pendant was directly expressing its intention to Gu Fei. Then, Gu Fei exchanged a few words with that person. After that, his mind withdrew from the inner space. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened his eyes. Entering and exiting the inner space with his mind was something that could be done with just a thought. It was much faster than directly descending into the inner space with his real body. After his mind returned, Gu Fei stood up from the ground. How is it? Old Tortoise, who was standing guard for Gu Fei, immediately asked. Old Tortoise could not remain calm as this matter concerned whether he could leave the ruined sky realm. Gu Fei did not answer Old Tortoise. Instead, he raised his head and looked up. Then, a strange wave spread out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Then, the vertical mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows began to emit rays of brilliance. Just as the vertical mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows opened like a divine eye, a fist-sized black and white brilliance rushed out of the vertical mark on Gu Fei's forehead and rushed into the sky. Boom! The heavens and the earth shook. A huge Tai Chi yin-yang diagram appeared in the sky and shrouded a part of the sky. The moment the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram appeared, the entire stoneman formation began to operate. The fighting souls imprisoned in the stone statues that stood on the pedestal began to awaken. The awakening of the fighting souls seemed to inject infinite vitality into the ice-cold stone statues. Terrifying energy waves began to spread out from the bodies of the stone men. The Tai Chi yin-yang diagram shrouded a part of the sky and the yin and yang chi surged. The two Tai Chi eyes, like bottomless black holes, began to devour all the spiritual chi in the sky and on the ground, including the power gathered by the formation. Roar! The stone men who walked down from the pedestal of the stone statues seemed to feel a great threat and instinctively roared. Then, some of the stone men soared into the sky and rushed toward the huge Tai Chi yin-yang diagram in the sky. The stone men pounced toward the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram in the sky and waved their stone fists, unleashing a terrifying power that could topple mountains and overturn seas. They rushed toward the slowly revolving Tai Chi yin-yang diagram in the sky. Bang! The stone men's attack landed on the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. The diagram did not move at all. On the contrary, the power that erupted from the diagram shook the stone men down from the sky. The stone man fell from the sky like a meteorite. Boom! There was a muffled sound and the ground shook. Soil flew everywhere and a large pit appeared on the ground. As the dust flew, the stone men that fell from the sky climbed out of the pit. Their stone bodies were covered with cracks, as if they were exquisite porcelain that had been shattered. Roar! Countless stone men roared, and one after another, they rushed into the sky and launched a fierce attack on the diagram that was madly devouring the spiritual chi of the sky and earth. These stone fighting souls that had their consciousness erased only retained the most primitive fighting instincts. They were truly killing machines. Relying on their instincts, countless stone men, from time to time, displayed the forbidden skills that they had learned when they were alive. Endless energy storms shook the sky. Even the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram was shaking at this time. Although the energy storm that swept up from below shook the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram, a part of this terrible energy storm was actually devoured by the two Tai Chi eyes above the diagram. The diagram absorbed the spiritual chi of the sky and earth and did not reject anything. The power of the formation, the power of the stone men, all the power in the world, it seemed to be able to absorb and refine it. Rumble. Although the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram was violently shaken by the extremely powerful power of the countless stone men below, it was still slowly operating. The mighty yin and yang chi froze a part of the sky, and the surging power was continuously sucked into the two Taiji eyes on the divine diagram. The mysterious existence in the yin-yang jade pendant seemed to need a large amount of spiritual chi of the sky and earth. As the diagram shook, endless spiritual chi of the sky and earth gathered from all directions. The power that had been accumulated by the formation for countless years was gradually being sucked out. The power of the formation was being weakened again, but the speed at which the formation was being weakened was very slow. According to this speed, it would be difficult to completely suck out the power of the formation even if it took 3 days and 3 nights. However, Gu Fei and the old tortoise could not wait that long, which made them extremely anxious. At that moment, all the stone men in the formation were roaring restlessly. The terrifying sound waves made Gu Fei's ears ring, and the blood in his chest and abdomen churn. It was extremely uncomfortable. There's not much time left. Can you break this formation a little faster? Gu Fei transmitted his thoughts to the mysterious existence in the yin-yang jade pendant. At that moment, the bright moon was already hanging high in the sky, and the time was not far away. There's no other way. I've already tried my best. This formation is not simple. The person who set it up definitely has great power and magical powers. If I can recover to my peak state. A voice sounded in Gu Fei's mind. Then what should we do? Gu Fei transmitted his thoughts to the voice. Let me think about it. The voice fell silent. The divine diagram covered the sky, but it was blocked high in the sky, unable to descend to the diagram below. The stone men formation possessed unfathomable power. The power of the stone men seemed to have merged with the formation as they continuously blasted out all kinds of powerful magical and forbidden techniques, causing the divine diagram to shake continuously. A hazy formation diagram began to appear under the feet of countless stone men. Faint lines seemed to connect every stone man, and every stone man was moving according to the ancient and profound lines of the formation diagram. There's an eye of the formation 300 meters away from your northwest corner. If you break it, the power of the formation will be weakened. The silent voice sounded in Gu Fei's mind again. Gu Fei hurriedly told the old tortoise about the situation. Then what are you waiting for? The old tortoise picked up the stone turtle shell and rushed to the northwest corner. The corpse general clone with the black stick followed closely behind. Chapter 228. In the sky above the formation, the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram that shrouded the sky unleashed a boundless pressure that was locked in a stalemate with the formation below. The two terrifying forces collided and cancelled each other out. As for the Taiji yin-yang diagram, other than blocking the attacks of the countless stone golems below and the destructive impact of the formation, the two yin-yang eyes on the diagram were still absorbing the power of the formation. The sky and earth shook violently as if the end of the world had arrived. Countless stone golems roared at the sky, their voices shaking the sky. At this moment, the entire area was completely boiling. If it weren't for the mighty power of the formation that stabilized the area, the ground would have cracked open long ago, and the area would have been reduced to ruins. Even if it was thousands of miles away, it could still sense the strange movements coming from here. Although the Daoist technique scroll that Dong Fangchen used to plot against Gu Fei was rare, it could not teleport a person 100 miles away. It could only teleport a person a dozen miles away. The location of the formation was not far from the spatial node in the valley. In the eyes of cultivators, a dozen miles could be covered in just a few breaths. Some of the Dao sect disciples who were heading towards the spatial node in the valley stopped in their tracks in shock when they sensed a destructive energy fluctuation coming from the area where the spatial node was located. The ruined sky realm was filled with danger. If one was not careful, they would be doomed eternally. No one was willing to take the risk at this time. Thus, some people directly retreated and headed in the direction of the next spatial node. Under the moonlight, the tranquility of the mountain range was completely broken the moment the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram appeared. The ferocious birds and beasts that resided in the area all rushed out of their habitats and fled towards the outside of the mountain range. Thus, the rare moonlit night beast stampede appeared in this mountain range. However, no one was in the mood to appreciate such a rare sight. Every formation had a formation eye. The formation eye was equivalent to a hub in a formation, and was the key to the operation of the formation. Some formations would stop operating as long as the formation eye was broken. Although the power of this formation was earth-shattering, it also had a formation eye. If the formation eye of this absolute formation was successfully broken, although it might not be able to break the grand formation, it would still be able to weaken the grand formation by a lot. The Tai Chi yin-yang diagram hovered high in the sky, attracting the majority of the formation's power. The Tai Chi yin-yang diagram became the target of the countless stone golems. Stone golems continuously soared into the sky, directly attacking the divine diagram. This created the perfect condition for Old Tortoise and Gu Fei to break the formation eye. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, the Old Tortoise's figure instantly disappeared. The next moment, the Old Tortoise's figure was intercepted by a stone man 10 feet away from the northwest corner. Boom! Old Tortoise swung the stone turtle shell and directly collided with the stone man blocking the way. The stone man's fist and the stone turtle shell violently collided. The ground under the feet of the Old Tortoise and the stone man immediately undulated violently like waves. The power that was released caused ripples that were visible to the naked eye to appear in the void. Thud, thud, thud. The huge stone man that was at least 10 feet tall took 7 or 8 steps back. The ground under its feet cracked under its extremely heavy footsteps, leaving deep footprints on the ground with every step it took. Old Tortoise did not gain any advantage and was forced to retreat. Whoosh! A gust of wind came from Old Tortoise's side. A stalwart figure holding a black rod rushed forward from behind Old Tortoise. The black rod swung and a piercing sound was heard. Old Tortoise's 9-foot-tall corpse General Doppelganger waved the black rod and attacked the stone man that intercepted Old Tortoise. The black rod seemed to have turned into a black dragon in the hands of Old Tortoise's doppelganger, emitting a terrifying power. Old Tortoise's corpse General Doppelganger and the stone man began to fight. Surprisingly, the stone man was able to fight endlessly with the corpse General Doppelganger and was not at a disadvantage. It was evident that the stone man in this formation was definitely not a decoration, but a terrifying killing machine. After the doppelganger blocked the stone man, Old Tortoise immediately rushed forward with an extremely fast body technique. At this time, Gu Fei also rushed out of the safety zone with a diameter of only 20 feet. The horror of the stone men was obvious to all. Even a powerful existence like the corpse General Doppelganger with a black rod in hand would find it difficult to defeat the stone men. Given Gu Fei's current cultivation, a single punch from those terrifying stone men was enough to shatter him into pieces. However, Gu Fei had a unique skill to save his life in the stone men. The ancient combat skill, Desolation Steps, could be used for both offense and defense. There was a killer move called 8 Steps 8 Kills, and there was also an extremely fast body technique called 8 Steps Extreme Speed. Gu Fei used Desolation Steps to avoid the stone men's attacks and quickly shuttled through the stone men. Soon, he caught up with Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise did not linger. He waved his stone turtle shell and forced back the stone men blocking his way. Then, he quickly rushed to the eye of the formation. When Gu Fei and Old Tortoise saw the so-called eye of the formation, they could not help but be dumbfounded. The so-called eye of the formation was actually a pitch-black stone man. The stone man was about 40 to 50 feet tall and its entire body was pitch-black, as if it was cast from divine iron. This black stone man was very eye-catching among the stone men. It seemed to be leading the little brothers around it to launch a fierce attack on the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram in the sky. Within the stone body of the black stone man, there was an incomparably powerful fighting soul. Although its spiritual consciousness had been erased, the black stone man continued to hit the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram in the sky with its fists and palms. The violent power shook the void. What a joke! Old Tortoise could not help but be shocked when he saw the black stone man so powerful. On the other hand, Gu Fei's train of thought came to a halt when he saw the mighty black stone man. Soon, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise realized that the black stone man seemed to be unable to move freely within the large formation. It could not leave the position of the eye of the formation. At this time, more than 10 stone men, either empty-handed or armed with stone weapons, approached Gu Fei and Old Tortoise from all directions, one step at a time. The huge stone body emitted a terrifying wave of power, and the divine light in its eyes shot out a few feet away. Bang! A muffled sound came from behind Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise's corpse general avatar hit the stone man with its rod and then leaped up. Its tall body fell from the sky and landed heavily beside Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. The black rod in the corpse general avatar's hand was a treasure that could suppress the fire chi in the earth vein. It had unimaginable power. The stone man that was hit by the rod was covered with cracks, as if it could break into thousands of pieces at any time. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the front. The rolling sound waves almost knocked Gu Fei to the ground, causing his chi and blood to boil. The huge black stone man noticed Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. Its cold eyes swept over them, and the monstrous murderous intent made Gu Fei feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Oh no! Old Tortoise's expression suddenly changed, and then he pulled Gu Fei and rushed to the side. At this moment, a pitch-black hand silently enveloped him. Boom! With a loud bang, the place where Gu Fei and Old Tortoise originally stood was suddenly filled with dust, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. Old Tortoise's corpse general avatar was shaken and sent flying backward. A stone man approached from behind and punched it in the back. The violent force sent the corpse general avatar flying forward. In front of them was the terrifying black stone man that made people's hearts palpitate. Whoosh! The huge black hand flew toward Old Tortoise's corpse general avatar like an inescapable net. Outrageous! Old Tortoise got up from the ground, then raised his stone tortoise shell and smashed it directly at the black stone man. The stone tortoise shell that was the size of a fist quickly expanded after it was thrown. By the time it smashed in front of the black stone man, it had become the size of a small hill. The black stone man seemed to have retained its instinctive combat skills. When the stone tortoise shell hit it, it could no longer care about Old Tortoise's corpse general avatar. Instead, it waved its two huge fists and fiercely punched the hill-sized stone tortoise shell. The violent collision and the surging energy formed a fist storm that surged in all directions. The stone men that were approaching from all directions were like willow catkins in a gale, and they were blown away by the energy storm that erupted. The stone tortoise shell was blasted away, and it rapidly shrank. The black stone man was also knocked off balance by Old Tortoise's stone tortoise shell. Thud! 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 This was definitely the best opportunity to make a move. However, Gu Fei did not make a move because a battle of this level was no longer something he could intervene in. If Gu Fei could still control the mysterious sword hilt passed down from his master, he would definitely make a move. The problem was that the sword hilt had rushed into the chaotic zone of the inner space and was out of Gu Fei's control. How could an unarmed Gu Fei compete with the terrifying black stone man? However, although Gu Fei did not make a move, Old Tortoise would not let go of such a great opportunity. Old Tortoise's corpse general avatar borrowed the force of the stone golem's punch to leave a trail of afterimages in the void. In an instant, it pounced above the black stone golem, raised its black rod high, and smashed it down on the black stone golem's head with all its might. Bang! Without any suspense, Old Tortoise's corpse general avatar's thunderous rod hit the top of the black stone man's skull. With a soft crack, cracks spread from the top of the black stone man's skull. The light that burst out of the black stone man's eyes suddenly dimmed a lot. Roar! The black stone man roared and slapped Old Tortoise's corpse general avatar away, smashing it into the pile of stone men hundreds of feet away. Old Tortoise's corpse general avatar was extremely powerful. After being slapped away, it immediately jumped up from the ground and swept its rod in all directions, forcing away the ordinary stone men that were besieging it, and then rushed back. First, it was punched by the ordinary stone men, then it was slapped away by the huge black stone man. Even though it was the corpse general avatar, there was a trace of blood at the corner of its mouth. Chapter 229. Warriors who had cultivated the indestructible martial body were absolutely terrifying existences. Their bodies were extremely tough and contained unimaginable power. Every move they made had great power. The corpse general avatar of the old turtle was a supreme warrior's indestructible body. Even though it had suffered a series of heavy blows, its fighting spirit was still shocking and it displayed great martial skills and magical powers. The corpse general avatar strolled in the void. Every step it took was like teleportation. It instantly appeared 200 or 300 feet away, moving at an extremely fast speed as if it had broken through the void. In just a few steps, the corpse general avatar had arrived in front of it with the black rod in its hand. Even the old tortoise was shocked by his indomitable momentum. Although it had been dead for countless years and had become the corpse general that guarded the archaic ominous city, its momentum was still there. The corpse general that the old turtle had refined into an outer body avatar emitted a powerful momentum that deterred all directions and changed the color of the wind and clouds. This was an extreme path warrior, a warrior who had cultivated the martial way to the highest realm. It had a powerful indestructible body and a martial way battle skill that was close to the Tao. Even immortals would tremble before it. Roar! With a furious roar, the corpse general leaped high into the air and smashed the black rod in his hand towards the black stone man's head. The black rod cut through the void at high speed, emitting an ear-piercing whistling sound. The entire space shook under the rod's blow. The black stone man's huge head had been smashed on the top of its head by the corpse general's rod. Cracks appeared on its head, but it did not shatter because of this. Moreover, the cracks on the black stone man's head were rapidly disappearing. It was unknown whether it was the power of the formation or the power of the invincible fighting soul that had merged with the stone man that was repairing the pitch-black, hard stone body. However, there was no doubt that the black stone man's power was increasing. The heavy injuries it had suffered were rapidly recovering. This was a terrifying scene. The black stone man seemed to be indestructible. The black stone man raised one hand to block the black rod that was smashing down. Almost at the same time, its other hand blasted toward the corpse general. A terrifying power surged out of the pitch-black hand. The palm force shook the void and a huge storm suddenly appeared in front of the giant palm. Boom! The black rod fiercely smashed into the stone arm of the black stone golem. When the black rod smashed down, the surface of the stone arm that was more than 20 feet long immediately cracked. Dust and stone chips fell from the arm. The ferocious power was like a huge mountain pressing down, and the ground under the black stone man's feet immediately burst open. His feet sank into the ground up to his knees. Bang! At the same time, the pitch-black palm also sent the corpse general's avatar flying. The black stone golem and the corpse general were fighting head-on, without any tricks. This was a direct clash of strength, and the stronger would win. However, it seemed like the strength of the black stone golem and the corpse general were on par. Neither of them could gain the upper hand in the battle, nor could they completely suppress their opponent. However, with the addition of the old tortoise, it would be difficult for the black stone man to fight against the two powerhouses. Boom! The stone turtle shell, which had shrunk to the size of a fist, silently smashed into the black stone man's chest when the black stone man sent old turtle's corpse general clone flying. The shrunken stone turtle shell was inconspicuous, and it did not emit any earth-shattering energy waves. However, it did not mean that the power of the stone turtle shell would be weakened. The power of the small turtle shell was like a violent collision of a primordial sacred mountain. The huge stone body of the black stone man, which was 50 to 60 feet tall, was smashed and sent flying. There was a sudden loud rumble, and a large number of ordinary stone men were knocked down by the pitch-black stone body. The entire area immediately fell into chaos. The corpse general clone and the old tortoise's mind were connected. The old tortoise was the corpse general, and the corpse general was the old tortoise. The cooperation between the two was simply flawless. Under their joint efforts, even the terrifying black stone man would be at a disadvantage. The black stone man was refined into a formation eye in the large formation, and the square base on which the stone man stood was not damaged. As the formation eye, the black stone man left the place where the formation eye was located, and the power of the large formation was immediately affected. Rumble, the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram in the sky took the opportunity to emit endless power and press down from the sky. The entire large formation immediately shook violently. Roar! The black stone man that was smashed away by the stone turtle shell roared continuously. After it got up from the ground, it immediately rushed towards the position of the formation eye. However, at this moment, a tall figure descended from the sky, and a black rod stabbed down. Poof! It hit the base that the black stone man originally stood on. The corpse general clone that had been smashed away descended from the sky and attacked again. Roar! The moment the black rod hit the base, the thousands of stone men nearby immediately roared into the sky. Then, the power that was emitted from their bodies retreated like the tide. The pair of stone man eyes that were emitting a frightening light gradually dimmed. It seemed that the fighting soul power on the stone bodies of the surrounding stone men had been suppressed. Then, the stone men turned back into stone statues and fell to the ground in a disorderly manner. The black stone man's movements also became slower. However, the fighting soul in the black stone man seemed to be much stronger than the ordinary stone statue fighting soul. The fighting soul struggled, but it was all in vain. The position of the formation eye had been sealed by the black rod, and the formation that emerged from the ground dimmed. Bang! 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 The black stone man continued to walk step by step towards the base that it was standing on. Finally, when it was less than 10 feet away from the base, the terrifying black stone man was completely silent. The fighting soul power had been completely suppressed, and the black and shiny stone body of the black stone man no longer emitted any fluctuations. The frightening light that was emitted from the stone man's eyes had completely disappeared. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. Although he used his 8 steps extreme speed to avoid the stone man's attack, he was still in danger. If these stone men had not been wiped out of their spiritual senses and could only attack based on their instincts, Gu Fei would have died many times. Since this earth-stabilizing divine pillar can stabilize the earth, water, fire, and wind, and suppress the fire chi of the earth veins, it should also be able to suppress the power of this formation, Old Tortoise said. Old Tortoise walked to the front of the black stone man and then leaped up into the air above the stone man. He lifted the stone turtle shell and smashed it hard on the stone man's head 17 or 18 times. Bang! 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 Although Old Tortoise smashed the stone man's head only showed dense cracks like a spider's web. Even so, it did not break. Outrageous, where did that pervert find such a hard stone? Old Tortoise stopped and said fiercely. In his opinion, everything in the ruined sky realm was set up by his former enemy. After the formation eye was sealed, the formation was not broken. The earth-stabilizing divine pillar was only a corner of the formation. In other places, there were still countless stone men roaring. They were not out of danger. However, a corner of the formation had stopped circulating, directly weakening the strength of the entire formation. The battle's soul trapped in the stone man's body released a vast and boundless soul power. It was as if there were countless ferocious souls roaring. The soul power fused with the formation, pushing the strength of the formation to its peak. Even so, the formation could no longer resist the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram in the sky. The divine diagram slowly descended, and cracks began to appear on the stone bodies of the countless stone men. The stone men, which were already broken into pieces, crumbled and scattered on the ground. Not only that, faint and illusory fighting souls rushed out from the stone bodies of the scattered stone men. These fighting souls roared in the air and were all sucked into the 2 Tai Chi Yin and Yang eyes on the diagram that were like 2 invincible abysses. If I could also devour these fighting souls, would definitely be able to recover some of my strength, Old Tortoise said jealously when he saw this scene. Then go ahead and devour them. Gu Fei said. Brat, don't tempt me. These stone statue fighting souls are not simple. I don't know who will devour who. Old Tortoise said impatiently. Although he was tempted, he did not dare to take action. It should be known that the fighting souls emitted soul power that was not weaker than Old Tortoise's. It was extremely dangerous and crazy to devour a fighting soul that was similar to one's own strength. If one was not careful, one would be devoured by the fighting soul and one would be devoured. Being devoured meant that one's soul would be destroyed and they would never be able to reincarnate. Their life imprint would completely disappear from this world. At this time, the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram had completely gained the upper hand. The formation was completely suppressed and endless power began to surge towards the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram. The divine diagram continuously devoured the power of the formation. The two Tai Chi Yin and Yang eyes seemed to never be full. They devoured as much spiritual chi as they could. Since the birth of the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram, Gu Fei did not know how much spiritual chi the yin-yang fish jade pendant had devoured, but he was sure that it was a terrifying amount. Why did it absorb so much energy? Could it be that it was using the endless spiritual chi to restore the mysterious remnant soul in the jade pendant? Gu Fei did not know and could not understand. With his current cultivation, he was far from being qualified to know some of the secrets of heaven and earth. When his cultivation was high enough to look down on the world, all the secret places would gradually appear in front of him. In the cultivation world, power determined everything. As long as one had enough power, he would know more things and his vision would be broader. Boom! The Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram pressed down from the sky and the surroundings shook. The ground undulated like waves and there were stone statues collapsing one after another. From the collapsing stone statues, faint and powerful fighting souls rushed out. These fighting souls, whose spiritual consciousness had been erased, were roaring and struggling. None of the fighting souls could escape. They were all suppressed by the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram. The power of the formation was rapidly weakening, but the power of the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram was getting stronger and stronger. Chapter 230. The stoneman array had already been damaged. It was not a complete ultimate array, so its power had already been affected. Now, the corpse general avatar of the old turtle had placed the earth-stabilizing divine pillar at a corner of the array sealing a corner of the array. As a result, the power of the array could no longer be connected as one. This immediately affected the normal operation of the ultimate array, and the power of the array immediately weakened. There was no longer any suspense in the confrontation between the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram and the array. The divine diagram rumbled and shrouded the sky and the earth. The mighty Yin and Yang Chi seemed to want to turn this part of the world into chaos again. The heavens and the earth shook. Other than the corner of the array that was sealed by the earth-stabilizing divine pillar, the ground of the entire array undulated violently like waves. Stones were constantly shaken into the sky and then exploded. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The scene in front of him shocked Gu Fei. Only the old tortoise remained calm and unmoved. Although the old turtle's origin was mysterious, he was a super antique that had existed since ancient times. What had he not seen before? Rumble. The divine diagram suppressed the power of the stoneman array. It quickly sucked away the power of the stoneman array and became nourishment for the divine diagram. One by one, the stoneman array shattered. The fighting souls inside the stoneman array rushed out of the shattered stone bodies and roared incessantly. The powerful fighting souls were all devoured by the Tai Chi Yin-Yang eyes on the divine diagram. They had no power to resist. The power of the divine diagram was difficult to resist. The array was collapsing. However, the speed of the collapse seemed to be a little slow. The bright moon in the sky was already hanging high in the sky. Time was running out. Gu Fei and the old turtle could no longer remain calm. The corpse general avatar of the old turtle tried to rush out several times, but it was forced back by the crazy stoneman array. The stoneman array was making a final struggle. The fighting souls inside the stoneman array erupted with unprecedented power. The ancient armor on the corpse general's body was also broken in the battle, and its body was stained with blood. There was no doubt about the strength of the golems. Even if an immortal god realm expert was trapped in this ultimate formation, the expert would probably perish within the ultimate formation. Faster, faster, can you be faster? Gu Fei shouted in his heart. He was communicating with the mysterious existence in the divine map. I'll try my best. A voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. The mysterious existence in the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram gave such a response. The Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram that enveloped this part of the world emitted an unprecedentedly terrifying energy fluctuation. Yin and Yang Qi poured down from the diagram, obliterating everything. The stone golems shattered one after another, and the battle souls were all sucked into the divine diagram. The speed at which the grand formation collapsed was clearly much faster. But even so, it was difficult for the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram to completely collapse the formation in a short period of time. It had to be said that the person who laid down this absolute formation back then was truly an extremely powerful person. Even after countless years, this absolute formation still possessed such power. One could imagine how terrifying this complete ultimate killing formation was back then. It would not be difficult for it to kill immortals, Buddhas, and demons. Outside the sky ruins, at the end of the Sky Crack Valley, the two ancient stone doors on the stone wall were already half closed. The gap between the two stone doors could barely allow two people to pass through. The space passage behind the stone doors had also become very unstable. It seemed that the space passage could collapse at any time. The power of heaven and earth was unstoppable. The essence qi from all directions gathered by the ancient formation in front of the stone doors could no longer stop the two stone doors from closing. In the sky, the 4 spirits and 28 constellations appeared at the same time, emitting an unprecedentedly bright light and sprinkling down endless starlight. At this moment, a strange celestial phenomenon of the stars and the moon competing for brilliance appeared in the sky. The radiance of the 28 constellations actually had the momentum of overshadowing the radiance of the moon. The power of the 4 spirits and 28 constellations was attracted by the formation and gathered on the altar. Then, it was guided into the stone doors to maintain the stability of the space passage with great difficulty and prevent it from collapsing. Everyone in the 100,000 mountain range, even the entire southern wasteland could clearly see this marvelous scene in the sky. Except for some old monsters at the void-resisting stage, very few people knew what this celestial phenomenon meant. In the night when the starlight and the moon competed for brilliance, a surging demonic cloud came from the north in an overwhelming manner and directly rushed into the 100,000 mountain range. The demonic cloud gave off a terrifying and evil aura that made even the common people tremble. Sensing this terrifying aura, all the old monsters turned pale. Even great cultivators of the void-controlling realm were extremely fearful of this evil and ferocious devil aura. In the Dragon Emperor city of the southern wasteland, everyone was in a panic. Soon after, a large number of demonic cultivators started to appear in the southern wasteland. Nobody knew what was going on or why the demonic cultivators of the northernmost demon domain would suddenly leave the demon domain and come to the southern wasteland. The appearance of the demonic cultivators made all the forces in the southern wasteland tense up. Nobody had a good impression of demonic cultivators. Demonic cultivators represented slaughter and blood. Wherever the demonic cultivators appeared, there would definitely be slaughter and blood. The war broke out abruptly. It seemed that the barbarians in the southern wasteland had a great animosity against the demonic cultivators. The barbarians in the southern wasteland launched an attack first. Someone saw a demonic cultivator kill a demon general outside the Dragon Emperor city. Taoist Chaoyang, the first seat of Shaoyang Peak of Taishan sect, had once injured the first incarnation of Demon Monarch of Six Realms and the incarnation of first Demon Monarch of Six Realms. The three major Taoist sects and the two major demonic cultivators in the northernmost demon domain had become mortal enemies. The powerhouses of the three major Taoist sects were still waiting for the news from the 100,000 mountain range in Dragon Emperor City. The three major Taoist sects were most nervous about the appearance of the demonic cultivators. The three major Taoist sects didn't rely on Dragon Emperor City. If the real body of Demon Monarch of Six Realms came here, nobody could defeat this great demon. However, the southern wasteland was the territory of the 100 clans in the southern wasteland. After thousands of years, nobody knew whether there were any terrifying demonic cultivators in the southern wasteland. The demonic cultivators were actually very afraid of these local forces in the southern wasteland. If a demonic cultivator jumped out of the 100 clans in the southern wasteland, it would be a great trouble. The demonic cultivators didn't set foot in Dragon Emperor City. After a few battles with the powerhouses of the three major Taoist sects and the 100 clans in the southern wasteland, some powerful demonic cultivators entered the 100,000 mountain range. Only some powerful cultivators vaguely guessed why the demons entered the 100,000 mountain range at this moment. The appearance of the demons might have something to do with the Taoist sects. There's one more hour. I'm afraid that Gu Fei, Dan Chenzi, Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the others were anxiously waiting on a cliff at the end of the sky-splitting valley. They had already returned to the outside world through the space nodes in the ruined sky realm. After all, the 10 most outstanding young cultivators of the Taishan sect couldn't all come out of the ruined sky realm safe and sound. Lei Ao of Biyun Peak, Shinchiru, and Guo Bufan of the head of Taishan Peak had already died in the ruined sky realm. If even Gu Fei died, the Taishan sect would really suffer a great loss. However, Dan Chenzi and the others found that the primordial spirit green lamp over the altar was still bright, which meant that Gu Fei was still alive. There was only one primordial spirit green lamp over the altar. After Dan Chenzi and the others came out of the ruined sky realm, their primordial spirit green lamps had been put away by Daoist Li Shang. The 30 outstanding young disciples of the three major Taoist sects and their leaders, a total of 33 people, had all come out of the ruined sky realm, except for those who had died in the ruined sky realm and Gu Fei. Of the more than 10 high-ranking disciples who had ventured into the ruined sky realm, only 5 or 6 of them had come out. No one knew whether there were still people who had died in the ruined sky realm. When the three major Daoist sects opened the ruined heaven realm, they did not forbid the high-grade disciples who guarded the heaven-splitting valley from entering. However, these high-grade disciples were not chosen by their sects to enter the ruined heaven realm. Therefore, they did not leave their nascent divinity green lamps to indicate their life or death in the ruined heaven realm. In fact, among the three major Taoist sects, the Taishan sect's loss was the lightest. The worst was the Guangqing Immortal sect. In addition to Ren Wuming, Lu Yunhe, and Guangqing's junior sister Li Mengyao, even their leader Lu Ruhai had died in the ruined sky realm. The Guangqing Immortal sect had almost been wiped out. Nearly half of the Shangqing sect's disciples had also stayed in the ruined sky realm forever. It had to be said that this time's trip to the ruined sky realm could be said to be the one with the heaviest casualties. In the ruined sky realm, there were definitely more dangers than opportunities. This trip to the ruined sky realm had once again proved that the legendary ruined sky realm was not a good place. In order to obtain it, one must first experience unimaginable dangers. Opportunities and dangers coexisted. However, in the ruined sky realm, there were very few people who could truly seize opportunities. But there was no doubt that Gu Fei was the luckiest person in history. The mountain and river cauldron and the chaotic origin embryo. Even in the great era of ancient times, these two things were precious treasures that were enough to make a group of great experts fight to obtain them. However, the god of fate did not seem to care about Gu Fei. The moon was in the middle of the sky, but the ultimate killing formation that trapped them still did not completely collapse. The power of the formation trapped them in an area with a circumference of 100 feet, making it difficult for them to rush out. It's over, it's over. We're going to be sealed in the ruined sky realm, Gu Fei muttered to himself. He was restless and paced back and forth, sweating profusely from anxiety. Old Turtle's corpse general clone soared into the sky. Boom! He punched the void, trying to break the sealing power of the formation. However, the ferocious punch only caused ripples in the void. It could not shake the restraining force at all. Moreover, the fiercer the attack, the stronger the backlash. The corpse general clone was shaken and smashed down from the sky. Boom! The huge body smashed a large pit in the ground. It could be said that there was no way out. Success! Suddenly, a voice sounded in Gu Fei's mind. Then, heaven and earth shook again. Amidst the rumbling, endless spiritual light rushed out of the ground and gathered towards the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram that shrouded down. It was the power condensed by the ultimate killing formation. At this moment, all the stone golems shattered and thousands of battle souls soared into the sky. The roars of the thousands of battle souls were extremely terrifying. The sound waves shook the heavens and earth, causing even Gu Fei's spiritual soul to tremble. Chapter 231. The Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram that shrouded the stone man formation displayed a great magical power. Endless yin and yang qi rained down and shattered all the stone men. The fighting souls that rushed out of the broken stone men were sucked into the two Tai Chi yin and yang eyes that were like bottomless abysses. The collapse of the formation was irreversible. Apart from the corner of the formation that was sealed by the pitch-black earth-stabilizing pillar, everything else in the formation was crumbling. Dust and smoke billowed and rocks flew everywhere. Vaguely, Gu Fei saw 8 huge figures that exuded endless power finally collapse in the formation. 9 was the limit of numbers. This ultimate killing formation seemed to have 9 formation eyes and 9 black stone men. Only the corner of the diagram that was sealed by the earth-stabilizing pillar was not damaged. The stone men that were lying on the ground did not shatter. The yin and yang forces that came down from the divine painting seemed to be blocked by a mysterious force. The black stone man that was 5 or 6 feet tall still stood in the corner of the diagram like a black mountain. Old Tortoise and Gu Fei stood next to the earth-stabilizing pillar. They clearly sensed a strange wave of power spreading from the earth-stabilizing pillar. The gentle power seemed to form a domain that blocked the yin and yang qi outside. The collapse of the formation was like the collapse of the sky and the earth, which shocked Gu Fei. Boundless spiritual light soared into the sky from the collapsed formation, disappearing into the divine painting in the sky. That was the final burst of power from the collapse of the formation. Streams of spiritual light that were like flowing lights illuminated the night sky. These spiritual lights were all absorbed by the formation. What are you waiting for? Let's go! Old Tortoise shouted and directly rushed into the sky in the direction of the space node. The corpse general avatar reached out and pulled out the earth-stabilizing pillar that was inserted in the formation eye. Then, it soared into the sky and chased after Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise's shout woke Gu Fei from the shock. Then, without any hesitation, Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and turned into a faint shadow that disappeared in an instant. Although the power that erupted from the collapse of the formation had not completely subsided, this level of energy flow could not hurt Gu Fei. The Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram that shrouded the formation rapidly shrank as if it was breaking through the void. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with Gu Fei and turned into a black and white light that disappeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Gu Fei was surprised to find that the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram had entered his inner space. Then, the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram reappeared and rushed into the chaotic zone of the inner space. At the center of the divine diagram, a jade pendant emitting terrifying yin and yang qi slowly rotated. Then, a spiritual fluctuation spread out from the yin-yang jade pendant. I will seal all connections between the yin and yang jade and the outside world and rebuild my body. The voice of the mysterious existence in the jade pendant sounded directly in Gu Fei's mind. Then, the voice completely fell silent. Inside Gu Fei's Niwen Palace, in the chaotic zone of the inner space, the divine diagram began to stop rotating. The yin and yang qi began to converge into the jade pendant. In the end, only the jade pendant was left floating in the chaotic zone of the inner space. Rebuild my body. Although Gu Fei was shocked, he did not have time to think about other things at this time. The bright moon was hanging high in the sky. It was midnight. Swoosh. 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 Gu Fei exerted his 8 steps extreme speed to the extreme and rushed out of the range of the formation in the blink of an eye. He ran at top speed in the forest, wishing that he could grow wings and fly to the location of the spatial node in the valley. Roar! How could this be? Suddenly, the angry roar of the old tortoise came from the mountains in front of him. Then, Gu Fei immediately felt a strong wave coming from the front. Gu Fei's heart suddenly sank and he cursed inwardly. For Gu Fei, the distance of more than 5 kilometers was covered in the blink of an eye. When Gu Fei rushed into the valley where the spatial node was located, the scene in front of him made him black out and he almost fainted. The space where the spatial node was originally located trembled, and ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. However, the spatial passageway had already disappeared. Roar! The old tortoise roared angrily. He swung the stone tortoise shell like a madman and smashed it forward. The void in front of him had not completely stabilized yet, so it was difficult for him to make the spatial node reappear. The old tortoise wanted to open the spatial passage that had been closed, but those spatial cracks were extremely unstable and disappeared as soon as they appeared. It was difficult for the spatial node to reappear. Dongfang Qin, I will fight you to the death. If I can get out of here, I will definitely destroy your Dongfang family. Gu Fei's face was ferocious as he roared to the sky. At this moment, Gu Fei hated Dongfang Qin to the extreme. Dongfang Qin had cut off his way back. If it weren't for that guy who deserved to be hacked to pieces, Gu Fei and the old tortoise would have long left the ruined sky realm and gone to the outside world. What should I do? What should I do? Gu Fei could not help but panic in addition to his rage. He had never heard of any Dao disciples who were trapped in the ruined sky realm being able to leave the ruined sky realm alive. That little bastard. At this time, the old tortoise's old face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. The spatial node had disappeared and could not reappear. There was no way out, so the old tortoise was furious. Outside the ruined sky realm, at the end of the sky-splitting valley, the 2 ancient stone doors on the stone wall had been closed, and the formation diagram that had been transformed into energy in the open space in front of the stone wall was dissipating, and finally completely disappeared into the ground. On the cliff, Dan Chenzi's face was extremely ugly. In the end, Gu Fei had not been able to come out of the ruined sky realm. This meant that the lineage of the Green Spirit Peak, one of the 9 veins of Taishan, was extinct. The loss of a lineage was a big deal in the Taishan sect. It was something that had never happened since the founding of the sect. Gu Fei was the only successor of the Green Spirit Peak. His loss had left the 9 veins of Taishan with only 8 lineages left. The ownership of the cultivation area of the Green Spirit Peak would probably set off a lot of turmoil in the Taishan sect. In fact, in the Taishan sect, the vast majority of people did not want to see any of the 9 lineages die out. Most people were still inclined to maintain the orthodoxy of the 9 veins of Taishan sect. The loss of Gu Fei was already an irreversible and unchangeable matter. This was a fact that the Taishan sect had no choice but to accept. Just as Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the others were feeling incomparably regretful, Dongfang Qin quietly revealed an imperceptible sneer at the corner of his mouth. After removing the great enemy of Gu Fei, Dongfang Qin only felt relaxed. No one knew that he had plotted against Gu Fei. For himself, for the Dongfang family, Dongfang Chen had to do this. Although this kind of thing was very disgraceful, and even despicable. However, those who achieved great things did not yield to small things. If he could go back in time, Dongfang Chen would still make the same choice. Li Mengyao of the Guangqing Immortal sect felt extremely complicated at this time. She wanted to cut Gu Fei into 8 pieces, but when the 2 ancient stone doors closed, she hoped that a miracle would appear. Of course, in the end, a miracle did not appear. That despicable and shameless guy was sealed in the ruined sky realm. In the bottom of Li Mengyao's heart, it seemed that she did not want Gu Fei to die. Even Li Mengyao couldn't figure out what she was thinking. There was only one word in her mind: chaotic. Her heart was in a mess, and she vaguely felt a little disappointed. She didn't know if it was because Gu Fei was lost in the ruined sky realm. The great formation in the open space in front of the stone wall had completely stopped operating. At the center of the great formation, on the ancient altar, Taoist Li Shang, who was sweating profusely, was lying on his stomach. Controlling the altar and the great formation had exhausted his mental and physical strength. Although it was not to the point of exhaustion, his cultivation base could not be restored without a period of recuperation. A primordial spirit lamp was still floating above the altar. Gu Fei did not die, and the primordial spirit lamp was not extinguished. Swish! 2 figures appeared directly on the altar. They were 2 old Taoists who were so old that all their teeth had fallen off. One of them, a tall and thin Taoist, reached out and took the primordial spirit lamp. The tall and thin Taoist muttered to himself, "When a person dies, the lamp goes out. When the lamp goes out, the person dies. I can't believe he's still alive. Perhaps he's an anomaly." The tall and thin Taoist muttered to himself, "But no one has ever come out alive after being trapped in there." The other Taoist, who was also skinny but shorter than the old Taoist who took off the primordial spirit lamp, said with a frown. The tall and thin Taoist fell silent. It was a fact. For thousands of years, in the stories of the 3 great Daoist sects, there was no record of anyone who was trapped in the ruined sky realm and came out alive. Just as the 2 old Taoists took down the green lamps above the altar, Daoist Kurong, who was sitting with his legs crossed high up in the sky, seemed to have sensed something. He opened his eyes abruptly and rose into the air. Then, the loose Taoist robe on Daoist Kurong's right hand suddenly burst into pieces with a boom, sending pieces of cloth fluttering in the air like butterflies. A blood light rushed out of the torn sleeve and turned into a blood-red rainbow that emitted a terrifying and evil aura as it flew toward the north. Everything happened so abruptly. The sky demon saber, which had been completely suppressed by his power,